sign up, become a misfit. Those who don't fit, society gives us a skip. We ain't about that mainstream. There what's popular ain't true. What's true ain't popular. Flip, misfits in the house. We come through it with some sharp. We cut right through. We don't follow trends. We got our own groove. Breaking the mold, making the move. We ain't about that fake facade misfits. We stand proud in our eye. We see through the tricks and love to defy society standards. We're gonna fly. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. One face of sadness.
𝐚𝐭'𝐬 and Globers, episode 35, Logic. Let's get it.
Days after days, pseudoscience just a big charade. Making theories they just can't explain on philosophically biased claims. Days after days, we break away just like a renegade. So pay attention, gonna get a grade. The school and globers tell they all awake. School and globers with diplomas and a chip on their shoulder. Debate is over, mind is sober, solar system disclosure. Can't go back once you heard the facts. We make a pact, never take the backs. School and ballers and the followers that give them their dollars. They try to holler in the chat that you're a fraud, not a scholar. They hating y'all, that's why they attack. The earth is flat no matter how much they laugh. Days after days, pseudoscience just a big charade. Making theories they just can't explain on philosophically biased claims. Days after days, we break away just like a renegade. So pay attention, gonna get a grade. We school and globers tell they all away.
In a world. All right, how's it going? Missed last week. We are back. 𝐚𝐭'𝐬 and Globers. If you've never been, we just kind of break down, this whole typically unnecessarily contentious conversation about what the Earth is. And tonight we're going to cover logic. So the way it goes is I do a little presentation. I cover or introduce the subject, and then we open it up to whoever wants to come on the show. If you are currently someone who believes in the mainstream globe Earth heliocentric model, or are on the fence or have questions, you get priority. If you want to join the stream, the link is in the description. Just click the link, it'll take you straight to this room. Once you get brought in, you can raise your hand and we can bring you up on stage. The rules are simple: be respectful, don't overtalk, respect that you're on my show, so don't try to take it over, and try to stay on topic. This is going to be a show that is very open in terms of topic, to elucidate a point, and it's going to be very interesting. So I pulled up a 101 PowerPoint I had back in the day. It should be visible for Discord, and we're just going to jump right into it. If you want to donate or support the stream, Ko-fi.com/Witsit. It's on the screen and it's in the description, and hopefully a mod can drop it and I can pin the link in the YouTube as well. Welcome on Rumble, X, and Rockfin. All right, we're going to jump right into it. Like I said, this is about logic, and I realized that we're having these conversations and there's a lot of talking past each other, and we're not even like on the same page with the basics here. And so I thought we would cover it. I think it's very important to even have the conversation. You have to like understand this. And I'll say this real quick. What I found out is there's this huge disconnect, right? There's this group of people, and they're labeled flat earthers, whatever. And they're very solid in their position and very researched, and it has a very high retention rate. And then there's this group of people over here that just don't understand it. They're super confused as to how that would be the case. And it's because they're looking at it two totally different ways. So now the question would be, well, who's looking at it the right way, right? Because that seems to be very important. If that's true, if there's two groups of people that are looking at this conversation in two distinctly different ways, and they're ending up in two distinctly different places, well, whichever way is proper is how we should all look at it and then see where we end up. So that's what we're going to talk about today. So I'll pop over here to show the PowerPoint. Discord can see the PowerPoint. And let's just get into it. So I got Flat Earth 101 here. I made this very quickly for a debate back in the day, but I know it has the foundation I need to make this point. All right, so first thing we're going to talk about is debate. So a lot of people, they'll say, I don't like debates. These debates don't go anywhere. They're a waste of time, etc. I do agree that a lot of these debates are very frustrating and very redundant and not particularly productive. The reason for that is typically the lack of good faith, the amount of logical fallacies, the amount of gish-galloping or scattergunning, and maybe even on both sides. But debate itself is very important, has been important for society throughout all of history. And logic is very important. And we have to be able to use logic and use reason in order to get to truth. So if your argument is fallacious, it is wrong. Meaning it is inadmissible. It doesn't mean your conclusion's wrong, but it is wrong. So it's very important to familiarize yourself with logical fallacies and good faith and understanding debate. So here are some major points to understand. The first one is falsification is independent of replacement. And many people have heard me say this a lot, and people will scoff and laugh and just immediately start kind of doing these gaslighting tactics. Or like, oh yeah, because you don't have a model or whatever. This is just a statement of fact. This is a 5-word phrase that's just objective, right? It's a simple statement of fact. You can falsify something without replacing it. Very, very simple. And I used the example of adoption, right? You find out that you're adopted, you find adoption papers, you go tell your friend, look, my whole life's a lie. I was adopted. Those aren't my real parents. And then they start asking you all kinds of questions like, is everyone in on it? You think the whole church and the whole school and everyone in town are all lying and claiming those are your parents? And I know they probably believe that they're my parents as well. I don't know. Well, why would they lie? I don't know. Like, well, who are your real parents? I don't know. I just found out that they're my adopted parents. That's all I know. Well, until you can tell me who your real parents are, I'm not going to accept that those are your adopted parents. That would be ridiculous. And the reason I keep on using that analogy is because it makes it so simple and undeniable, but for some reason, when you veer over into the conversation about the Earth, people don't seem to understand that logic still remains true. So I don't have to know who my real parents are. I have the evidence. There's DNA tests. There's adoption papers. You can falsify the claim that those are my real parents. And if you stop right there, I may never know who my real parents are. But it doesn't make them my real parents again until I find out who they are. This is very important, and we've been indoctrinated into this mindset that we have to have so many answers, and we've been kind of desensitized to pseudoscience and people making up stories they can't verify. You don't have to have the answers to everything in the universe, okay? So falsification is independent of replacement. The next part is the burden of proof is on the one making the positive claim. This is true because, of course, it is completely illogical and frankly asinine to try to tell someone to prove a negative, right? Like prove that Santa doesn't exist. Prove that unicorns don't exist. Prove it. prove that an invisible version of Superman doesn't exist. It makes no sense, right? It's like if you're claiming that there's an invisible Superman, you need to prove it. Okay? And so this gets into this next part of the fallacies here, which is shifting the burden of proof. And that's the fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. I will pop over here partially on screen for this. This is really important because this happens a lot, specifically with the claims of videos of space. So someone will show you what appears to be like CGI or some video of space, and then you can say, that looks kind of sketchy to me. That can be faked. I don't believe that that's real. So like I challenge that. I deny the claim that that's from an outer space vacuum and stuff like that. And immediately people will say, prove it's fake. Prove it's fake. That isn't how it works. Like you need to substantiate and prove that it's real. And of course, in the case of government videos and pictures allegedly from space, you cannot do that. You cannot independently verify it. We can't go fact check it. It's just an institution that is notorious for being dishonest and misleading and can even legally do so, giving us a source on some, trust me, bro, we went there, right? So again, if I show you a video of Sasquatch and I say, look, this is Sasquatch running around in my backyard through the woods, and then you say, I don't believe that's Sasquatch, man. And you're like, what? There's a video right here. Prove the video's fake. No. Like, let me go see Sasquatch right now. Like, let's find some actual physical, tangible, empirical evidence that is Sasquatch or that Sasquatch exists. Not just this video. Videos can be faked. And of course, you would have been right because I had my friend throw on a Sasquatch outfit and run in my backyard and made a video of it. Or I took a CGI video of Sasquatch and overlaid it in my backyard. So it would be insane to say prove that isn't Sasquatch or Sasquatch is real. The video proves it. That's insane. That would be shifting the burden of proof. Okay, so these are very important and basic fallacies to understand. So let's come back over here. So again, falsification is independent of replacement. The burden of proof is on the one making the positive claim. Shifting the burden of proof is the fallacy of putting the burden of proof on the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. Like, so if there's in any way right now, if there's some type of reaction that you're saying, he's just doing this because, it's just because he doesn't have a flat earth model, anything like that, you are outside the parameters of basic logic and reason. That means that there is some type of emotional response going on. You're not thinking logically. This has nothing to do with flat earth at this moment. This is just basic logic. And if we can't accept and adopt these basic parameters of logic and agree upon them, of course, we're not going to come to any type of middle ground. And this goes back to what I said earlier, which is how is it that we have two groups of people on such different sides of this discussion? And it is because they are actually approaching the conversation in fundamentally different ways. If you cannot be confident in your idea that the heliocentric model is true by adopting these basic things of logic, you're doing so emotionally. All right. And to just kind of explain it again, right? Like, okay, this guy's reading a book and he says, look, there are giant octopuses and rocket ships going to space and there are dinosaurs. Like, okay, he made the positive claim. He said, look, I saw a unicorn. Look, here's a video of the unicorn. Can you prove that's not a real unicorn? This is a video of the unicorn. Like, okay, giant dinosaurs, rocket ships, giant octopuses, and unicorns aren't true because someone said so or has a video of it. The unicorn doesn't just remain true because you read it in a book or because someone claims they have a video of it, right? That's not how it works. So what often happens in this discussion is people want to avoid the burden of proof that the heliocentric model has, and they want to flip it over to a caricature of what they call flat Earth, right? And so this is called a straw man fallacy. And this is the number one thing, and this is important to highlight because this should be very telling to you. There are people that have been really obsessed with flat Earth for like 7-8 years, but say it's stupid. That on its face doesn't make any sense, of course, but 7-8 years in, they will swear up and down that sunsets don't work on a flat Earth. Now, there are tens or hundreds of millions of people that have been researching this for years that would all say that's ridiculous and completely disagree. Now, there's another group that says, like, basically across the board, people that say flat Earth's not true, they'll almost all say sunsets are impossible on a flat Earth. Then you can say, well, can you still man the flat Earth position of sunsets? And almost none of them can really do it. So, important to understand that idea. If you just mock and ridicule people, you call them names, you start calling them con man, grifters, saying that they're being deceptive, saying that they're stupid, that they shouldn't breathe, that they shouldn't be breathing the air that you breathe, that they obviously got dropped on their head, whatever you say, you start gaslighting them, telling them that they're crazy. That doesn't help us. That's immature and ridiculous, and it's dishonest and bad faith. So let's have the conversation with logic and reason. It's very important. This is the only thing that keeps our society working. Okay, and this is very basic stuff, but I've discovered that we're just overlooking clearly the most important part. So, and here is of course a straw man fallacy, attacking a misrepresentation of the other person's argument. So why don't we fall off the edge of your space pizza? Right? You're just flying up in space, the only planet that's flat. This is a straw man. You're conflating your belief and putting it on the other one to show why it's ridiculous. Well, yeah, of course, if you have a stationary topographical plane that's enclosed model, that's in the center of the universe, and then you have a tiny speck of dust tilted, wobbling, spinning, flying around the sun, flying through a giant vacuum that's ever expanding in all directions, that has a magma core, and that is exactly like the lights we see in the sky, and it's all moving around the sun. If you try to merge the two to tell us why the first one's not true, it makes no sense. It's absolutely ridiculous, right? Then there is the ad hom fallacy, attacking the person instead of the argument. Flat earthers just don't understand basic science. This is also can be a poisoning the well. So an insult isn't an ad hom, but if it's in place of an argument or attacking the person instead of their argument, instead of the argument, it is fallacious. And there's a reason I'm going through these. Credentials fallacy, one of the most popular ones, dismissing an argument by asserting the person who made the argument doesn't have the proper credentials. Like, you don't have a degree in this subject. This happened when I was on Lord Lodge, and like the scriptures came up, and he's like, who has the biblical theology degree? Or whatever. Dude, some homeless guy could stumble out of an alley and tell you what the grand unified theory is. And just because he's a homeless guy and doesn't have a degree doesn't mean he can't be correct. And some Harvard PhD Nobel Prize winning physicist can come tell you what the grand unified theory is. And just because he has those credentials doesn't mean that he's correct. Very basic stuff. And one of the easiest ways to understand this, and it overlaps into appeal to authority, tons of people with degrees disagree on many things, almost everything. So how could just credentials alone actually be a parameter, like the primary quality in which we use to determine truth? We got two people with a PhD in physics and they patently disagree on major things. What do you do? Now, if you think like this, if you think you must have the credentials, you must be an authority, and then you run into where these authorities disagree, what's going to happen is you're going to continue down that fallacious line of reasoning, and you're going to go into consensus. So oftentimes appeal to authority evolves into appeal to consensus, right? Where you will then dismiss the one authority and just say, well, most of them think this. These are very fallacious ways of thinking. So anyway, just because I dropped out of college doesn't mean my argument is wrong, right? Attack the argument. Attempting to dismiss it by saying you don't have the proper credentials is literally a credentials fallacy. It's so fallacious that it has its own fallacy. Okay. Appeal to majority or consensus, also known as an argument ad populum, right? So it's an argument for an unproved conclusion based on the beliefs of a large group of people. 7 billion people believe the earth is a ball, but you think you're right. It doesn't matter if 7 billion people believe that they're fairies. It doesn't matter what everyone believes. It's like, tons of people in America thought slavery was legit. Is that correct? Okay, billions of people thought the earth was stationary and flat. So was the earth flat and stationary whenever that was the popularly held belief? Right? Just that alone shows you how incredibly illogical and stupid that is. Frankly, it is ignorant, right? So it's like, oh, well, everyone thinks the Earth's a globe. Everyone knows the Earth's a globe. What this also spills over into is like this, it's like this modern centric way of thinking where it's like, we are the smartest ever right now. We have more truth than has ever been had. It isn't necessarily true at all, right? So, okay. These are very basic things, but they are very important, bro, because and I'm not even being biased when I say this, there's one side of this conversation that frequently uses all of these fallacies, and then there's another side that's very familiar with these fallacies and tries not to use them. I think you know which one is which. Okay, so the fact that a bunch of people think something doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean anything. Okay, appeal to authority. So it's an argument that because a perceived authority believes something to be true, it must be true. All scientists agreed that the Earth is a globe, for example. Also not true. But then again, like I said, you'll go into the appeal to majority once it's pointed out. Well, first of all, here's a PhD physicist who wrote his thesis on the motion of rigid bodies and relativity, Robert Bennett, who's been on my show to have a conversation. He's a geocentrist. He thinks there's an ether. He knows relativity's bunk. He knows the heliocentric model is wrong. Oh, well, he's a quack. Here's another PhD physicist, Luka Popov. He's a geocentrist. Oh, he can be dismissed. Then he's a quack. So all of a sudden, the authority doesn't matter. What's so important about this is that it's the same point I'm making earlier. If you have two PhD physicists and they have completely different opinions or stances about something, which one's correct? Well, you would maybe say something like, well, you go see what the evidence is. That's right. The evidence is what makes it true, not what the person with the piece of paper says. The easiest way to prove that the appeal to authority is fallacious is just authorities will disagree on the same subject. So that can't be a logical way to determine truth. This is the one that some more popular anti-flat earthers, as we call them, they say, no, that's not an appeal to authority. And what they've been saying is, if it is a proper authority, it isn't an appeal to authority. And what they do is they play this game where they try to act really, really confident. You know, like if they act really, Witsit doesn't even know what appeal to authority is. Ha 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 ha. That like they'll dupe certain people, naive people in the audience or biased people in the audience. If you're having to do these type of things, then something's going on, right? Well, like, is your position that fragile that you have to do this? Because to say, oh, it's only an appeal to authority if you appeal to someone who isn't an authority in that field, if their expertise isn't in that field, that makes no sense whatsoever. It's an appeal to authority if you say that this is true because the authority says it's true. And these are official definitions from universities, right? Like university websites. This isn't Austin's definitions. So I know that this seems so basic, but as soon as the conversation starts, it goes out the window. So again, just because an authority thinks something doesn't make it true. Now you can invoke an authority and say, hey, look, here's now, because it can like bolster or strengthen your position, right? You can be like, look, here's a paper written by an expert in the field who will show you this, and this based on this evidence. It's the evidence that makes it true or not true. It's the evidence that supports it or makes it a valid argument. Okay, all the authority can do is help bolster it, right? That's all it can do. It can't make it true or not true. Very important, very basic, very overlooked. All right. Over here. And what always happens, like I said, then we start pulling out these authorities that are geocentrists, 30-year PhD physicists. They don't count all of a sudden. No. Now appeal to authority doesn't count anymore. Which is why they shouldn't. Again, PhD geocentrist, PhD. So we have a PhD in astronomy here, geocentrist, PhD astronomy over here, heliocentrist. So can we say, oh, well, since the PhD astronomer said this about astronomy, it must be true? Of course not. We have two with the same exact credentials saying opposite things. All right, I know that was redundant. Next one is poisoning the well. Using ad hominem attacks to preemptively discredit the opponent. All flat earthers are science-denying religious conspiracy theorists that dropped out of high school or never went to college and da-da-da-da-da. This happens a lot. It's like prior to the actual argument, you're discrediting them. They all think that the world's run by lizards or whatever you say, lizard people, reptilians, but a pretty basic one, but this is stupid and happens all the time. And then you get into the stereotype fallacy as well. All right. So then we have begging the question fallacy. So when an argument's premise assumes the truth of the conclusion, like Eratosthenes, it assumes the Earth's a sphere, right? So someone says Eratosthenes proved the Earth's a sphere because what he did was he went out, assumed the Earth's a sphere, assumed spherical trig, assumed a distant sun, took the angles of the shadows, applied it and plugged it into the spherical trig, and got a circumference value. And that proved the Earth's a sphere. Your argument is that because he could do math, the Earth's a globe. If you assume the Earth's a sphere, then the Earth's a sphere. It's insane. So this is one of the most popular fallacies that happens in this conversation. Begging the question, it's like, how do you have gas pressure without containment? Well, look at the air. It's like, what? That's begging the question. You can have gas pressure without a container, and my model is viable, right? So my globe Earth belief, my model is viable. You can have gas pressure without a container because look at the air on the Earth, and it doesn't have a container if my model is true. Therefore, my model is true. Begging the question. All right. And then we did shifting the burden again, flipping the burden to the person who denies or questions the assertion being made. There are many more, right? There's the reification fallacy, and that's where you attribute concreteness to concepts or abstracts. So you treat something that's abstract, just an idea, and you pretend it's real and physical and concrete. It's also called like misplaced concreteness or the concreteness fallacy. So that's called a reification. Happens all the time. Like people have a concept or a model of atoms and subatomic particles, and they treat them as if they're true. They're actually just mathematical abstract models. Just pretending they're real and physical doesn't make it so. All right, and there are a few more, but affirming the consequent, reification, etc., etc. And this show, depending on how it unfolds, we may get into more. So obviously, we're all told that the Earth is a spinning ball. It's funny because I haven't seen all this. I'm just gonna make it work. We've been told that the Earth is a spinning ball from a very young age. And here's the question that's going to be relevant to the point I'm making here. What would you have thought if this never happened? If you went back to when you were 5, what's my daughter going to think if I don't put her in a classroom where a teacher does this? What would you have thought if you were never told that the Earth is this giant sphere that's spinning at a really young age? You would just assume the Earth's not moving. You look out and be like, oh, there are mountains that are taller than me, and sometimes there are valleys that go down below me. There's these big bodies of water. There's the ocean. You would just say, look, the sun, look at that. It's smaller than the Earth, and it lights up part of the Earth, and then it moves over top of me, and it goes away where I can't see it anymore. It starts to get cooler. Look, the moon's the same size as the sun. It comes out as the light during the nighttime. They move in the sky. The stars move in the sky, and the stars and the sun and the moon are smaller than the Earth, and they move over top of the Earth. And it's close enough to me, the sun's close enough to me that I can feel that it gets warmer when it's closer, right? This is what you would think as the default, obviously. But then this person comes in and will tell you that the Earth is a spinning globe. That teacher now has the burden of proof. Now, in theory, if the Earth really were a spinning globe, this lady should be providing that burden, that evidence that fulfills the burden of proof to the children, right? Giving the evidence that proves it. So, and of course, we have claim number 1 that the Earth is a sphere with the R value of 3959. So what do we experience? Well, that the horizon's horizontal, that we build buildings, runways, bridges, railways, canals, as if the Earth is flat. We experience it as flat when we build things. We connect line segments, horizontal line segments. When we measure elevation, we measure a vertical distance above the perpendicular horizontal baseline. We shoot radio waves out as if the Earth is horizontal. We fly the plane like the Earth is a plane. Literally, we go up and down at within horizontal altitudes, horizontal pressure zones, if you will. So the horizon is horizontal on its base. That's what we experience, and we experience a topographical plane, right? And to cover the whole flat thing, that's not a shape; it's a general description of the surface. And if you were to try to make the world's smoothest, flattest table, if you were to zoom all the way in, you would see that it's actually still got little bumps. And if you were to take the Earth to scale, it would be smoother than most of the smoothest, flattest things you could make on Earth. So when we say flat, we mean flat. Like in the grand scheme of the surface area of the Earth, like the minimum surface area of the Earth that we know about, the Earth is flat, bro, right? It's like technically you could say nothing is flat. So we're talking about general description of a surface, and yeah, there's always going to be deviations from it. So anyway, claim number 2, the Earth is spinning over 1,000 miles per hour with the equator, revolving 66,600 miles per hour on an axial tilt of 66.6 degrees. So we experience that the Earth is stationary, that everything moves around us. There's a claim that says, well, no, actually, the Earth is a sphere. It's spinning, and it's revolving through space. It's actually one of those lights that we see in the sky, and it's revolving, and it goes around the sun, and it's tilted on an axis. So we're on a ball that's tilted and it's wobbling 3 or 4 different wobbles, and then it's flying around the sun. Okay, that would have the burden of proof. Claim number 3, the Earth's in the vacuum of space. So that when we look out and we see these stars and everything, it's a giant expanse of nothingness. It's an emptiness. It's empty vacuum. It's basically a bottomless pit in all directions. It's an omnidirectional bottomless pit. And that these stars we see is the same thing as the sun. And when we see these quote-unquote planets, these wandering stars, which is what their name literally means, that the Earth is one of them. And that it's all inside of a vacuum. Okay, so they're saying that there's a water ball. There's a ball with water conforming to the outside of it, bending convexly, with air, gas pressure, bending around it inside of a vacuum. Okay, again, antithetical to what we experience, has the burden of proof. So the heliocentric model has the burden of proof for these positive claims and all subsequent claims, all claims that fall within these claims. Now, this is just a logical fact. It's a logical fact. Does this mean that it can't be true? No. Could it be true? Yes. But what would we need to do to establish if it was true? We would have to meet the standard of the burden of proof for the claims. Okay? It's just a fact. I'll go into the rest of it a little bit. So, wait, isn't saying the Earth is flat a positive claim? Yes, it is. And if you look here, you'll see, what do we see? A specular reflection. Well, if the body of water is not flat, you will get what's called a diffused reflection. And the light will scatter every which way, and it'll distort the mountain. You can't get an actual reflection, a specular reflection. It'll become stretched and distorted, and it won't even be like a clear image typically, but it'll curve and bend and distort. This is just a fact. If there's concavity or convexity to the surface, you can't get a specular reflection. You get a diffused reflection. So this right here, what is the default position with this observation right here? That body of water is flat. That is objectively the default position, because in order to have a diffused or a specular reflection, the surface of the water has to be flat. That is a literal fact. Okay? So if there's a claim that this water is actually curving, it has the burden of proof. Flat is the description of a surface. Flat is not a shape. We have the burden of proof to show the surface of the Earth is flat. And I explained, like, to scale, you get the smoothest table ever made by man. And if you were to zoom in enough, you'll see that it's got little bumps and deviations all over it. And if you were to compare that to the Earth to scale, the Earth would be flatter than, like, almost the flattest table you could ever make. Okay, so it is the general description of the surface of the Earth being flat is accurate. Is it literally flat? No, of course not, right? It's a topographical plane. But is your table literally flat? No, it's literally not. If you zoom in on it, you will see little bumps all over it. All right, but the point is, it's not a shape. We can have plane shapes. You can have plane circles, plane triangles, plane squares, plane rectangles, plane shapes. It's because plane is a description of the shape. So we're not actually making a shape claim. But if the surface is flat, obviously that can falsify shape claims that include the surface not being flat. Okay, so this has been done. We have the burden of proof to show the surface of the Earth is flat, and it has been done. Radio waves can be sent over 10,000 miles with no Earth curvature obstruction, including at frequencies significantly higher than the ionosphere, which means in terms of physics, it literally couldn't be reflected. It would penetrate directly through the theoretical ionosphere, therefore falsifying the globe. Line of sight horizontal radio wave propagations. Just assuming the Earth's flat, you can go out there, you can shoot radio waves, and you can receive them. Line of sight out in front of you. They claim it's reflecting and doing all those other things. Whatever. The default is, of course, again, that the Earth is flat. Here I have in South Sea Voyages by J.C. Ross and other discrepancies reported. We found ourselves every day from 12 to 16 miles by observation in advance of our reckoning, by our observations at noon. This is talking about how when they went south back in the day, assuming a sphere, assuming the symmetry of a sphere from north to south, that they were significantly off and had to make great corrections. So what we see is, again, the default of us going in the south is we see, oh, there seems to be way more land here, and if we assume that it's identical to the north, our assumption doesn't work. It isn't identical. It's bigger. But anyway, I know I started through these in for a debate. Propagation of electromagnetic fields over a flat Earth, and again, they explain to you here that they treat the Earth like a dielectric plane. This is a magnetic weapons document. They treat the Earth like it's a flat dielectric plane. And then they utilize the vertical electric gradient, right? We have equipotential surfaces. They utilize the dielectric plane itself, and then we'll have a perpendicular level to establish our weapon systems, which are like basically towers. These are like weapon tower systems. And they'll send out certain frequencies as if the Earth is flat. Okay. So again, reoccurring theme here. We're using the Earth as if it's what? As if it's flat. Computationally efficient algorithms for estimating the angle of arrival of helicopters using acoustic arrays says that the Earth is flat in this document. Well, like how the helicopters are actually landing have to assume the Earth is flat and stationary. Derivation and definition of a linear aircraft model says the Earth is flat. Same thing here, specular reflection. And here's what happens when you see that the water starts to get disturbed just a little bit. Like this lake is still relatively calm. There's just a little bit of like ripples and distortion. Look what happens to the picture. Now we're talking about like long stretches of water. You cannot have a specular reflection if the surface of the water is concave or convex. This is why. So you would have a diffused reflection. In order to have a specular reflection, it's going to have to be flat. But if you start to change it, right, as you begin to change the surface, it causes the reflection to diffuse. It's a diffused reflection. So now you can't get a coherent image. You can't get a reflective image. Nothing close to 1-to-1. You can't. You just can't. The horizon has been seen over 10 times the geometric limitations of the globe. So again, what do we see? We see that the horizon's apparent. We see that we can see at different distances depending on how clear it is outside. Right? We see that this water, based on how calm it is, goes up and down. And when it's calmer, guess what happens to the water when it gets more calm? It goes down more. Why? Because it's getting closer and closer to static, which makes it closer and closer to flat. We see the horizon is just apparent. This is the default position objectively. This is the important part I want people to understand is like, even if you believe the Earth's a globe, we have to get to the common ground where we accept and understand that the default position is that it's not. Like, that's a fact. There are many things in life where things are not quite as they seem. Right? This doesn't prove that the Earth... well, some of this actually does, but the default position aspect of it doesn't. But the point is that if you can't be honest about that, then something's going on here. I don't even know what this is. This is him explaining Black Swan. This is an old PowerPoint. So here I explain it again, the horizon. And we can go to some of these once I end it, right? This is going to show the boat. Oh, the boat's behind the curve of the earth. Oh, now it's not. Oh, now it is. Oh, now it's not. Oh, look, I'm going to zoom out. The boat's... No, you can't see. No, the bottom of the boat doesn't disappear. Yeah, it does. I don't see the bottom of the boat right there. And if someone had taken a picture of that, if someone took a picture of that, a glober would, like if they zoomed in and you just took a picture right now, they say that's the curve of the earth. The horizon's behind it. So what does this prove? This proves that when you're in the water, things can disappear bottom up. And there's a horizon. Oh, but there are waves. Yeah, there are always waves in the ocean. Right? So pretty important, but basic. All right. And again, here, we can cover this later, but the horizon's apparent, like I said. That is, so the default position is what? That the horizon's apparent. That's the default position. That the horizon's what? Horizontal. That it's a vanishing line we can't see things beyond. All right, I won't go too much further. I mean, if the Earth was round, the horizon we see would drop when gaining even a little altitude, as we see here. And I've heard all kinds of excuses. How do you know the drone's level? Because that's how they fly. If they're not level, it starts to change direction. What? But yeah, you see the horizon rises with eye level. Everyone knows this. If you get in a plane, the horizon rises with you. Most globers will be somewhat honest about this, and they'll say, well, yeah, but perspective exists on a globe as well. So they will claim that the position, the observed position of the horizon is due to perspective and the fact that the Earth's a globe. And they say that, at least they're like moving in the right direction. It's like, oh, so you admit that what we see when it comes to where the horizon is based on perspective. I'm glad that we can agree that perspective alone is changing the position of it up and down. And then this is just the Atmos doing so. So now we're going to combine these two variables. You can't remove them. So the entire globe model depends on the accuracy of the claimed radius value. Everything. This radius value has been falsified. Welcome to Flat Earth. That's what I have here. This is not real. It's okay. All right. Now, there were some, I would say, falsifications of the claim in there, but the main point I actually want to make tonight is, let me come over here. Okay, I'll use this scene to make the point. So, to recap this, right, the point that I'm actually making is that the default position is that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane. That's the default position. That's how we measure elevation. That's how we do engineering. That's how we fly aircraft. That's how we do everything. That's how we map everything out. That's how we do radio wave communication. That's how we do everything. And people will be like, oh, radio horizon. Yeah, we treat the radio horizon like it's directly out in front of us straight away. We have an estimate of how far it'll go based on attenuation and frequencies. And it's way past the claimed horizon of a curved Earth anyway. So this is important. The default position is that the Earth is a stationary plane. And in fact, the default position is that it's physically contained, because based on all empirical evidence we have, to have gas pressure, you need physical containment. This would be an exception. Okay, so there would be special pleading. The point is, could it be that it's not a stationary topographical plane that's enclosed? Sure, in theory, it could. But you have to acknowledge that you have the burden of proof. The globe Earth has the burden of proof. The idea that the Earth is stationary and everything's moving and the Earth's in the center of the universe and the Earth's surface isn't curving, this is the default position. And not to be too redundant, but that's the part I want everyone to get. And then this is where this conversation, like this follow-up, depending on if globers actually come in here, could be very interesting, because I have one question for everyone tonight, and it's very open-ended, right? But I think we've pretty sufficiently established that the default empirical position is that the Earth is flat and stationary. The globe Earth response to all of this is that it's, oh, well, scale. Flat earthers don't understand scale. It's just so big that you don't feel it. It's just so big that the horizon looks horizontal, just so big that you fly the plane like the Earth is flat, that we build things like the Earth is flat, that we establish level like the Earth is flat, that we get elevations like the Earth is flat, that we use helicopters like the Earth is flat, that we use weapon systems in the military like the Earth is flat. Okay, we get your argument is that it's just for scale. That's a concession that the default position is that the Earth is flat. That's literally what that is. When we use all like technology and practical use case assumes the Earth is flat. To actually work properly, you have to treat the Earth like it's flat. That's a concession that that's the default position. So now that I've beat that into the ground like 1,000 times, here's the question. The question is, for the stream, anybody can come in. Like I said, the link to join the Discord is in the description. We'll pop you up. You raise your hand. If you're a globe earther or someone on the fence, you get priority. Here is the question. Can you provide empirical evidence that verifies the heliocentric model, void of logically fallacious reasoning? That's the question. So, I mean, you can provide anything. Can you provide empirical evidence that verifies the heliocentric model, void of logically fallacious reasoning? Now, if people end up not wanting to come up here, I'm open to anyone talking about anything they want to. So even if other like flat earthers or whatever have something they want to say, you guys can jump on stage, bring up whatever topic. It's going to be like a real open-ended show. But I really went all the way to the basics, where it's probably boring for a lot of like people that are used to this conversation, but it is very important, certainly for people that are new to it. I guess I'll make this one last little like closing remark here. That's the reason that we have such a difference in these groups of people seeing the world so differently, apparently, right? It's because one group was like, well, we were told the Earth is like a tilted spinning globe. And I always just kind of assumed it. But then I started looking into it. There's not sufficient evidence to support that. You know, if you're making a claim that everything I experience is the opposite of what the world really is, I mean, you're going to have to substantiate that. You have a pretty substantial burden of proof at that point. And we're like, nah, there's no evidence. So what do? We suspended belief. We suspended belief in the globe model. What people always want to do is they want to flip it over and be like, wait, if you think the Earth is flat, then how does this work? How do eclipses work? What's the sun? What's the moon? What are the stars? What's underneath it? What's below 8 miles? What's in the ocean? How does gas pressure work here? What about the gradient? What causes gravity? And it's like, we answer a lot of those questions a lot, but that is fundamentally illogical if you think about it. The default position, stationary plane. We were all told, spinning globe. We all believed it, internalized it, adopted it without even truly understanding it or testing it. Some of us have then found out, typically in our adult life, we found out about this. We then re-examined it and said, okay, if the opposite of the default position is true, let's look at the evidence. And you find out that the evidence is not sufficient, or that you can directly falsify it. So now we've suspended belief for the second claim, the follow-up claim that had the burden. We've suspended belief. So if you come in and you act as if that's been definitively proven and that it's the default, and just see if you can get a gotcha on the other side, you'll never get to the truth. You'll never figure out what's going on with this conversation, because it's like an emotional approach. It's cognitive dissonance type of approach. It is illogical. It's void of reasoning. It's logically bankrupt. And I'm just being real. That's just a fact. Just a fact. If you avoid the falsifications or the lack of proof of the globe, and you're just like, but how would this work on the flat Earth? You'll never get there. So, and that's what I realized. It's the glaringly obvious thing is you'll have one side that are just going to go the appeal to consensus, appeal to authority, poisoning the well, stereotype, affirming the consequent, begging the question, reification fallacies, and on and on and on. And then when pointed out certain things like obfuscation, red herring, non sequitur, etc., lots of fallacies, lots of shifting the burden of proof. The grand scheme of things is you're claiming everything we experience is the opposite of what it is. The way that we utilize it in the real world actually isn't how it really works. And then we're denying that, we're challenging that claim. And then you're like, oh, well, prove the Earth is flat by explaining what stars are. It's like, you're shifting the burden of proof. Substantiate your burden, right? So there you go. I just think that what we do is we get in the weeds a lot, and see, the thing is, a lot of flat earthers are like really truth seekers. So they want to know what the eclipses are. They want to know what the medium in the sky is if we could, or we're much more ready, like able to accept that we don't know. We may never know, probably never will know for sure, right? But we still like to try to figure things out and like figure out what gravity is. Is there ether? What is the ether? What's underneath us? We like to figure out things. What's the containment made of, etc. And so we will follow people along trying to figure it out. But we actually don't have to. In terms of figuring out is the Earth a globe or not, you don't have to do that. It's just like the adoption. Falsification is independent of replacement. Very redundant. I know. I just said it every type of way I can think of. I'm trying to break through to the people that may be new to this. Like, bro, that is why it is such a big movement. That's why it's going nowhere. That's why it has a 99% retention rate. That's why it's only growing. That's why it's about to blow back up again and have like its second wave, basically, is because of the things I just broke down to you. If people actually step back and familiarize themselves with logic and fallacies and reason, apply it to this conversation, look at the empirical evidence, they are shocked to find out, whoa, there is like a insane lack of evidence for the spinning globe claim. Insane, like all of it, special pleading and unfalsifiable ideas. Just trust me, bros. And then it's proven wrong over and over, and then they just make up a new one. They never admit that their theory is wrong. They just make up new claims over and over. So, all right, there's a conclusion. If you want to come on, you can raise your hand. If you have, again, the question is, do you have any empirical evidence that verifies that the heliocentric model is correct, void of logically fallacious reasoning? Any evidence for the globe that isn't fallacious, right? So, but specifically, any empirical evidence that verifies that the heliocentric model is true, void of logically fallacious reasoning. Any. Just bring one. All right, cool. I'm going to move back over to Discord. I don't see a ton of people on stage, but if anyone wants to jump in.
Yeah, real quick. Most of the fallaciousness is going to be affirmative consequent fallacies. Weight change with latitude, gyroscopes, pendulums. They don't have any they don't have any scientific backing for the cause for any of that stuff.
Agreed.
You have a cause and effect. Like if you eat 10 cheeseburgers and you're full, I'm full, therefore I eat 10 cheeseburgers. That would be fallacious unless we watched you eat 10 cheeseburgers. We cut your stomach off. Like that's what science does. They would open your stomach up. They'd watch you eat the cheeseburgers. We would know that you ate 10 cheeseburgers. Just saying it though is fallacious. Like they're just saying it. They don't have any like scientific evidence to show that that is the cause of the effect.
Exactly. It's like if the Earth was a sphere that was flying through space, then the stars would have to be really far away. And so the stars are really far away. So that's actually even worse, but yeah. It's like affirming the consequent after you beg the question. But no, I agree, Jeremy. I agree. But don't you think this is a tough question for them, that being considered? Like,
there's very few globe arguments that don't have any fallacies attached.
That's what I'm saying. That's so crazy. But yeah, they are almost all affirming the consequence or, like whataboutisms. And like I said, if anyone has any other topics they want to bring up, bring. But I'm curious what you guys kind of think about this, because I think that like most flat earthers have a good grasp of logical fallacies. It's interesting, right? And then there's a lot of people on like the other side of this discussion. They'll be like, oh, you guys just use fallacies as a tactic. No, I don't care if I'm being fallacious. It doesn't matter. Oh, here we go with your fallacies again. And that's such a like polar opposite type of way to view it, right? One side is like logic's very important, reason's very important. Whatever we figure out, we can't be fallacious. One side's like, I don't care about that. So like we should I think highlight that more, because if that's like the elephant in the room that no one acknowledges, what happens is we skip over first base, you see what I'm saying? And it's like destined to oblivion.
Don't even get me started with the law of non-contradiction violations they got going on.
You got something you want to say about it?
There's just tons of law of non-contradiction violations, like with what was the one with the orbit?
Oh yeah. Einstein says
Newton.
that an object can go in a curved path without a force acting on it, and Newton says an object will go in a straight path in less than force acts on it.
Yeah, like Newton's laws and Einstein stuff doesn't mix well. There's all kinds of contradictions.
Yeah, that's
tons
another
Tons of circular logic gets used in this too. It's crazy. This is the most illogical thing I've ever seen in my life. This whole thing.
It's crazy, and that's another important thing for people to learn is you have the three fundamentals, like the basic laws of logic, and you have the law of non-contradiction, which is obviously that things that contradict each other, that are opposite, cannot be simultaneously true. Like the door can't be open and closed at the same time. So that's the law of non-contradiction. Then you have the law of the excluded middle, and you have the law of identity. These are like the three basic ideas. In the excluded middle, meaning it has to be either or, like that door is open or closed. It can't be some mixture in between of the contradictory ideas. You know, like light's a wave and a particle. So like you have the law of non-contradiction, the law of the excluded middle, meaning the middle is excluded. It's either or, because that gets into the identity, the law of identity. A is A. A cannot be not A. Right? Very simple stuff. So these are like, that's why it's called basic laws of logic. It's like, okay, something is what it is. Okay, it can't be two things at once. It can't be contradictory things at the same time. Both contradictory things can't be true. It can't be a mixture of the two in the middle, because something is what it is, and it can't be, you know, a combination of things that contradict. And these are the basic laws of logic, and then you get into like formal and informal fallacies. So
One of my favorite laws of non-contradiction is F equals ma in conjunction with general relativity. Like when you drop something, you would have mass accelerating. And according to F equals ma, you have to have a force there. However, when you drop something in relativity, there is no force there. Those both can't be happening. It can't be A and not A. You can't have a force and not a force at the same time.
exactly, yep. Gravity can't be a force and not a force. You also have absolute space, where Einstein says space is not absolute, meaning like definitive, reliable, consistent, actual, absolute, right? Something that you can measure against. It says space is not absolute. Newton said space was absolute. Obviously, space can't be absolute and not absolute at the same time. Obviously, gravity can't be a force and not a force at the same time. Obviously, there can't be an ether and not an ether at the same time. Those are the three primary contradictions between Einstein and Newton. So to claim like even like what Neil deGrasse Tyson was recently claiming, and what almost all the Globers repeat, which is that no, Einstein didn't replace or supersede Newton. He built upon it, integrated it. They're both correct. That's not true. That would violate the law of non-contradiction. Which, I mean, so why would you have to do that, right? Like, that's the question. Because your model sucks. That's why. Just call it like it is. And there's the other one too. Obviously, the object will continue in a straight path unless an outside force acts upon it. And then Einstein says, no, an object can go in a curved path even if no outside force is acting upon it.
That's Newton's first law. That doesn't mesh with, almost all of Newton's laws don't mesh with any relativity stuff.
And a lot of globe earthers, they kind of see that relativity is super complicated and somewhat paradoxical. And so intuitively, they don't want anything to do with it, right? And I know Toby has like a pretty good, like, I guess you call it testimony about this, like his personal experience and all this really highlights that. When people first, it's like this sci-fi cool idea, like the twin paradox. Oh, science is so profound and confusing that it's like it's fascinating or whatever. But when people start really even looking into this subject at all, they quickly want nothing to do with relativity, to the point where you got FDFE and McToon, people like this, people that are like propped up as like the flat Earth debunker, and they're like 7 years in and they don't know anything about relativity. Because like intuitively, these people are just like, wait, this is wild. I can't understand it. It's paradoxical. It's too complicated. They want to go back to Newton. Newton makes more logical sense to them. And I would say, I agree. Newton is much more logical. Newtonian physics is way more logical. Newtonian gravity is way more logical. The problem is, the heliocentric model can't have Newton anymore ever since Airy's failure and Michelson-Morley. So now, after Michelson-Morley, you can't use Newton anymore. It's not like this subjective, which one am I going to pick? Which one do I like more? It's like, no, bro, you don't have a choice. I'll say this, I'll stop ranting so much, but like, dude, it's weird, right? Because when I say stuff like this, I'm not being biased. I'm not misrepresenting it. I'm not trying to trick people. I'm not lying. This is just a fact. And if you think the heliocentric model is true, you should be able to accept these facts and then just keep on going. Go right along with your belief. If any of the stuff I've said so far in the stream is like a major hiccup for you, right? Or any times I'm explaining what the globe model says is this major big deal for you, then you can't even come to grips with your own belief, which is pretty interesting. You know, like I don't know why you're gonna act like you're so confident in your belief if you can't even like accept it. So
There we go, Sky. Big Tech wants to come on. There you go.
what up? I see a few people on here. We got Big Tech, Heron, Trips. So if anybody,
all right, I'm in. Sorry, my mic was muted.
It's all good. What's up?
Can you hear me
Yep.
What's up? Hey, I heard you asking for people to want to argue heliocentrism, and I'll step back if that's what you're waiting for. But I have like a different. Is it an AMA? Can we go anywhere, or should I hang back?
Maybe in a second, but specifically, what I want to highlight is like, can someone present evidence for like the globe model, the heliocentric model, without being logically fallacious? So like without using a fallacy. So it's still it's like pretty wide open. It's like any evidence that the Earth is a spinning globe or whatever. Just the argument can't be fallacious. I've never actually heard one. I don't think I've even ever heard one. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, if you want me to hang back, I'm not trying to come and make the perfect syllogism for heliocentrism. That's actually kind of a tall order. Most people aren't trained in logic to that degree where you can't find a fallacy or an error. You have to be like pretty good, beyond philosophy 101. You got to be trained in argumentation to be able to really knock it out of the park. And I think it's a good challenge to put up to people, give them something to think about. It's good.
That's why they had to stop teaching logic in school. The heliocentric model is so illogical that if they taught logic, the whole globe model wouldn't even fly.
Can you prove that without a logical fallacy? What you just said is true.
No, I don't think so.
What did you say? What did you say?
He said that the reason. Yeah.
That's why they had to stop teaching logic in school, because the globe model is so illogical that if they taught logic, the globe model wouldn't fly.
Oh, I think this is speculation. Like the easiest way to get past a logical fallacy is to concede that it's either a belief or speculation. The problem is globers can't do that. They need to act like it's scientific fact. If you say that this is speculation, or I'm not sure, or this is what I believe, then you're not held to like very strict like logical parameters of proof or evidence, right? If you give the disclaimer, like when someone asks me what do I think causes the orbits of the planets, I never say it like it's a fact. I'm like, it could be this. The math works if you use a magnetic force. It matches what we see. It would fix a lot of the problems. The problem is that the people that believe in the globe, and this is how it's taught to us, to be fair, we assume it is a definitive fact. It's a statement of truth. And so when you present it that way, you have to be able to, and it should be easy actually. I kind of disagree that it would be really difficult. It should be very easy to present it as if it is true without a fallacy. I just did it for Flat Earth for 30 minutes. I didn't use a fallacy at all whenever I provided evidence for Flat Earth, but that's what I'm saying. It's like the cards are stacked against the spinning globe in terms of logic. All I have to say is look at what everything is. Like what I'm saying is what is. And then the other side has to come in and say, well, no, that's an illusion. Now you need to be able to support that it's an illusion without a fallacy. You still should be able to do that though. I do agree it's harder. It's more difficult. Like it's not fallacious to be like, well, there's something called fluid dynamics and fluid statics, and like water's always trying to seek equilibrium and find its level. Like in a water bottle, as you tilt it, it'll try to get back to where it's static and flat. That's not fallacy. It's just a statement of fact. Or like, we measure the surface of the Earth with plane survey, and when we build canals and bridges and runways, we have to do so like the Earth is flat. When we fly a plane, we fly the plane with the understanding that the Earth is flat and stationary. That's just like a fact. So like the globe should be able to do that as well. Like a globe model proponent should be able to say, well, like here the default position based on the empirical evidence is this, and if you don't apply that understanding, then it doesn't work. Or here's testable evidence or whatever. It's almost always like, dude, the government went to space. It's like, what? Would we believe the government now? So, although I will say this, I don't know if you guys saw it, but when I was talking to the Shelly guy, because I just did my review, I had not watched it back. I was talking to this Pastor Shelly guy, and he was like, well, if you had like one video of one of these satellites up in space that showed the Earth is flat, just one, then you would have an argument. And then I showed there's a China space station video that shows the horizon completely flat. Completely flat. Multiple ones. He's like, oh, now I'm guessing that's not going to count. And like, anyway, I wouldn't claim I know that they're at a certain height or anything. What I think they do is they go, and you see how I said what I think they do is speculation. I think that they go up high altitude, they compile footage, and they use that as a backdrop, and then they put stuff in the foreground. That would be the easiest way to fake anything like that. Or even they have some stuff up there, and you just use like a GoPro or some type of fisheye, but you could use that or even add correction after the fact. You could just use like some type of GoPro, get high altitude footage, and you have like all this footage, right? And then you could just layer it. And in fact, technology's so good now, you could do that live. So you know how they're like, oh, look, here's a video of a volcano, even though it'll never really be live. But like you could do that. You could have something high in the sky videoing above a continent that has a giant volcano eruption, and you could do it live, right? And then overlay something on top of it. That was completely random, not necessarily about the point, but I just wanted to point out to everyone that apparently China's dropping the ball. And so now we have to decide, either is the argument, well, it's not just the U.S. government. You think all the government agencies are lying? So it's like, okay, like, let's go look at the other ones then. Or are we not going to include China, right? You can't pick and choose. So, Jeremy, did you just say, I swear I've heard one before? You're talking about a globe argument that's not fallacious? There's probably are a few.
There's got to be one, dude.
I don't know. I couldn't come up with one.
I rarely interrupt. I just want to say good evening to everyone, but it feels prudent because I have a question about the physics of an experiment that is pretty common to what you're speaking about right now, if I may.
Yeah.
Now, so the weather balloons that go up really high that you can see extremely far, would it be possible to add a drone or some device to control the direction in which it's facing? Would it be possible to use a combination of both of those things to physically document 24 hours of a sun above the horizon? It's just been bugging me lately. It feels like there's no, well, you guys.
Well, it can't. I'll help you out here. It can't see that far. Right? The Earth is really big, and the sun's going to move away. But you can, of course, get in a plane, and you can keep the plane. You can follow it, and you can keep the sun up above the horizon in your view the entire time. So we can follow the sun in a plane. But can we just see it the whole entire time? Like, no, because whatever camera you're using would have to see incredibly far, right? And it would have to fight the physics of light attenuation.
Well, we're approaching the June solstice. Like, I live in Canada. I don't see 24-hour sun where I am, but Alaska, they see 24-hour sun, right? So I guess what I'm saying is, if we were able to get up high enough to see enough of the plane that you could tell that, like, the sun is above the horizon, like, you could if it was a globe, it would disappear at some point from that altitude, would it not? Like if you were hovering above a ball. So, and I humbly ask this. I am
No, yeah, you're good.
perfectly aware it could be the silliest thing you've ever been asked. And
No,
I do
no, no,
appreciate
no.
it.
I mean, the 24-hour sun, like the midnight sun, like actually, I do think that would be pretty dope to see, to try to track and record. It's really hard to track things in a balloon, though. Like it's very chaotic.
That's what I mean. If you could affix somehow like some precision to it via a drone or even like, I don't do programming, but if you could make a little device with a fan that you could control via remote control, if you had the accuracy and you were close enough to, the farthest reaching north, the transit that the sun does, and when it's the closest to north, right? If you could see the entire ring of it from up high without deviating, because you would see the earth plane below it too. So that's like 2 for 1. You see the sun for 24 hours, but you see the land basically below where this apparatus is hanging out too. I don't know. I can't stop thinking about it, and I feel silly. Like, is it even possible? And then, lo and behold, here's a Witsit discussion. I humbly ask this because I think it would be fun to build. But if it's not possible,
I think it's an interesting. I mean, I think it would be an engineering feat. You would have to figure out how to keep it, not only keep it stable, but then track just a second. And then track the sun, right? But I will say, I think it would be awesome to see it. I will say, obviously, that the globe would see it as well. Like for the midnight sun, the globe would see it for 24 hours as well. So that wouldn't necessarily be a falsification. It still would be cool, or to figure that out anyway. I do know there's commercially available drones apparently that go very high now, and they're actually solar powered, and they go. Does anyone know, like 120,000 feet or something crazy? So like the height of a lot of balloons. Yeah.
Wow.
Well, that would be your best bet.
Yeah. I appreciate that thing. Well, at least it wasn't a big flopper. You're crazy, lady. No, I appreciate that, guys. Thanks.
Yeah. I'm gonna play this video. I think everyone can see it. Find it interesting. This is the Chinese space station. And this isn't proof of anything, but it's just for all these people with this like cognitive approach. They're like, oh, you think all the other space agencies are lying? It's like when someone says that, they've never looked at other space agencies. Or they would never say that. Like, what is that? Wait up. Just wait. So they're supposedly at like what? The same height as, let's see how high they supposedly are. How high? 264 miles. So, oh look, the Earth is concave. Look at that, bro. Okay, let's compare it. Now, the ISS is how high? 255 miles, right? No, the ISS uses cameras that don't cause curvature. Look how much that's curved in comparison. Look at this. Look at that. That's obvious. That's obviously not real, though, right? Can we agree? What is this?
Yeah. This is hilarious.
I'm sorry, that's like the fakest thing. Maybe this is like a mock account or something. This can't be real, right? Maybe
One thing I was thinking. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt. Let me know when I'm good.
You're good.
Okay. One thing I was thinking about what she was saying there was that, okay, so she mentioned drones on the balloon. If those balloons have solar, this is just a quick little point. I'm not going to take a lot of time. If those balloons have solar, if you have 2 different drones up there that interchange and just come back to get charged, why couldn't we just have that footage up there? That's kind of what I was thinking. They come back to get power and they have a good camera on it. I don't know. Could give us some footage.
No, I think you can get footage, right? I'm just saying, like, technically the midnight sun, quote unquote, isn't going to be exclusive. It would be really cool, though, right? Because we've obviously seen the time lapse track the sun in a 360, like on the ground. To see that in the sky would be very cool because it would be very obvious to see it over a plain Earth, just go in a circle over a flat horizon. That would be incredible. I'm all for figuring out how to do it. I'll tell you that. It's a long time. That's 24 hours.
Yeah, for sure. I didn't realize that was the thing you were attributing it to. I was just trying to figure out how we could get the cameras to be up there, and we have our own method of doing it, right? Like if we have some sort of solar balloon, we can get our own measurements and stuff. We don't have to rely on other people, right? Could just, I don't know. It'd still be hard. But anyways, I'll let you get back to it. Sorry.
That's all good. I'm just showing some of these videos because like that looks pretty flat to me, bro. Did they forget to apply the curvature? Is this the same height of the ISS? Like, am I tripping?
Could you link that video?
Yeah. I'm dropping it in. Is there a audience text? That's what that is? Okay. Audience text. And then I have another one as well. And what sucks is, so what I'm doing right now is I'm compiling a lot of the space videos and I'm trying to get the original files, and dude, it's not easy. Sometimes when you find them messing up, that NASA takes them off the archive. It's very crazy, but here, and this doesn't prove that NASA is lying, right? This just proves that China is using video manipulation, not this one, but this other one I'm about to show. But I think it is important because people always say like, oh, do you think all the space agencies are lying? It's like, have you ever gone and looked at China and Japan's videos, man? It's like the worst thing I've ever seen. Look at this. Look at that. What is that? Bro, what is that? so to make it relevant to the, I'm saying like, look, if we say, all right, dude, we don't buy that, you don't get to say prove it's fake. You don't get to say that this proves that the Earth's a globe. It's like, this can obviously be faked. It clearly looks like it's faked. We don't have to believe it's real. It's not proof it's real. You're just relying on a communist government telling you that they're in space. So that's how it's relevant, of course. But I think that this looks ridiculous. Like, what is that? What happened to the curve of the Earth? Which one is it?
Austin, I just pulled up that video on my own monitor and I drew a straight line, and you can actually see the curve. Like it does curve above the line. It's just it's more slight than the other videos you're showing. I suppose they're just using a longer lens. Maybe that lens is further back on the module and it's zoomed in. It's got like a narrower frame, I think.
Yeah. So
that would be my guess.
At the very beginning, it does look like it has a slight curve. If you look at the one I'm looking at right now, I mean, draw a straight line on that, and the curve. If the curve is there, it's upside down, right? If there's a curve in this one, it's
1 minute 13.
Yeah, this looks like a concave Earth. And then there's another one that looks concave as well.
Well, see, once you've got, let me draw that.
At 34 seconds as well, the Earth is concave.
Well, to be clear too, if you nitpick any optics, you're always going to find a slight deviation. Like nothing's going to be perfectly straight in Euclidean. It's just a fact of all optical observations.
Like if the Earth is completely flat and you went up really high and filmed it, you're not gonna see a perfectly flat line. I mean, you can use like a rectilinear
even on that
lens.
one that you just told me where it's concave. If we draw the line, it's actually not. It's still there's still more above the line in the middle than on the edges.
I mean, I personally
I can stream it into the chat if you want to see.
Yeah, because I think you're looking at it backwards. Like the Earth is up above us, which means that the curve the curve. That means
I'm inverting the perspective. Yeah. Okay, so there's more below the line that I'm drawing above.
Yeah. So it's like concave Earth.
Can I share a video? Yeah, maybe you have to give me perms.
That's a great example of the optics thing.
I don't know if he has perms.
You'd probably just have to.
I know.
It just doesn't say I can share my screen.
Well, you definitely can't.
I was convinced it was concave for a while. I had convinced myself we were inside of a ball.
All right,
let me show
the screen right now.
Let me show the audience. Okay, you're good.
Okay, so yeah, so there's you can see can you see my cursor too? I think you can see that in the middle there's more below the line than there is on the edge. I didn't nail it perfectly, But over here, I nailed it pretty perfect. But in the middle, there's more below, so there
Right.
is a perceptible curve. There's
Yeah, but you see that
not
the Earth,
concave.
yeah, it is. The Earth is above us, which means that it should be curving the other way.
No,
Earth-
it's below the line. That's the way it would curve if the Earth's above.
If the black part was the Earth, but the black
black's
part,
not the Earth.
I know exactly.
If the
Right?
black was the Earth, it would be curved the other direction. There would be.
Wait, can someone else input here? Am I
Do
tripping?
you see my red line?
I
Yeah, I'm
see.
drawing the-
I see the red line. What I'm saying is, yeah, that's curving where there's. Wait, am I
Let's see how
tripping?
there's more Earth below the middle
No,
of the
yeah,
line,
yeah,
just like you would expect.
That's true. That makes sense. Yeah,
there's-
you're right. You're right.
And at the other timestamp, I had before, it's even more perceptible. If I go back to it, let me see.
What was it?
Trash this line. If I come back to the
34 seconds.
yeah,
Okay, 34 seconds. It's bending the wrong way for sure.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, that's
you're
backwards.
clear on a different lens here. That's probably got some wide angle happening to it. So there's some sort of lens distortion happening here.
Oh,
But
yeah.
you would expect on this one that you would expect if there was lens distortion, it would bend the other way in relation to the line that I'm drawing. Lens distortion would make it. In fact, there probably is lens distortion. So in reality, you would expect that since this is above the midline of the lens, you would expect that what you're seeing is actually probably less curve than there actually is, even though you still can perceive some curve. In reality, you would expect there's more, since this is even with the negative lens distortion.
Why does how come when we see ISS 10 miles lower, it's way more pronounced curvature? And people claim it's proof that the Earth's a globe. Right, so
Well, it's just different focal lengths. You're just going to see different amounts.
okay, so we're agreeing that you
Here's
can go up
Bob.
in the sky and use a camera and make the Earth look completely different, make it look curved, make it look concave.
Yeah, dude. When I shoot on the ground, if I do a skateboarding film with a 5 millimeter lens or something, I can make a building look curved for sure.
Yeah, of course. And this one, people say this is proof though. And this is what I'm going to show as well. This one is like, I think this actually like busts them using CGI. Because they have like a chord. I gotta figure out how to play it. It's not being gay, but they have like a chord that just starts fading in and out. Like the middle part of it disappears. But it doesn't matter. Like if China's faking stuff in space, it doesn't prove the Earth's flat, but like I'm just saying that logically we cannot accept. I mean, you can do whatever you want to, obviously, but like logically, if we say we're not buying it, or we challenge it, or we deny it, like you can't shift it and tell us to prove it's fake. It's like what? No, like for what you're invoking it for, as to show the Earth's a globe, it's inconsistent. It shows convex, concave, more flat. Like this can't prove the Earth is a ball.
What I think the difference is in there's two different types of lens distortion. You have barrel distortion and pincushion distortion. So this video you have up right now of the Chinese spacewalk is barrel distortion or actually, no, it would both be pincushion distortion, where the edges at the top and bottom are curving outward, right? So what's happening here is because the bottom of the Earth is curved downward, the pincushion distortion from the lens is sort of flattening that, right?
Right.
Whereas if you go to the ISS video, where the curve is where
Earth's
the
below the middle, right?
right,
It
Earth
increases
is below the middle, so the black is on top. So the curve of the lens is even farther accentuating.
Okay, so
curve
it's
of
it's
the
ma-
Earth.
it's
diminishing the curve.
manipulated, unreliable footage. Can you stop sharing? Because I'm about to show this other one from China, so we can just get all the cognites out of the way.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the thing, real quick. Let me jump in. On a flat Earth, you see in a circle. What happens when you start going up from a circle? Like I would expect it to start curving at some point.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree with that. I would expect that if you're seeing a light that's creating a circular pattern, you would see a circular,
Guys, check
shape
this out.
of the day.
Check this out. This is so funny. This is official China space station footage. Now, okay, what is that? What is that right there? that has to be overlaid, right? I mean, there's what is that?
Here, can you play it?
That looks like a wire that's dangling, or a rope or something that's out from that module.
Why is it fading in and out though?
I don't know. It's weird.
That's got to be a layer, right? It's the only.
It could also be that that's a 360 camera, and that's where the seam is on the camera.
Ooh,
It's not a
yeah.
perfect seam.
Dude, that's not what a seam looks like in a 360 cam. Come on.
No, that's
It looks like
that
a
is
green screen
exactly what it
model.
looks
Yeah.
like. Sometimes that there is exactly a little. That's where the stitching happens, and it's
Oh, I
crossing
see
over
what
that
you're
stitching
saying.
layer. Yeah,
I see what I was looking at the wrong thing, maybe.
that's what I would guess. Is that's why you're having that one. Actually looks a little concave, which 360 cameras are essentially just two ultra wide lenses that are 180 degrees from each other.
I know I have them. And normally they make like a strict line down the middle. But if it's a 360 camera, why don't we have the 360 view?
Because they cropped it.
Yeah, they just
They just
recorded
inconveniently.
that.
This is what I'm saying.
They
Like,
just didn't upload the 360 file.
think about what you guys are doing right now. You're defending a communist government that is showing us 4 different types of curvature, one of which is concave, with objects disappearing in the middle of the footage. Like, I'm just
No,
saying, like,
it's showing us-
just zoom out and think about what you're doing. Like,
Yeah,
it's
I'm not
crazy.
I mean, your theory is that that's some sort of weird overlay glitch that they missed, and my theory is that maybe it could also just another explanation could be the seam stitching of a 360 cam could create that, because it seems to happen
but
all in the same
the
exact spot.
seafoam guy knows for a fact that it is who I'm responding to.
Well, I mean, it definitely looks like ones I've seen.
Okay, and so let's just see if we can all be intellectually honest here. We cannot trust what's seen in this footage as definitive evidence of what the Earth looks like. Certainly that it's a ball, when we're seeing grossly different rates of curvature, even concave. Right? This obviously can't be considered proof the Earth is a globe, right?
Yeah, if you want to distrust, then yeah, you can't. If you want to say no, we don't admit that as evidence, then that's fair.
Is this here's the real question? Is this, are you guys are saying that the lens is actually making it less curved? Is that your argument? It's countering the curve?
When it's below the
Yeah.
midline, it counters it. It decreases the curve. When it's above the midline, it increases it.
Yeah. So if you look up, like, you see where that logo, that blue logo is at the top? You see how there's like a sheet that's like, looks like it's super curved? I'd venture to guess that that's probably like a straight piece of plastic, but the lens distortion is just so awful that it makes it look like a curved piece.
So you guys agree that if I put this in my video editor, I could prove whether or not that's a 360 camera, because wherever the portion is that it fades out, I can take that.
Can I say something?
Just a second. I can put a line there, and then anything as it crosses that line should disappear, right? If
Well,
things
that'd
disappear
be-
out,
like,
if things
if you
disappear
put-
outside of that line, it can't be. I have a 360 camera. I know how they work.
Yeah, that'd be a
I
good
think
test.
This video specifically, like, are you saying like wrap it around a sphere and make it a
What?
360?
No.
So I have
The
something to
portion.
say.
Just a second,
It's important.
bro. The portion of the right here where it's disappearing, right? You could slow it down and you could see the width of which it's disappearing. And you can put a little line here, and you could put it up and down on the whole screen. That means that anytime something crosses, which it's already easily refuted, what about everything above it? What about all this stuff right here? If it's a 360
Well-
camera that's stitched together, why is it only when?
Well,
Good.
it's not necessarily vertical to the orientation of the video. The seam could be running it slightly diagonal. It's just it's going to be vertical to however the camera's oriented. So it's not necessarily a
But
straight
you
up and
say,
down
but it
line.
would have to all be below this, right? Because like none of this is cut out like a 360 camera. None of the supposed station here.
Well, it's not cutting out anything, but what you're going to see is that there's going to be a little aberration.
Do you see
The
any in the
offset,
station?
Typically.
If you could give me that link, let me see if I could pull up your timestamp.
This is actually a raw video.
mean-
This is a raw video.
Oh, you have
This
it
is all
reversed.
speculation on your part that it's a 360 cam and that's where the stitch is,
The
right?
Earth,
Yeah, I'm just
the
literally just
Earth,
guessing at another cause that could
the
cause
Earth
that
should
sky to
also be
an overlap.
distorted because they are orbiting it. So why doesn't the line run through the Earth? Why isn't the Earth distorted?
Yeah.
The Earth should be like right there where the line is. If they're orbiting the Earth should also be distorted, not just the string thing.
Yeah, and so logically, we know this is exactly what happened if, say, you have a video in the background that's of the Earth here, and you overlay what's on top. Well, now that you have the black background on the top, like it's way easier to keep your layer like looking legit, right? But now that you have the chord cross over into the background contrast, where the contrast isn't as great, now you're gonna run into the possibility of it like basically messing up like a green screen does. Like if I turn my green screen on right now, right? So like we know for sure that's a possibility. It 100% can explain what we're seeing here is layering, and not necessarily even a green screen, right? Like there's all kinds of different like rolling matte methods and stuff like that. But so that does make sense, right? And so like we're putting another idea on here. Does anyone have a response to why he's saying he doesn't think that it could be a 360?
The Earth is also being stitched together, so that also should be glitching exactly like that string. Except it's
No,
perfect. Look at the clouds.
I don't think you're right about that exactly. Actually, the difference in the distance. There's actually like a little. What would be the name of it? There's a zone. There's a zone where the stitching struggles the most. Outside of that zone, it can see pretty.
Basically, it could be a 360 camera. I think the point here is it could be. Let me explain that first. It could be a 360 camera with just the rope. If you're doing like one of those multiple shot cameras where you have a few in a row, one of them. If they're stitched together or the one and the other, you may miss the rope in between because it's so skinny, and you wouldn't lose the background there. I don't think that's what it is. But to be honest, for this evidence to be proven true, they'd have to tell us what cameras are being used and how they're being used so that we could get the correct footage. But if they just put them out as random points, then this can't be used as evidence, and it's totally false. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, not for sure, but like, it's not proof, right? But the fact is that
I'm not
they're using. Sorry, I was just trying to get this point. I forgot. The fact is that they are using footage that can be deceptive, and they're not proving that it's not deceptive by being like, oh, we have this camera and it's doing this. You know, this is what it would actually look like. You know, they could easily do all of that, but they don't. You know,
so I don't want to get. I don't want to
camera that would just be right.
I don't want to get too lost here. So to be fair, none of them sent this video and said this is proof the Earth's a globe. It's a video I brought up. And I'm trying to make sure that we can use logic here. That's the reason I'm bringing it up, right? It's like the shifting the burden of proof fallacy would be like, prove it's fake, prove it's whatever. It's like, no, we're just denying or challenging that this is legitimate. But here's like a follow-up logical question that I want to ask, right? If we catch them faking something, do you agree that at that point, we can no longer just accept or assume authenticity of anything they show us in the future?
For sure.
I want the people that believe in this stuff to answer.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if you allowed to work both ways, then I think that would be a valid way of testing, because like I think you disagree, but I think that you made a claim the other day that you found them faking something. I think you were wrong. So I don't throw out everything that you say because you were wrong.
No, that's not this. Yeah, but that's not the same, right? Like, I'm talking about if there's a group of people that are claiming to go somewhere you can't go and that they're showing you video evidence of it. If you ever catch them lying and faking it, it would be ignorant to just like assume that where they don't mess up or you don't catch them must be real when you know it can be faked. Like, we disagree on that.
I agree. I agree with you on the rules of proper skepticism.
we disagree on the other footage. I think like I should have clarified in the post description. Everyone thought that when they discovered it was a reflection, that it proved it. Now, like, it's documented and recorded in this room. I brought the footage in there. We looked at it. We saw it was a reflection, and then we pointed out that it's got a hook on it, right? And like, why is there like a hook? Why is there some reflection with the thing on a hook right where that part of his shoulder is? And then I put it out. Everyone just assumed like, haha, stupid flirt, if this is a reflection. I knew it was a reflection before I put the video and made the video, but that's not even like the worst one, right? Like, the worst ones are like where this astronaut's floating there talking, and then you can speed it up 16x and you can see objects in the little bag moving around and falling down and then resting on objects, falling down while they're supposedly floating in space, right? There's all kinds of stuff.
We got the guy from ESA doing a flip and falling mid flip. There's so much fakery, but in the meantime, we still don't have a globe argument without a fallacy.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
I have one.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
hear
I
it.
have one too.
And I'm
but,
saying I got 3 questions that are not proofs, but I'll hold back until there's time for like maybe open discussion.
Okay. Let's hear the evidence of the heliocentric model void of logically fallacious reason.
Sure. This is in honor of tonight's full moon. So tonight's full moon appears the same angular size all night long, which should indicate that it's the same distance all night long. I mean, within 2% for both of those anyway. And that matches the heliocentric model, so I would call that evidence for that model.
Okay, Matthew, you know that has fallacies in it, bro.
It's saying that there's evidence for that model.
Okay.
What fallacies?
Well, for one, dude, the model was made from what we see, right? But you're basically saying that if the model's true, this will happen, this happens, therefore model's true.
No, I'm saying that
That's what you're saying.
that observation is evidence for the model because it's what the model predicts.
Okay, I point out it's not a prediction. They didn't come up with the globe supposedly in Greece and be like, here's how much the moon will change in angular size. It was hundreds of years of us documenting the moon and what it does, right? But what I'm pointing out is it is a very basic, like, affirming the consequent. You're saying, if my model's true, this will happen. This happens, therefore my model's true.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't mean this to be like a proof. I'm sort of like presenting it as evidence, not like a logical, a solid logical proof. Because in the heliocentric model, the distance to the moon doesn't change all night long. And my understanding is that on the flat Earth, you would expect the distance to the moon to change as it moves over a flat plane. And so this observation is evidence that favors the idea that the distance to the moon doesn't change all night.
Okay, the angular size of the moon changes pretty significantly throughout its cycle.
Right.
It can change up to like 15%, I think.
Yeah, I'm talking about this during the space of a single night. Tonight, for example, the night of a full moon like tonight.
So, I mean, obviously, we would just say, like, for one, you're kind of straw manning the flat Earth. Right? It would be like a false claim of exclusivity, right? Like, this can only happen if the heliocentric model is true. Like, it's obviously not true, right? Like, you can have. First of all, like, let's just talk about why does the moon not change angular size much throughout the night in the heliocentric model?
Because it's the same distance, so it follows the law of perspective. Things get smaller if they're farther away, but in this case, it stays about the same size, so it's about the same distance all night. About
the same distance, right? Because of course it's not the same distance.
Right. I said less than 2%. Let's call it.
Okay, so then
I think he's saying also that on a flat Earth it would be much more than 2%.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's my point. Strawman. So, like, how are you getting that claim?
From what I understand, most flat Earth people say that the moon moves in a circle over the flat Earth, and this observation is true no matter where on Earth you are. It's true simultaneously at multiple cities thousands of miles apart.
Okay. What is that?
I guess we would have to know that what's the distance of the moon on the flat Earth model.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you want us to claim it, or you want to pick a basically.
Why don't you?
Because we don't know what it is. It's like, this is the point I was making earlier. You can't. Like, if you think we could measure it, think about this. This is very simple logic.
I know exactly how you could.
But let's pretend we'll use trigonometry to measure the distance to the moon.
Why not just geometry?
You're going to use a triangle.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not going to triangulate the
measure
image.
the shadow of moonlight in one city and then go 1,000 miles away, measure the shadow there, and then just do a Pythagorean theorem. You can figure out the distance of one of those legs on the triangle.
You know when we can do that? When there's a stellium eclipse, we'll start drawing triangles. We'll see how that works out for the globe model.
Let me make this point real fast. So, say we were going to use trigonometry to determine the distance to the moon, right? It's like, well, we see the sun and the moon appear to be the same size in the sky, right? So if we're going to just use trig, we would get a similar distance for the sun and the moon. Your model claims that the sun is 400 times bigger, therefore 400 times further away. So now if we can use basic logic right now, right? We can't just claim we should be able to look up at the sky, assume an actual position, and then know the distance to something. Because if we do that with your model, we have two objects that are the same angular size that have drastically different distances. One of them is 93 million miles away. One of them is less than a quarter or just over a quarter million miles away. So like it's this like consistent theme of double standard with the the flyer should be able to just go out there and use trig and know exactly how far the sun and moon are. But your model can't do that. Because if you did that, then you'd have the sun and the moon being like the same distance. And obviously you can take that relationship and you could say, oh, well, actually the sun is 5,000 times further away than the moon, but it's 5,000 times bigger, right? So there's not even evidence that it's the 400 value. So, and this is the other elephant in the room here. You have to assume you're seeing an actual position. So, like when we look at the moon, we'd have to assume we see an actual position. The same thing when it comes to the sun. But we know that we don't see the actual position. Even in the globe model, the way that we determine, say, like sunset time, we use the equation of time, which uses an apparent sun, the mean apparent sun, the apparent location of it. Because even in the globe model, you can't assume that you're seeing the sun where it actually is to even be able to predict sunsets. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but it only varies by half a degree.
What varies?
The position
Not
of the sun
actual
on the globe
position.
model.
The not actual position.
Right.
Yeah, that's the point I'm making. So, like those who believe in the globe don't get to tell us what the acceptable limit of deviation from actual to apparent is. The point is that it's not actual. So to turn around and say flat Earth should have to treat it like it's actual or treat it within a certain amount is ridiculous. I don't want to divert too much and go all over the place, but I'm going to throw this out here for the audience that may not know. Whenever they were predicting the eclipse, right? People like to act like the heliocentric model can predict the eclipse is so good, and that's proof of the heliocentric model. And it's very similar to what Matthew was doing. Well, no, it's post-diction. We saw the cycles, and then you're just going to be like, well, the cycle's repeating. But this is super funny what happened. So as the eclipse gets closer and closer, dude, I'm happy for you to respond. Let me just lay this out. As the eclipse gets closer, we get more and more accurate predictions, and that's because we use the periodicity of the moon. Okay. That's a fact. We use ascension, like inclination. We use the orbital path. We use the sidereal rotation. And this is how we determine it. And so as it's closer and closer and closer, we get a more accurate prediction. People like McToon and many globers will say, well, no, the Saros cycle could only kind of know the day. But now that we have the heliocentric model, we can predict down to like the second or the minute. That is a lie. We do not use the heliocentric model. We don't even have a three-body equation. All we have is approximations. You don't even have a three-body equation. And if it was so accurate, you would know for sure. You wouldn't have to wait till it gets closer. But time and date and NASA will both tell you that they wait until a few weeks out to even start trying to make the predictions. And then I'm going to say this last part here, which is they were wrong this last time, right? And they were changing it leading up, and they changed it by like up to almost a mile. The actual path of totality went from like 115 to 114. And they claimed that it's because the angular size of the sun was actually different than they thought. It was slightly bigger than they thought. And they changed the angular size of the sun like not even a full arc second, but they were measuring to 2 decimal places of arc seconds, which means that we should be able to take that same measurement method and show that the angular size of the sun changes 0.08 arc seconds from horizon up from like sunrise up to noon to your zenith, and then back down to the horizon at sunset. Because on the globe, the sun should change angular size 0.08 arc seconds up to zenith and then back down. Because if the Earth's a sphere, obviously when it's above you, it's closer to you than when it's down at the horizon because of the curvature of the Earth, right? It's because it's a sphere. So every time I've brought that up, I've been like, no, actually, your model does require an angular size change, basic geometry. Can you guys verify it? They say, no, it's too sensitive to measure. It's just so small. But then your own model had to come and claim that they could measure that much to try to explain how they got the eclipse prediction wrong. And I'm pointing all that out to point out this illusion that the heliocentric model has like such an awesome, perfect working model for the sun and the moon isn't true. It's literally not true. And we have to account for apparent positions and keep on tailoring it to what we see over time, blah, blah, blah. All right, Seafun, what you got?
Well, what I was gonna say, you kind of addressed it. I was just gonna say that the cycle can't really predict, you know, the time of the eclipse to the second. You have to do other measurements to do that.
Yeah. Specifically, we use the ECEF. So we use a geocentric Earth position. The globe would say, the heliocentric model would say, well, yeah, but that's good enough because we're from the Earth. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Right? We use ECF, and then what we use is the angle of the moon, and we use the path of the moon. And because the moon isn't this perfectly predictable path that people think it is, I think that if the heliocentric model was true, I would know the size of the Earth. I would know the amount of gravity of the Earth. I would know the size of the moon, the amount of gravity of the moon, and I would know the same for the sun. I would then be able to predict exactly where everything is going to be with an equation. To the very second, there would be no limit to precision. I should be able to predict everything thousands and thousands of years out perfectly, no questions asked, because we have a certain amount of gravity, a certain size, a certain distance. We should be able to know exactly what's going to happen. But that does not exist. We have a three-body problem, so we can't even have an equation that can work out the math for the three bodies within your gravity paradigm. We have approximations that we know aren't actually accurate. And if you assume these relationships, they don't work, we have to wait till it gets closer and closer to the time of the eclipse to see what the moon's actually doing, because your model isn't what everyone claims it is. They had to change the actual prediction for the eclipse multiple times this last eclipse. I think that this is significant because the vast majority of people that believe in the globe go around saying stuff like, oh yeah, sure, they could predict the day with the star cycle, but now we can predict the exact location, how big the width is, what time it's going to happen, where it's going to happen, all this, right? That isn't true. It doesn't have anything to do with the globe heliocentric model. It's nothing to do with it at all. This is a kind of a random subject, but I want people to know, like, could the Earth be a globe in theory? Yeah, whatever. Like, but the confidence that people think they have in it is completely unfounded. Right? Like you have to learn more about it so you can hold an accurate belief. The eclipse has nothing to do with your model. In fact, we have eclipses that happen that don't work with your model. So that was a bit of a rant, but now you guys know. And then I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole. It's more like a NASA fraud thing, but I was throwing this into my editor and I was going to slow it down because we should be able to see. We should be able to see if it actually is all disappearing at the same part, you guys. Well, how about this? Let's just skip to the chase. If we proved that this was layered, would you guys then accept that we can't believe any of the videos that we're getting from the Chinese Space Agency?
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty damning if you could prove that was layered.
So as it stands right now, Big Tech, you've never seen anything that's convinced you of any fakery when it comes to space stuff?
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh, I was just wondering.
No, we talked about it before. My theory is that I have seen what appears to be them acting out certain things in some sort of studio. And my theory on that is that, all those that I've seen, they look like little educational programs that they're putting on, maybe for earth science class in elementary school or some educational thing. And maybe it's just cheaper. Maybe it's literally just cheaper to film something you can do multiple takes rather than doing it in space with astronauts. Like once in a while, maybe they do fake stuff for cost savings and whatever. I don't think that means that all videos of space are fake if they do sometimes do things in a studio. But I also don't know for sure. I've just seen things that look a little fishy. I'll definitely give you that. Little clips that I've seen that seem cherry picked. So I'm a little skeptical of the cherry picking, but I'm not sure every single thing that they claim comes from space actually is. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah. So see. Yeah, to me, this is a very foreign idea, right? Because like when when I saw things, so I've seen many videos where I'm like, yo, they did a really good job. And I can see why someone would watch it and believe they're in space. Like there are videos that exist where they don't mess up. Like it takes so long to like look frame by frame through all this footage anyway. Like who knows what
Actually, wouldn't you say like at least like 99%, 99.5 or 99.9% of the time, it's pretty freaking good. But if you really comb through once in a while, you can find something here, a little tiny thing. You're like, hey, what was that? But most of the time, it's like perfect.
I wouldn't say it's that long, but I would say that that big of a number. But
like,
I would
aren't there
say,
hundreds and hundreds of hours, and like once in a while you can find a second that looks a little fishy?
Maybe, yeah. Like the percentage isn't great, but this is the reason, right? This is what I'm saying. We get arguments from both sides, and it's wild. So like, someone will say, "You think the military and the government are faking space, and they're not good enough at it that they let you catch them messing up?" And it's like, no. The vast majority of times they don't mess up because, like you said, it's the military. We've had this equipment since like the 60s. We've had the traveling map method since the 40s, right? So like, it's insane that they ever mess up. It's just that whoever puts out the final part, they're fallible, right? And they may miss a thing here and there. So then it's like, if that was like your line of reasoning, which is like, oh well, like it's insane to me to think that you believe the government's faking space and they let you catch them. It's like, well, no, the vast majority of the time that they don't mess up. And then you come over here and say like, well, look at how rarely you can catch them messing up. I mean, I think if we're all being honest, in the scenario that they're faking it, we would actually expect that. We would expect that you almost never see them messing up. Like if the military was going to make fake propaganda films, certainly in 2024, right, or even the 2000s, we wouldn't really expect to see them mess up a lot. It's like actually kind of insane that they've ever messed up because they should be fact checking it the whole way, have like 3 or 4 people look at it, make sure that nothing messed up. Can't we kind of all agree? Like we're talking about the military, So like, yeah.
I don't know. I don't actually put. I mean, the military is just. I mean, I know some military people, and they're just kind of like a bunch of bozos to me. But I haven't ever personally seen like a smoking gun. Like this is irrefutable. Like, look, we caught him. Personally, I've seen a lot of little cherry pick things that look a little fishy, but none of them are like a smoking gun. It's usually like a shotgun. Like here's like 10 or 20 little things. Isn't this weird? Isn't this weird? But if you look close at any one of them, I'm like, well, there's actually. I don't think that's what you're saying. It is like necessarily. That's been my experience.
Well, this isn't
like right here. I'm like, well, this could be the stitching on it.
Oh yeah, that's not even. I'm pulling this up to show how flat the Earth looks. Like we compare this to the ISS. The ISS is way more curved. So provably, the stuff they're showing us is being altered drastically by lenses. And so anyone saying proof the Earth's a ball is look, you can see curvature in these videos is incorrect. That's the point, right? It's like, and the Shelly guy was like, show me one video from these satellites where the Earth looks flat. Like, this is what you would expect a flat Earth to look like right here. Because there's not a lens in the world that you could get out and expect to have no curvature imposed at all. Like, it doesn't exist, right? Like,
no, I'm sorry. I don't mean to take a sarcastic tone. But if this is two extreme wide angle lenses stitched together, if we do theorize that this was a 360 camera, then it's not surprising that you would see below the horizon, the midpoint of those two lenses, that the curve would be reduced. It would even, if you go further down, it would go concave. Like it would warp opposite. I don't think you're right.
Right on what?
I think there's no lens in the world that would make it look like this. Isn't that what you just said? There's no. It's like
no. I said there's no lens in the world that you can comfortably state that it wouldn't distort the image and impose curvature. If the Earth were flat and you went up, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So because like this, what always happens is like you show a horizon that looks incredibly flat, and if they can find like that it's not perfectly horizontal in any way, they're like, oh, there it is. It's like, dude, do you know how lenses work? Like. I couldn't take a perfectly flat picture of my desk. If I compressed my desk, it'll start curving on the ends with any camera I use. Anyway, and like I was gonna show you like another thing that I do consider a smoking gun if it's understood, but it's not necessarily what this is about. This is like a real NASA fraud type of show. I don't necessarily want to do that.
I'm still standing by with my 3 questions for you, and they're not gotchas. I literally just don't know your answers for these, and I think they're interesting if you want to hear them.
Yeah, sure. Let's see if there was one person that said they had, okay, Matthews was affirming the consequence, false claim of exclusivity. I mean, really, if you're going to get really into it, like reification.
Begging the question. Dude,
Yeah.
it was loaded with fallacies.
Yeah, straw man.
Circular reasoning.
Yeah. Post hoc rationalization. All right.
Oh, you know what? While you're doing that, I have one that's more relevant to your question. You're saying that you're looking for proof that's infallible, or it's like, it's not fallacious.
Not fallacious, yeah.
What do you mean by proof? Because my understanding of even the word itself is just sufficient evidence, right?
I said empirical evidence void of logically fallacious reasoning, just to avoid the whole proof argument.
Empirical evidence.
Empirical means observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable.
So you're looking for one piece of evidence that's empirical and
not fallacious.
Is used. Well, evidence. I don't even know if. So your argument for the evidence. So
yeah.
Fallacious would be the argument. That would be the syllogism, the logic that you're using. But the evidence itself is infallible.
In order to present evidence in context of for any postulation, it has to be in the form of an argument. You know what I'm saying?
So you're wanting empirical evidence put into a non-fallacious argument.
Yeah.
Got it.
Good. I want to find this video because it is insane, and to me, this is like GG to me, but I get that people might disagree. But we can move on. I mean, and we'll go to your questions right after this. Seafoam, you said you had like a piece of empirical evidence that verifies the heliocentric model void of logically fallacious reasoning.
Well, I think you said earlier, like heliocentric model / globe Earth, right? Or are we just doing heliocentrism?
No, well, yeah. The heliocentric model is just the most efficient way to say it because that obviously includes a globe. So,
Got
like,
it.
any part of the core claims.
Yeah. All right, then, yeah.
Go ahead.
You want me to go ahead, or weren't you going to pull some up?
Oh, no, I'm just asking if you have one. Obviously, I'm just going to let you guys know almost all your evidence is affirming the consequent, begging the question, and then reifying the model as if it's true. Well, one thing I want to say, for example, like gravity's a concept, right? And so, like, if you just treat it as if it's a real physical thing, typically guys do it that as if it's a force, and the model doesn't claim that. Reification. So those are like the 3 big ones. It's like begging the question, affirming, which is technically informal, and affirming the consequent depending on how you present it, and then a reification of like whatever conceptual glue it is within that model. Those are the 3 most primary ones. So like if anyone's trying to actually think about this, even just at home, which everyone should, right? Because it's just, let's get to the truth. I want to be confident in my position. It isn't fallacious, right? Because if it's the truth, then you should be able to have like logically consistent and valid reasoning for it. Look out for those. Like if you start to think, well, wouldn't this be evidence of a globe? Just step back and think like, wait, does it require the presupposition the Earth is a globe to claim this as evidence? And whenever I think, oh, this wouldn't work on a flat Earth, like, why am I saying that? Would the other flat earthers say that? Right? Like, am I straw manning the other position? Okay. I want to ask this question though, because this is like the main point I was making. Does everyone agree that the default position based on like experience and observation and the empirical evidence that we have that the Earth is a stationary plane?
Like, could you ask that again?
Is the default position based on observation, experience, and empirical evidence, accessible empirical evidence that we have? The default, meaning like the first one. The default position is that the Earth is a stationary plane.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption to start with.
Nice.
To be fair, it's also reasonable to assume that the sun goes beneath the Earth at sunset. And I think like 10,000 years ago, if you ask people, that's what they would have said. The Earth is flat, stationary. The sun goes under the Earth and comes up on the other side.
Maybe, but the only thing about that is like you can look at how everything works when it comes to like whenever something moves away from me, it looks like it starts going down. Like so they could look at a bird.
Yeah,
They could look at like an eagle fly over them back in the day and fly away, and then that eagle's gonna look like it's going down. They might think, the eagle's dropping. You know, it's like dropping down at an angle. But then every time they see an eagle, it does the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, or if they look down a long like thing of trees, and the trees like all look like they're going down, so then they would be able to logically understand.
Things get further away, they get really, really small.
Yeah, I'm talking about
course,
like the default position to start with. Yeah, you can make arguments against that. I'm just saying that's.
Oh, I know. I'm
another
saying
thing
like
to put in
well,
that category.
Sure. I'm just saying like technically, the default is also that the way we see things in the distance is that things converge. So, but I hear what you're saying.
But it's not. It's
But
not just that it goes down; it's that it disappears from bottom up.
Yeah.
During sunset.
Yeah.
And it stays about the same size.
And the point that you're making with that, well, they wouldn't know that for sure, right? Because it looks like it changes size drastically. But yeah, with the solar filter, it basically stays the same size. I'm still waiting on a Glober to even present evidence that's true. Because the big slam dunk from Woofy, where he used the best solar filter ever, we counted the pixels and the sun got smaller. So I think all the Globers just blindly believe that claim, because what happens is they put the solar filter on and it doesn't change much. And they think in their mind that on a flat earth it should change a ton. So when they see that it doesn't change much, they say, see, this matches the globe. It would change way more if the earth were flat. But when they say it doesn't change angular size, for one, their model claims it does, right? But it's a really small amount. And two, they're just kind of assuming it. Like when you actually analyze the videos, I've never seen a Glober take the video of the solar filter sun and then look at the pixels and see if it actually remains the same angular size. Because when you actually look at the pixels, it doesn't. It gets a little smaller. And can we agree on this concept? If I put my hand up to my camera right now, you guys wouldn't be able to see it, but if I put my hand up to my camera and move it away, my hand's going to change angular size pretty quickly because it started so close to the optics, right? But if I walked across my room and held my hand up and then started moving it back, it's going to change angular size at a much slower rate, right? Like when something's closer to me and then moves away, it'll get smaller. It'll change angular size and get smaller way faster than something that's further away. Can we all agree on that?
If something's 100,000 miles away and you move it away a couple miles, it's not gonna appear to change at all.
Yeah, and to clarify, like that's what your guys' position is anyway, right? Your model's position is anyway. The reason the sun doesn't change angular size is because it's so far away. And so, like, that's a part of this that always gets left out. Actually, it's like explaining why the sun doesn't change angular size or much on a flat Earth is super simple. It's pretty far away. It's
well, not only that, but if the medium is something unanticipated, something other than a empty vacuum, an utterly empty vacuum, then if there's like a big magnification effect happening, then that's gonna accentuate it to a level where you're literally just not even gonna see any shift.
That was begging the question in Matthew's argument with the moon. He's begging the question of what the medium is in between us and the moon exactly.
No, I was responding to your question about the default. Like if we just look at it like
we know you weren't trying to.
Okay,
we know you weren't trying to, Matthew, but it happened. I know. Sorry, I just
so begging the question is a logical.
Let me just tell. Let me tell. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just defend myself for a sec. Begging the question is: assume the Earth is a globe. Hey, look at this observation that proves the Earth's a globe. So that's circular reasoning. I am merely pointing out that here is an observation that indicates that it seems like the moon is the same distance all night. That's not begging any question because it's not a logical argument. It's just stating some observations. Sorry,
I can almost guarantee you it does change angular size. You would just say not much. And what else I'm wanted to say?
Less than 2%.
Just so Big Tech knows, like Jeremy, like sometimes he'll have just a slight delay. So like if it sounds like he talks right to the middle of you, it's like he started before you were talking. Like everyone just kind of knows and adapts type of thing. So I bet you felt like he was just walking right over you. I don't think it was.
Okay, thanks. Cool.
Yeah, my bad. But whether you were...
Sorry. I've just got a question for you about the whole sun size thing.
Huh?
Like if I were to do that over the course of a day, would you accept photos of the sun that have been stacked so that atmospheric turbulence doesn't change the pixel sizes drastically? If like I just took a picture and then it was just like a nasty wobble in the atmosphere.
Yeah, maybe I would have to think about it. I mean, like all the Globers can present videos like it's proof, and then we look at the video. Are you saying the reason that it does change, the turbulence just happens to make it get smaller every time? I don't understand.
I mean, I think the diameter would shift a little bit because of atmospheric turbulence, and I think maybe doing a stacked photo would help mitigate that as a factor.
I mean, you see, my point is that it doesn't really logically follow that if it's the atmospheric turbulence that's causing the angular size to change, that it would always change to get smaller, right? Like it would not do that. But
Well, I mean, like
I'll look at it. I mean, that should already exist, I would imagine, if it's true, right?
I could ask, like, what was the change that you saw in
Like
the
when
sun
people
picture?
counted the pixels of Woofy's video that everyone like acted like they were dunking on flat Earth with, it's literally like titled like "Debunk of Flat Earth" or whatever, which it's not, even if it didn't change at all, which is just goofy. But it actually did change, and guess what? Not one globe earther found it. It had to be a flat earther, just like with the Antarctica videos. There's a recurring theme. There's one side that's like really diligent and skeptical and wants to research something. There's one side that's like, this confirms my bias. I automatically accept it on its face. It's good to go. So it happens every time. Everyone went around 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Haha, flat Earth dead. We found out that it was faked. And they ended up admitting it was faked. But it was the flat earthers that found it. Same with this. I hope that all the Globers at least can kind of take that in and be like, well, touche. Same thing with the NASA thing, right? Like the Globe Earth side would never have found the stuff from NASA that we found. Never. And I get that one's a little bit more, time consuming and demanding. But if you want to show me those, or if you want to do it, yeah, I would definitely check it out, bro, because I'm open to the sun not changing any other size. But I want to show Big Tech this real good.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I want to show both of you guys this right here. This is supposedly him in the ISS, and he's floating in 0G. They have these little bars on the ground. Can you see my screen?
Yeah. Sorry, what I was gonna say is, if I did do the sun thing, I
I
would
can't see it.
I would present it with like single exposures and then stacked images like side by side as like a double evidence sort of thing.
I'm not sure. Whatever you got, man, show it to me. I'll check it out. Real fast.
I'll see if I can do it tomorrow.
Okay, cool. Do you see the screen I'm sharing, Big Tech?
Yeah.
Yeah. So look, this is this guy on the ISS, and for those who don't know, they claim they have these little bars on the ground that you can slide your feet underneath, so that they don't float away. You know what I'm saying? So like their feet are always pressing up against these little bars so that they can stay there. Okay, so he's like supposedly floating in space, but I'm assuming they are gonna say his feet is underneath the bar, right? So it's like he's gonna be lifted up, but the bar keeps him there. Anyway, so this is a long conversation that he has. I mean, it's a few minutes long or whatever, and I sped it up. I sped it up quite a bit. And watch what happens. So if you look over here to the left, you see there's a Ziploc bag on the wall here. There's like a plastic bag. And it's got all this stuff in it. And it has what looks like a little sticky note pad right here. I don't know exactly what it is, but it looks like a sticky notes right here. Watch that as we speed up the video. Now this is supposedly on the ISS 0G. This is in a plastic bag hanging on the wall. Okay. And as we speed up the film, it falls down. It falls down. And then it stops right with what looks like a medicine bottle right here. It stops once it hits that. That is not possible on the ISS. The thing is floating in 0G. it falls straight down. So what this looks like is he's in a parabolic flight, right? Because in parabolic flights, you can never ensure no turbulence or anything. And so things can jerk around. You'll have temporary moments of gravity, right? You know, that's what I think at least. But as to what it is, it doesn't matter. Like if this is 0G, and so what a lot of times, because this is the problem, a lot of times people will just make up anything they can think of and somehow it works. It's like, so we see them dropping things all the time and people say it must be the air conditioning, which doesn't even make sense for most of the stuff we see. It's like the air conditioning doesn't do that. What are you talking about? But they'll say that because as long as they have something, right? But this is different. This is in a plastic bag. You couldn't even say air conditioning in theory. It's in a plastic bag. And we just fast forwarded it. And the object in the bag falls down. Like noticeably and undeniably. Falls down. That dude is not in space in 0G. It is not possible. So
well, don't they technically say that it's they don't actually call it 0G, right? They call it microgravity. Which wouldn't that explain why you have to speed it up 16x to see it move a little bit? It's not zero gravity, it's microgravity.
So everything in the ISS is slowly falling down? I don't think that's...
Well, there's a non-zero gravity effect on the thing. So if there's any room for that thing to find its little spot to settle in over time, I think that it would. I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to look into that. But I know they always call it microgravity, not zero gravity. Well, zero gravity is a colloquial term, but it's actually microgravity.
So I asked an astronaut.
They're still in the Earth's gravitational field, but they're just orbiting at a certain calculated velocity to make a zero G effect where things do technically float. But it's
dude, they're in free fall. They're in free fall. They have no gravity.
They're still within the Earth's gravitational field, quote unquote. You know, so-called.
They're weightless. Field. Yeah, but they're weightless in free fall.
Right, but is it 100% perfect?
Yes, it's weightless.
No. Yeah, it doesn't. They don't. Yeah, they're supposed to be free falling according to relativity, but
right. So it's a calculated trajectory around the Earth that creates the effect of weightlessness in microgravity.
Technically, in free fall, according to relativity, there should be zero gravity. But
yeah,
if they're in perfect free fall, yeah.
Which is supposedly the only way you can orbit according to Einstein. But this is where they'll start talking about Newtonian gravity because Einstein makes major problems for them in many ways. I mean, they change direction, change velocity, all kinds of stuff. They use Newtonian. But anyway, I will say I just looked it up. It says 90%. The gravitational field in the ISS is approximately 90% of that on the Earth's surface. Of course, irrespective of these facts, the astronauts on board the ISS and even the ISS itself feel weightless. It is an issue of perception within the frame of reference. So what that means is that like nothing has a preferred direction of down. Dude, if you were on a parabolic flight, I would expect this to happen. Like and what I also say, I asked an astronaut in person, right, like face to face. I said, so can things like ever fall on the ISS? Can you ever drop things, or can they ever fall? And she looked at me like shocked. I asked the question, and then like thought about it, which in and of itself is weird. She should know. Well, she answered pretty quickly and said, no. No, what? No. And then they even smirked and said, like, no. Like, it was a stupid question. Like, nothing can ever fall or drop. No, of course not. And I was like,
yeah.
I think I've seen videos of astronauts, like, dropping things on the ISS. And she said no and changed the subject and stood up to get me to take a picture with her and leave. Like, rushed the conversation.
This is from the Smithsonian. Is from the Smithsonian. They experience weightlessness not because of a lack of gravity, because the ISS, and they are orbiting Earth in a constant free fall. So there's Valerie Neal, curator of space history at the National Air and Space. So they're all supposed to be weightless on the ISS. No weight.
Right. Same
we
with
get it.
those
We get it.
parabolic flights.
You
It's also
gotta
different.
repeat that.
Or
It also
some
says the
parabolic.
Earth. It says the ISS is accelerated towards the Earth. The pseudo force will then act in the direction away from the Earth. So like their bias is up. This object, I mean, this is obviously exactly what we would expect to see if the object has weight, right? Because like it's sitting, it's resting on something. It's getting moved over time, which is what would happen in say a parabolic flight. It gets moved over, and now it's not resting on whatever this is anymore, and it just falls down. When it falls, it now lands on whatever's holding it here. It doesn't start. Why doesn't it start floating back up? Why doesn't it start floating back up?
Was right, but yeah, they have to do periodic reboosts on the ISS because gravity's actually getting slightly closer to the Earth all the time. They periodically have to reboost a little bit. It is constantly under little micro adjustments to get it back. It's not a perfect eternal free fall. They do have to make adjustments. So this could be during an adjustment period where it's very slowly being pushed a little bit out from the Earth, which would cause a very slight fall on something inside. So it's approximately zero
okay.
G.
Check. We debunked that as well, right? Because watch, it starts moving as he lets go. It moves at the same moment he lets go of the microphone. So is this microphone going to start going down? See, it's moving, and he's not touching the microphone. See right there, it just moved while the microphone's floating.
I don't see it.
Right here, the object, if you look at the object, it just moved, and then he lets go of the microphone. And this is what's so obvious to me, right? It's like you get all the way over here, it stops moving now, and I can get the rest of the video. It doesn't move anymore because now it's fallen down and it's resting on this. That's what happens if you have weight, right? Like, why wouldn't it start floating again?
Well, it's also resting up against the edge of the bag, like there's settled. It's nested.
It's settled.
Well, we'll let the people at home decide. This guy is supposing ISS and weightlessness, and this thing falls down in a bag. Okay, this guy is a liar, in my opinion. Allegedly, faking this entire thing.
Yeah, we don't. I mean, it's. I still think like unless you've exhausted the examination, like the investigation here, I think just the video clip, like you don't know the atmosphere, like that little thing over to the left of him is moving, that little ribbon that's over like off to the side of his left hand. If you look at that, there's obvious like air moving around in there. There's currents happening.
In a bag,
maybe
bro. It's in a bag.
Yeah, but you don't know if that bag is sealed on all sides. You don't know if it's zipped shut. Like you don't know.
Bro, you are coping. Say a current went into the top of the bag, came down in the back, and pushed the object down consistently over the course of like.
I mean, you can say that. But I'm just you seeming incurious to what other explanations could be.
No,
You're just saying no. This is to me. There's only
I'm
one
curious.
thing that could happen.
I'm curious, and all the Globers they only have ever come up with. Like I've talked to guys. See. Quite the opposite is true. What I do is I find these videos, I bring them in a Discord, I share a screen, and I have like these people that will just deny until they die, try to come up with stuff for hours. Just listen to them come up with stuff like their defense attorneys and everything they come up with. We talk about it. We show why it can't work, and they just like, oh well, then it must be this. Oh well, then it must be this. Oh then, and then at the end of it, when they've exhausted every excuse they can come up with, if we can disprove all of them, then they'll just say, I don't know, but there's something that I don't know. And it's like, okay. Whatever, bro.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you say you don't know either? You're just saying that's a curious thing. Like, what's up with that? But you don't know the answer to why that thing moved. You're saying you're assuming that they're in a parabolic fucking flight.
I'm saying that the object
Scam.
has weight. That's what I'm saying. Like exactly what they're doing, I don't know. The object has weight. We don't have to spend all day on this because it's not like a NASA video. I mean, stream. But anyway, go ahead.
I thought Matthew had an argument that didn't have. He came up in here and all chest out like he had an argument with no fallacies, and then he gave
it was my constant size of the full moon thing.
Yeah,
that's loaded with fallacies, dude.
That's not.
Yeah, it is. We pointed them out.
It's a simple
confirming the
observation.
consequent, begging the question, tons of fallacies in that.
No, if I were trying to prove something with it, I was just giving evidence.
Your
Evidence to
argument,
prove
your
something.
evidence, your evidence
No,
is fallacious.
no. So an
Evidence can't
argument
be
has
fallacious.
premises and a conclusion in a step-by-step logical format. I was saying here is evidence that is counting towards one model over the other. So I'm doing something different than presenting a step-by-step logical argument.
So you
Why?
don't have an
Okay.
argument with
Wait,
no
are you
fallacies.
saying you can't come up with the reason why the moon wouldn't change angular size much if it was over a flat Earth? What about the
I'm
surface
saying
of
that
the Earth is going to change that?
Oh yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with the surface. It has to do with the two models. And one model predicts that the moon should be the same distance all night long.
Oh, then your model's been falsified because the angular size changes.
Okay, sorry. Yes, I should say it doesn't change distance much, more than 2%. So every time I say it doesn't change, I mean more than 2%.
Okay, so can you show me like the exact distance and exact angle? I mean, I'm sure you can't, and I'm not trying to like saying like now you've brought us to the territory where you're touting the prediction, which is actually a postdiction of the model, right? So what we would need is like a very precise observation of the moon and measure how much it changed in angular size, and then compare that to the supposed distance it changes in the model based on the alleged size of the moon, which is like 2,160 miles in diameter. You would take the 238,000, or well, it actually varies, right? Distance. You would take the 2,160 mile diameter. You would get the angular size that you should see, and you would actually compare the change in angular size with the change in distance in the model, and it should directly match. This actually was one of the biggest red pills for me when I found out that the moon doesn't do what they want it to do a lot.
So yeah, I was saying something simpler than that, with no distance and no specific angular size. I was just saying that the angular size doesn't change much.
Yeah. Okay, but that's not gonna cut it, brother. But you know don't you find it interesting that the moon? It's like, so we have different views of this, right? But I view it like the moon is something the creator made, just to like, in a way, he made it do a certain thing. So like, you guys can't lie about what I made. I think he did the same thing. I think he did the same thing with Mercury, right? Like all the planets have like a similar ratio, but Mercury just like bucks the system. All of a sudden, it comes to Mercury and it like has a perihelion shift that doesn't match anything. Can't use gravity. Doesn't match the ratios. It's like the creator was just like, I want to make this place really elegant. I'm gonna throw a little wrench over here just for the humans that think they're smarter than they are. But anyway.
Well, obviously, I agree with you that the
Trickster
creator made
God.
the solar system and put everything in.
No, it's just the God has thought ahead. He's like, these people are gonna always think they're smarter than they are. Because maybe we're not supposed to. I don't know. Anyway, because maybe then you come up with like, oh, there may be an imaginary planet that's pulling Mercury. We just can't see it. That's like literally that's what they used for their equations for years. An imaginary planet that we can't see. That was close enough to Mercury that it pulled it a little bit. That's literally what was put in the equations.
For all the people that said there can't be fallacious evidence, I posted some in the chat.
Saying that there's no such thing as evidence, that's...
Fallacious evidence, yeah. They said there can't be fallacious evidence isn't a thing. People just said that, right? You heard it?
Oh, I think... Well, yeah, okay. Like what did you drop?
What you actually posted, what you posted is about fallacious arguments. It's different than evidence.
You dropped argument. You dropped it in which one? The live stream text?
Searched up. Yeah, he put it in the side chat.
The side chat of live stream.
Formerly known as the show chat. What you got here,
he searched up what is fallacious evidence, and then the answer is one widely accepted definition defines a fallacious argument as one that is either objectively invalid or that's not a fallacious evidence. That's
I think we covered it pretty good, to be honest. Jeremy, Big Tech, and I came to an agreement that was pretty clearly accurate, right? Like it is okay. Like to present evidence, it has to be evidence of something, and in order to intrinsically, evidence is tied to conclusion, or that's what evidence means, right? Like evidence of what? Like if you're like someone's being arrested and they're compiling evidence of what? A crime. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you want to intrinsically provable fact, and then present it as evidence in a non-fallacious argument.
Yeah, because like technically we have evidence everywhere. You could like without that you could say everything is evidence, right? Like because we have facts everywhere. We have like observations everywhere. We have a sun, we have a moon, we have stars, we have what people call planets, we have the ocean, we have blah blah blah, right? All of this is evidence. It's about like properly understanding it to know what the evidence supports, and then in order to properly understand, we have to now use logic and reason. And this is what I've even pushed back against certain flat earthers. I try to let them know that like you actually cannot completely separate logic and reason from like what people call science, because science, the etymology means to know. It's like a pursuit of knowledge or understanding. You're gonna have to run that through a framework of understanding and logic, right? Like intrinsically.
Okay, so just so I can go to bed, Matthew didn't have the thing that he said he had about the argument with no fallacies.
No, I've never heard one. I've never heard one, Jeremy. Let's cut to the chase. I've asked for 2 years now. I kind of feel bad because I can't even.
On the
think
contrary,
of one,
you heard one this evening, but you refused to admit that it
wasn't void of
you just said it,
dude. Matthew,
I'm going to come up with one for you.
Okay,
I'm working. I'm on the case. I only just started a couple of days ago. It's gonna take me a minute. It's not an easy task.
No, you're good.
But I'm gonna figure it out.
Yeah, take your time.
I'm gonna hit you with it. You're gonna go, whoa, dang, big tech. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to it, brother.
Be cool.
You literally just told us it wasn't an argument; it was evident. We're looking for an argument with no fallacies, which you didn't bring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Matthew, to be fair, yes, what the sun does is evidence, as in it's observational evidence, if you want to call it that, but like evidence of what? So, labeling. Now you're saying of the heliocentric model, now you have to formulate an argument, because the next question is how so? How's it argument,
Yeah, sorry. I thought your original question was you were looking for evidence for the heliocentric model.
Yeah, but I assume it's assumed that it's in the form of an argument, because in order for it to be connected to heliocentric model, it has to be presented as an argument. Like, this is evidence of that because of this, right? Like I could just say that you see the sun, that's evidence the Earth is flat. Like what? Like how? I have to say how, and I would say, oh well, it's actually evident the sun here. This is evidence of a local sun because what we see is divergent rays, and that it gets hotter when it gets closer to us. But in the globe, it's 93 million miles away the whole time. So why does it get hotter when it's overhead or closer to me?
Yeah, I see. What if I said something like the constant angular size of the moon all night is evidence that the moon is the same distance all night, within 2%, of course. It's not saying something about heliocentric or flat. It's just saying something about the distance to the moon.
That's interesting.
Oh, that's a better argument.
Well, then the argument would go, and then therefore we can say. And then
what's the medium though?
Well, not really. Therefore, we can say it matches our presupposed model that was reverse engineered with post-diction of the observations of the moon.
No, okay. Therefore, it's evidence for models that have the moon being about the same distance all night.
But Matthew, you get this part. I think you get this. You've conceded to me very honestly about this before. The way we made the current model was by looking at the sky. And we did this over the course of hundreds and hundreds of years. As the story goes. I don't even buy the creepy Greek pedophile philosopher stories that much, but let's just pretend they're all legit. It's taken hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years, right? And of course, it's expedited in the last century or two because technology and all that information sharing capabilities, blah, blah, blah. So we see something, and then we integrate into the model. We made the model from scratch, and the ingredients were celestial observations, literally. Like, that's how we made every single bit of it. Every bit of it. The way you got the size of the globe, shadows from the light in the sky, assume the sun is super far away, and that the rays are perfectly parallel, even though we don't see that. Like at the beginning, to even suggest the Earth could be a sphere and start making a model to get a size of the sphere, someone had to say, yeah, we see the sun has divergent rays, but I think they're actually parallel. Like on its face, it was just an asinine backwards assumption with no evidence. My point is, so then you keep going, right? And you're going to get the model over time changing. So like, for example, we see the precession of the stars. So what did we do? We made a wobble. Someone did not go measure the earth wobbling, right? We didn't detect the earth wobbling. It was, we see that the stars are precessing. So if the stars are moving because the earth is moving, and it's just an illusion that they're moving, then when we see them precess, it has to be something the earth is doing. So we added a wobble. Then we saw that the moon, its orbit didn't match the model. So what did we do? We added another wobble. You see what I'm saying? We saw the sun on the ecliptic, and what we saw was that it makes an analemma, and it goes out to the south, and it comes back to the north. And when it goes out to the south, it gets smaller in angular size, like measurably smaller. Then it comes back and it gets closer. And it does this all, and it makes this giant analemma on an angle. So then the globe said, well, our model says that the sun only looks like it's moving because we're spinning, and that gives us sunrise to sunset. And then it moves throughout the year and makes the analemma because we're going in an orbit around it. So it looks like the sun is moving each day and throughout the year, but actually that's an illusion. We're moving. So when we see it at the angle that it does its path, we had to say, okay, well, it has to be something the Earth is doing. So then we put the Earth on a tilted axis. And it goes on and on and on, right? The entire model, every core claim about the globe model came from the sky. If we fast forward to 2024 and someone turns around and says, hey, look, the model matches the sky, that's evidence the model's true. You can see that's fundamentally fallacious, right? Like that is how the model was made. Of course it matches the sky. It wouldn't even be the model it is if it didn't. That's how we made it. So it's circular logic.
And all of those
just
things you
one thing real
described
quick.
would also happen if it were true.
One thing real quick. If you're this methodology you're using to measure the angular size of the moon, if we do that during a solenoid eclipse and presuppose that that's the actual position of one side of the moon and the actual position of the other side of the moon, and then we turn around and do it with the sun, and you're saying those are the actual positions of all those objects in the sky, that debunks the globe. You realize that, right?
I don't think they're exactly the same, the position where they are. They might be off by half a degree or so. But the argument's not about the positions of the moon and the sun. It's about the angular size.
Which would be the positions of one side of the moon and the other side of the moon. That's how you're getting angular size, right?
Right, but those sizes don't
Right.
change much.
Right, so you would have to presuppose that those are the actual positions of the one side of the moon and the actual position of the other side of the moon.
Or close enough anyway, yeah.
Yeah, so that debunks the globe.
I don't see how.
Because you can't have the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time a lunar eclipse happen.
So if they're refracted even like half a degree, that would be enough to make that happen.
Refracted meaning not actual position. So
right,
you're getting an angular size. I know you're getting an angular size from off a not actual position. This is
The
even more
position
dumb.
is irrelevant to size. Size is determined by visibility, not.
You're getting the
Yeah,
angular
I hear
size
what
from
you're
the
saying.
position. You're getting the
So-
angular size from these positions, these two positions on either side of the moon.
Yeah, I mean, I could adjust my argument and say, okay, forget when it's near the horizon. Let's just look at the moon when it's above 20 degrees. From like 9 p.m. all the way to like 5 a.m. or something like that. So when it's above 20 degrees, that's when ancient mariners would feel comfortable doing celestial navigation because the stars are close enough to where they actually are. So maybe what you're saying might be true near the horizon. So I could just ignore the horizon and use the same argument.
Boom. Good call.
I missed it. I'm sure it wasn't a home run. What was said? What
Oh,
was
I
it
was
Well,
saying?
no, the argument was being debunked, and he said, "All right, well then I'll modify it." And so we're just honing in on a better form of the
Oh,
argument.
cool. Yeah, I like it. We're making progress to get all the way to the point that's just going to automatically destroy it at the end.
I was
No, he
saying
just
the
he
point.
just removed the aberration that happens near the horizon.
Oh, word. But Matthew, did you get my point? I went through all that point about the
Yeah,
post-
I do get your point.
yeah, because that's super important. And so this is another part that's super important because I want this show to be like edifying in terms of logic, whether you think the Earth's a ball or whatever. Like, also there's something called the unfalsifiability. I think that's literally a fallacy. I think there's something called like the unfalsifiability fallacy.
Yeah, if you can't prove the thing, if it's impossible to prove the thing wrong, then you can't cite it as
Exactly.
evidence.
And dude, the vast majority of the globe arguments is that way. Like when we see like the vast majority of them. So like for example, it's like all astronomical observation shows the Earth is in the center and that everything moves around it. Oh well, no matter where you are, it's going to look like you're in the center because everything's accelerating and expanding away. And so it's like, so then
The thing is, are you familiar with like Kantian transcendentals? And like the philosophers ran into this problem hundreds of years ago where they're realizing like, how do we actually know anything at all? Like, how do we even know that logic is dependable? What gives logic any type of grounding? And they had to come up with sort of like this, like a metaphysic or to be able to say that we can even say anything with any amount of certainty at all. Like, how do we know that this isn't all just a dream? How do we know that we didn't just invent the past?
yeah, it's
when
just
we woke up, like how do you know that you know anything?
solipsism.
Yeah, and so
Yeah, it's
I mean,
insane.
you know, but
Solipsism's
I
insane.
find that some of the there's some things that we just go for sufficiency. Like that's really kind of at the end of the day, we call a thing when we have sufficient evidence. We don't really reason for perfect evidence.
But that's a subjective term, and like this is the problem though. What
Yeah, I
happens is-
agree. Yeah, but we
what
don't
happens-
have objective terms. Like these are all subjective experiences that we're having.
Yeah, like I said, you're venturing over into solipsism, which I consider to be like actually insane, but I do understand the point. But this is the problem, bro. It's like the default position is that the Earth is a stationary plane. That's why I covered that so extensively. And that's why, I mean, Matthew at least agreed. I even still manned the globe. The globe says, yeah, because of scale. So, like, on a smaller scale, locally, it's going to be like everything is flat and stationary. So, when we fly planes, we treat the Earth like it's flat and stationary. When we build things, we treat the Earth like it's flat and stationary. When we measure elevation, we treat the Earth like it's flat and stationary. But that's because the scale, right? Because it's so big of a sphere that whatever. And sure, we see this stuff move and we don't feel the Earth move, but that's because of the scale and because of relative motion and all this stuff. But the point is that, okay, well, that means that the model is conceding that the default, like Occam's razor is how you get a default. Occam's razor, right? So it's like when there's multiple explanations for a phenomena, Occam's razor, and that's the only time Occam's razor applies, right? Is when there's multiple explanations for a phenomena. When there are multiple explanations for a phenomena and they all sufficiently can explain the phenomena logically, you go with the answer that is the simplest with the least amount of assumptions. And that's called Occam's razor. And that will give you a default position. And Occam's razor isn't a guarantee, right? But
I think that yours has more assumptions.
No, it doesn't.
From my
though.
perception.
Like on the base level, it literally doesn't, right? Like if I say I get in a plane and we have to fly the plane like it's like the Earth is flat and stationary, and then we land the plane. When we come land the plane, we don't think, wait, what direction are we going? Because the Earth is spinning east. Which way? Like let's make sure we know the Earth is spinning as we go land on it. We fly it as if it's flat. We fly it as if it's stationary. Okay, option A is that the Earth is
I don't
flat.
agree with you. I don't think you're right about that.
No. Literally, we have to fly planes like it's flat and stationary. 100%.
I don't.
Every
think you're right.
every pilot ever will tell you that, and they'll tell you it's because the Earth is so big, right? I mean, no doubt the target generation.
It's practically. It's as if it's practically flat. So
No.
practice, there's no discernible.
We don't account for
difference between
curvature
being-
at all. We don't account for curvature at all.
I don't I don't know. I just don't know if you're right about that. If I
all
knew
good.
that you were right about that, I would think that that would be like amazing.
Well, dude, you definitely need to check that out because this is huge for me. This is why we just had an Air Force.
Because I mean, I looked
pilot.
into some of the proof. I looked at one document, and I even looked at what somebody was quoting. This is a smoking gun that says that the math that they do says that it's flat, and it was just wrong. That just wasn't correct. Their interpretation was off.
Well, this is no. What the globe argument is like, yeah, sure, they do that for their math, but it just makes it simpler. But the fact of the matter is that when you fly the plane, like the pilots are trained to fly like it's flat and stationary. The gyroscope operates on a flat, non-rotating surface. For example, like if you go to Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, YouTube, right? A couple weeks ago, there was a video. A pilot gives his testimony about how he discovered the Earth's flat, and he breaks it all down. And it doesn't matter what that guy says, just because he says it and was a pilot doesn't make it true. I'm saying every pilot will tell you. I've talked to like probably 10 of them. Like multiple times I talk to pilots in person when I'm in airports. One time I was with Kai and Chris. We were sitting there and there were two pilots at Messiah, and I started talking to them. These people were 100%, globe earthers. I'm talking to the pilot and I'm like, he doesn't really know what I'm doing, obviously, but I'm being very respectful. But I'm like, basically the conclusion of the conversation was, so do you ever account for any curvature when you're flying? And he's like, no. He looked over at the other pilot, looked back, he's like, no, you don't account for curvature. Of course not. I'm like, do you ever account for the Earth spinning when you're flying? And he's like, no. You just treat it.
But I think you're coming to a false conclusion. Like, why would they have to? They just follow air traffic.
Oh, wait.
control.
But see, you're jumping the gun. Now you're getting to why would they have to? My point was that they treat the Earth like it's flat and stationary. Like now you're asking, like,
I don't think you're right. I don't think they treat it like it's flat and stationary. I just think that their position in the airplane doesn't require them to take into account curvature.
Let me ask you a question. So technically, why there is no yep, dude. This is the problem with globe earthers. They can't be intellectually honest about the basic things. If I was a globe earther, I would say this. Yeah, of course we treat the Earth like it's flat and stationary when we fly planes, because when it comes to gravity pulling the plane around the Earth, and because of the scale of the Earth, it's going to present itself as if it's flat and stationary for the purposes of flying. To say it any other way is just dishonest. It's just.
I don't think it's dishonest. I think you're mistaken about that.
I'm not, though. And who's this Daz guy? Daz, are you saying what I just said's wrong?
So this is my understanding of the impact of the curvature and the rotation of the Earth on flights. It comes in at the flight planning stage. So when you're wanting to plan the most optimal route between
this is a red herring. This is a red herring. It's a red herring.
No, just let me finish, please.
It's a red
between
herring.
A and B, you plan your route. Then you follow that route along the ground at a constant altitude. And when you're flying across that route, you don't have to consider the shape of the Earth or anything like that.
You know what a red
We're
herring
just flying.
Why is it a red herring? I think he's right. Why is it a red herring?
Because I said the way you fly the plane, like the actual flying of the plane.
Yeah, and I'm saying I don't see any reason why the flying of the plane would have to be done as a curve.
By definition, it's a red herring fallacy, which is to make it sound like it's based on the conversation, but it's actually diverting away from the actual argument being made.
I think he addressed it. He said that the accounting for the curve comes in the flight plan.
No, it doesn't.
Not during the piloting.
No, what he's saying is that they fly in great circle routes. Okay, they fly in great circle routes. Yeah, because if they think there's a globe and they have a projection, then they're going to be like, okay, quickest point here to here is a great circle route. Although there are many flights that have a more efficient route on a globe and they go the longer routes. Okay, but it doesn't matter.
Due to jet streams?
No,
I'm just going to mute myself from it, guys. Sorry.
I'm just going to point out that was a red herring. I know that they think the Earth's a globe and they can map stuff out thinking the Earth's a globe. That isn't the point. The point is that when you get in the plane and you're going to fly it and you take off and you fly and then you land, that entire process is done as if the Earth is flat and stationary. But getting to in every single aspect of it when you
I think you're making a fallacy there.
How?
They're flying it as if it's flat and stationary is incorrect.
No, it's not. So like when that's why I was trying to tell the story. I was talking to the pilot and I said, Do you account for curvature? No. Do you account for motion? By the way, I've asked many pilots this. They all say the same thing. I used to work at an airport. Anyway, when I asked the pilot, okay, so what you're saying is like that the Earth is curving and moving, but you have to fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. He said, yes, exactly. I said, well, maybe it's flat and stationary, bro. Okay, that was the conclusion of the conversation. It's not just him, it's anyone that's ever flown, anyone that's ever knows anything about planes. They'll all tell you, yeah, you fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. The globe earther will say, but there's no reason to think it would be any different. It would be exactly the same. That's the still man of the globe. Like, okay, sure, in theory, it could be big enough where, like on the local scale of the plane, you don't have to worry about it. You don't have to account for curvature because gravity's pulling you down around it. So in a plane, you go different altitudes based on pressure. And so what you do is you go up and down from your horizontal baseline, go up and down, up and down. All of it's treated like parallel horizontal layers of pressure. The globe model will say, well, yeah, those layers of pressure are being bent around the globe because of gravity, right? So they're all level because they're all bent around the globe. So as you go up and down, to you, it's like you're going vertically up and down with horizontal layers because of the size of the Earth. But if you zoomed out, you're actually going up and down within curved atmosphere. But like when you fly, you don't do stuff like, let me think about how much further down I need to go because the Earth's curving. And then when people say there's no reason to think you would have to change it, like, okay, then think about this. If the Earth was, let's say that the Earth was much smaller and had a way greater curvature rate, would we have to account for it then? Logically speaking, there is absolutely scenarios where if the Earth is a spinning ball, you would have to know it. And flat earthers will actually tell you, like, you would have to know it anyway, because when you're landing, you would need to know what direction you're landing. If the atmosphere is not moving perfectly with the Earth, like what are you doing when you're flying? Are you being deviating off? Jeremy has an argument where it's like, well, then wouldn't you lead the path? If the Earth was spinning, wouldn't you use the spin of the Earth to lead your path and save like millions on fuel by getting to the place sooner because it's going to come and meet you? And then that's when they say, oh, well, no, you're stuck. The atmosphere is basically stuck with the Earth. And when you fly, even though the Earth's spinning underneath you, it's dragging you with it as if you were in lockstep with it. So it's going to appear to be stationary. Every part of the globe is like the default position is that the Earth is flat and stationary. But here's an unfalsifiable begging the question as to why it's actually the opposite. That's the point that I'm making.
Deleting the target argument is foolproof.
Yeah, did someone want to go through that with Jeremy real quick, if you're down?
I can't do it right now.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, there's that one. Then obviously there's new perspectives arguments, and like but the point I'm trying to make with this show is just that the default position is that the Earth is flat and stationary, like, because that doesn't prove the Earth is flat and stationary. You see, like, I'm trying to be thoroughly honest about this guy, like thoroughly honest. Like, it's crazy people try to call me a liar and that. Dude, I help the Glober so much. I give you stillmans. Like, when I hear you make a reasonable argument, I don't keep making my argument. If I think you have a sufficient response, I don't keep making it. I literally give them stillmans. Like, when I'm in quote unquote debates, they get something wrong. I could just like take the W, right, and make them look ridiculous. I jump in and say, dude, here, like, what your model says is this. And I'll give them the strongest argument I've ever heard or that I know. I'm doing the same thing here, okay? And what I'm trying to say is this doesn't prove the Earth is flat and stationary, but we have to be able to all use logic together if we're going to get anywhere, right? We can get all divided, like, you think it's a spinning ball, I think it's not. Dude, in theory, if the Earth is not what we think it is, and there have been some people that misled us, right? In that situation, we would all be on the same team, right? So either way, there are people that are trying to figure out what's going on. The government says you can't go out past here. Let's figure out what's going on. We have to use logic to figure out what's going on. And they don't teach us logic in school, and it's not just to hide the Earth. It's just because, Rockefeller said, like, I don't care. I want workers, not thinkers. The guy who helped create the public education systems explained what he created it for. I want workers, not thinkers. So that's why we're not taught logic. And we're taught what to think, not how to think. So this is what I'm trying to explain in this stream specifically is how to think, because if we can't all agree on the proper way of how to think about this discussion, we're just going to talk past each other. Globers look at it like, well, the globe Earth has a model and has tons of answers for everything, and I don't understand how this, or this would work on a flat Earth, so I think it's stupid. The flat earthers think, okay, well, here's the model and the claim, and sure, it claims to have a bunch of answers, but we went and tested it, and like the evidence is not stacking up. And if we go back to step one, the default position is that it's flat and stationary. So in order to think it's a spinning ball, we're going to have to, sufficiently prove that or verify that, because it's the opposite of what we experience. So there's a group that has suspended belief in the globe model. That's like, we don't believe in flat Earth. No, we suspended belief in the globe Earth. And what are you left with? If you suspend belief in the globe Earth, you're left with what you experience, what we observe, what we measure. And that is a stationary topographical plane. That's what we're left with. We're not believing in anything. We're quote unquote believing in what we all experience, what all the evidence is, what the globe model admits all the default evidence is, or makes it appear to be, right? So this is more of a meta, but it's because honestly, like the real, like in the mud type of arguments are kind of played out to me at this point, because we're just talking past each other. If we can't agree on like the meta of this, I think that this is very important. I know that was me talking a lot right there, but I really hope that people are understanding what I'm saying, and like, I'll try to wrap it up here, but this is the point. You have.
I'm still standing by the way, patient. Just a reminder, I still have these questions.
Oh yeah, that's true. Okay. I'm gonna let you ask a question after I finish this. Because so this is the part I was saying earlier. Occam's razor is a form of like logical approach to discovering or figuring out an answer. So it applies when you have multiple answers to the same question or explanations to the same phenomena that in theory could explain it. So if there's one that couldn't, then it just doesn't count. It's that you have multiple answers. Okay. That which has the least amount of assumptions is the most likely to be true. Okay. You go to the default. If there's ever a scenario where it's like, well, that's an illusion, or your eyes are playing tricks on you, or it's actually backwards, right? It's actually the opposite of what we see or what we think. It's possible that does happen. Like even Matthew brought up, look, they thought the sun went underneath the earth, right? Like it is possible, but you have to prove that. That's the point I'm making. It's very simple.
I would say that's
the
default, though.
What?
When you see the sun cut off halfway during the sunset, that the default position Occam's razor should be that it's being blocked by the ocean.
Sure, but you can prove that that's not the case, and the way that you do that is just you can see the sun.
But I appreciate your emphasis on thinking about the defaults and going from there.
Yeah, I just think it's an important first step. That's all I'm trying. Like, it does improve the Earth is flat, but what always happens is people don't approach it that way. They act like there's no evidence for flat Earth. They actually go around saying that, and this is why flat earthers look at a lot of you guys like kind of like a joke. It's like that's just objectively not true, and I'm trying to bridge the gap here, So anyway, all right, Big Tech, what you got?
All right. At risk of getting off in the weeds, I just wanted to point out my understanding of Occam's razor. This isn't one of the questions, but you keep bringing it up, and that's not really like considered an irrefutable principle of logic or science or anything like that. It's really just more like a preference for simplicity, not really actually usually very useful in complex systems. It's really just sort of like when in doubt, go with the simple answer. It's sort of just like a rule of thumb in general. That's really more or less what it's saying. It's not really a logical principle in any way. It's not really actually based on logic. It's just a preference for simplicity.
But like it is a form of logic because it's most likely to be true. So we're using logic and reason.
No, I think that's erroneous. I don't think it is more likely to be true. I don't think there's actually any element of likeliness involved.
The simplest, most coherent explanation with the least amount of assumptions is most likely to be true. You can disagree with that, but like all,
Yeah, I don't think you're.
all experience
It's
supports
not
that.
always correct.
Almost no one disputes the Occam's razor. Well, but this is the caveat. I've said this though.
All right. Well, that's an appeal to the masses.
No, I'm
I mean,
just.
if we're gonna be
I'm.
passive.
But
Almost everyone agrees isn't valid.
yeah, sure. If you get to cut me off and not let me make the argument, then you could claim that I had an appeal to consensus, but that wasn't in place of my argument. So, okay, my argument.
I
is,
thought we were doing that because you did it with the red herring thing.
well, yeah, that's different though, because like that's just blatantly changing the subject. That is, you can cut people off with red herrings, and arguably even like blatant straw mans once you hear them. But okay,
Yeah.
this is the point, right? I said very clearly that the caveat is that doesn't mean it's true. It's certainly like it's just the first. It's how you can establish where you start. Okay, and I don't see how that can really be disputed. If you have like 50 answers, well, okay, well, what's the most likely? Well, the one that I don't have to make all kinds of assumptions that I can't verify. If there's there's an explanation over here where I don't have to make any assumptions, but then there's another explanation over here that requires like 10 assumptions and it's way more complicated and I can't verify it, then the first one is most likely to be true. It may be that actually the one with 50 assumptions is true. Sure, in theory, right? But the most likely to be true is the one that doesn't require assumptions. That's the point I'm making. If we apply Occam's razor to this, we see stuff move in the sky. Sun and moon appear to be the same size. Horizon's horizontal. The Earth's not moving. That doesn't necessarily mean it's true, but it just makes it like the default initial starting point. That was the point. I would never. I think it's incredibly ignorant to be like Occam's razor proves things, right? I don't think that at all. Of course not, right?
Okay, cool.
All right, but go ahead.
All right, to the questions. I think I would start with this one. This is one I'm most curious about. I think I asked you before how far you think the sun is away, and you said I don't know, if I remember right.
Yeah, no idea.
And so no idea. So
no idea.
Then we've brought up the question of like, what's the name of the dude who postulated that the Earth is curved based on the shadows and stuff?
Eratosthenes.
Eratosthenes, thanks. And you said, okay, well, that could be done on a flat plane too. There'd be differences if the light is not traveling in parallel.
Yeah, yep. A local light source with divergent rays.
So postulating then a local light source, and then the question will be, well, so if the rays are divergent and you're postulating a local source, that would be a single source, which is the sun. You're assuming that the sun's in a single place with divergent rays. And if you have divergent measurements in the shadows, why don't you just triangulate and just do the geometry and figure out how far that local source is?
Yeah, because you would need an actual position. So there's no doubt that perspective messes with the sun, right? Because you can see at certain times it'll look like the rays are diverging onto the clouds. Like we know the sun's not literally in the clouds though. You know what I'm saying? Like there are times where if you follow the rays to where they're converging, it'll end up in the clouds. So like, but this is called like we see what's called crepuscular rays from the sun, right? Here, I can show a picture, but crepuscular rays are where the rays diverge out from the sun. And sometimes, because what happens is it's called diffraction, right? The light there's like a physical obstruction of the path of light, and it causes it to like split out, and you get interference patterns and all this stuff.
Yeah, interference patterns. Yeah.
And so like, whenever the light splits out, right, it's going to optically converge to wherever that physical obstruction is, because it's going to split out from there. And so we have crepuscular rays where sometimes the sun looks like it's like right there, like you could get in a balloon and go to the sun. But we know that's not true. Like we know it's not that close. So
why do you know?
Because you can fly higher than the clouds and you're not above the sun. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. The globe model says, both sides agree that there's an illusion with exactly where the sun is when it comes to like divergent rays. The globe model says that there are no divergent rays at all, and basically compares them to railroad tracks, right? Where they look like they're converging, but they're not at all. They're parallel. Even though technically they are diverging in the globe model, because light has to diverge if it's coming from like a spherical object, right? But it's just that it's diverging so small that it's basically perfectly parallel. So anyway, So like that's the reason why we can't just take the rays and figure out how high the sun is, because like there's an apparent position, right, that's created by the crepuscular rays. And honestly, I've seen some flat earthers get this wrong, so it's probably good that we throw this all out there. Like this is relatively simple, but
So you're saying so let me get it. So what are you saying that is interfering with the light, causing it to diverge rather than being a straight line to the source on a clear day?
I'm just saying we always see the sun, we always see the rays diverge off the sun in all directions, like we would expect it to if it was pretty close. In order for you, because
Oh yeah. But my question is like, so assuming that that's what's going on, so you're assuming that it's close and the rays are diverging, and that's the reason why the shadows are different lengths at different parts of the plane, the Earth's surface, right? So if you're
I see
saying
what
that
you're
the local sun,
that you can get a distance like doing Eratosthenes, assuming it's close. Like just take
do Eratosthenes, assume that it's close, but just figure out the angles and go like, all right, angle here, angle A, angle B, angle C, different locations. You can triangulate and figure out, all right, well then it would be located here at this altitude.
My answer's still the same, which is that in order to know that means that you're going to have to assume the sun's in an actual position. Because even like where the light's
Do you assume it's not in an actual position?
Yeah, 100% we don't see the sun in an actual position. And we know that because the only way we can predict the sunset time is we have to use an apparent position. It's called the equation.
Why don't you calculate the apparent altitude of the sun?
Yeah, we can do that, sure.
And what does it appear to be at?
I wouldn't know the number off the top of my head. People typically say around 3,300 miles. If you look at the apparent position. And that would be for your model too, like the apparent position, but it depends on, you have to then determine a size of it, right? Because we're going off of angular size. So in order to know how far away it is, for example, you can do the calculations and you can get a sun that's 3,300 miles away and like 32 miles in diameter. Or you can get a sun that's 93 million miles away and then like, I don't even know, insanely big, right? Like, what's the diameter of the sun? 865,000 miles in diameter.
Haven't they done measurements to the distance of the moon with like reflecting light?
Radar, yeah, supposedly.
Like laser beams, radar? Yeah, there's ways of like measuring distance and...
Yeah.
Do you accept that or do you refute that? Or do you throw that out?
Okay, so the actual evidence of them doing that is actually very scarce. But for like intents and purposes, I always just grant it. I always just grant as if it's real because I like to explain how even if it's real, what's wrong with it. But I do want to make sure everyone knows, like, the evidence for that is incredibly scarce. Like, especially the laser thing. There's like a couple videos in all of existence where they claim to have shot a laser, and then what happens is they just get like a little beep on a monitor, and they claim that that's for sure one of the photons that they sent. Out of tens of millions they got, and it's a little beep on the screen. There's like a couple videos that ever claim to do that. And then people also claim that's proof that we went to the moon because we shot a laser reflected off the reflectors we put there, right? But they claim to have bounced a laser off the moon before they even claimed to went to the moon. But anyway, let's pretend that like they really are bouncing things off the moon or whatever. When you look into like say the radar bounce, because people, this is another thing, like another talking point people will say is like, dude, every amateur, and they say it with such confidence, bro, amateur radio, like ham radio operators can go outside in their backyard and bounce it off the moon. Some will lie and claim they've done it, and every time you press them on it, they didn't even do it. I don't know why people do stuff like that, but I don't dispute that you can shoot radar up towards the moon and maybe get a signal back. This is what, when I looked into the data, this is what seems to happen is like the duration, meaning how long it takes, there's like a span. So it can go from like 2 to like, I want to say even as high as like 3.2 seconds or something like that. It's like 2.1 to 3.2. There's like this big span of seconds. And obviously in the globe model, if it was in a vacuum and you shot the radio wave there, that's light. So speed of light there and back, 238,000 miles, it should say take 2.5 seconds round trip, right? So there's actually a huge span of seconds. Like, well, I'm guessing that they'll come up with some excuse for that, but Like how does that work? Right? If we know it's a vacuum, we shoot the light in the vacuum, we know the speed of light in a vacuum. So we should be able to know, we should always get the same amount of time, but we don't. It varies according to all the different data. You can even Google it, it'll tell you that it varies. So anyway, that's evidence to me actually that there's something else going on, and that it may be reflecting off something else between us and the moon, or that there's a medium there that has some type of different qualities at different times, or where the moon's cycle causes changes in the medium or whatever. I don't know. That would actually be very interesting to work that all out. But long story short, the way that they get the distance is they take the speed equals distance over time. So you have the speed of light, and you have d, just blank, right, over time. So you get how long you take it, use the speed, that's how you get the distance. But it varies greatly. And so in real life application, they just assume they know how far away it is already, based on everything else that they've come up with in the model, and they kind of just come up with reasons why the data doesn't match it. So no, I don't consider that verification. And actually, there's evidence that you can shoot radio waves away from the moon and get it to bounce back. So what's it bouncing off there, right? And then the globe model even claims that a lot of radio waves bounce. I know it's a lot of information, but I'm trying to like thoroughly, because I want you to know everything and make up your own mind. Like another thing is like the ionosphere. They claim radio waves bounce off the ionosphere. And so they'll say that about 40 up to 40 megahertz, the ionosphere is about 40 megahertz. And so if you shoot a radio signal that's 40 megahertz or lower, it'll reflect off the ionosphere. If it's anywhere higher, it'll penetrate it, right? But then they'll claim to shoot like things at the moon consistently at like 110 megahertz that would penetrate it, right? So then it's like, okay, so if I take a radio wave of, say, 110 megahertz and I shoot it out horizontally on the Earth, then that means it should get blocked by the curve and it should only go like a few hundred miles, right? Because we can do that thousands of miles. And then they'll turn around and double speak and say, oh no, that bounced off the ionosphere. And I'm like, I thought you were shooting 110 megahertz to the moon through the ionosphere reliably, because it was so high of a frequency it went through the ionosphere. But now that we tested on the Earth and shot it out horizontally and they go thousands of miles when the globe predicts just a couple hundred, all of a sudden, oh no, the frequency over 100 can still bounce off the ionosphere. That's a side piece of information though, but so no, anyway, it's very convoluted, kind of cherry picking, presupposition type of thing.
From my understanding, the explanation of the differences in the LiDAR measurements is that the moon travels in a non-perfect distance from the planet, and we can measure it in a lot of different ways. It's a slightly different size when it's at perigee versus apogee, and it's like a 45,000 kilometer difference at perigee versus apogee. So that 45,000 miles times 2 extra difference there and back accounts for the difference in measurement at different times in different places.
But that's like that. But think about how fast the speed of light is, though. Like 40, you said 45,000 miles.
Yeah, times 2, so it's 90,000 miles difference. So you get a slight fluctuation in the speed that the signal comes back.
Okay, well then, so you would agree.
Sorry, kilometers, not miles.
Okay, you would agree that in this scenario, we would know exactly how long it's going to come back every time then, right? Because we would know where the moon is in its cycle and how far away it is, and then we'd be able to know.
Right, yeah. Yeah,
but that doesn't happen. Also, though, the other problem here is that, like, say you have 0.7 second difference. Dude, with the speed of light, that is a ton. Let's see.
Yeah, that's huge. I haven't seen that. I'd like to see that. Maybe you've done a breakdown on that before. I'll look into that. That's a good answer. So, like I said, I'm just curious about these. I want to see what your answers are. But if you found, discrepancies in the measurements, that's interesting.
I think so. It's saying 670 million miles per hour is the speed of light. 670 million miles per hour. So, like, let's say in miles per second, obviously. So, yeah, the number everyone's always heard, 186,000 miles per second.
Yeah, we're talking 300,000 kilometers per second. And so 90,000 kilometers would be, a fraction of a second.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that's actually a good idea, though, for me to, like, really break it all down. But And then there's another thing too that Bob brought up to me back in the day. Is like, think about this. So like you're on the Earth and it's spinning, and then you shoot a signal up to the moon, and the moon has to go there and bounce back. How much does the Earth spin in 2.5 seconds? Like, how far away are you from the place you were in miles, right? In relation to the moon, the signal's just going to come right back to you after you spin. You're spinning and you're shooting the signal with the momentum of your spin, and it's going to go up, and then you're going to keep spinning, and it's going to hit the moon at whatever angle it does, and it's going to come back to you as you change your position. And normally they'll say something like, "Oh, but it spans out super, super wide." Well, if it's spanning out super, super wide, then that means that the moon's only gonna get hit by a small little portion of it. And so now you've cut it in significantly, and then it's gonna come back. I guess that is their answer, though. They say it spans out super wide, but
Yeah, it's not a string of individual perfectly aligned electrons, or photons.
yeah, my
It's
major
an array.
thing with it is, I think the moon could be plasma, and plasma is ionized gas, and I would expect that you actually could bounce things off of it. And so when it comes to determining the distance, you're going to need to know the
Yeah.
medium. Like say it's in a more dense medium than a vacuum. Well, then you're going to get a totally different distance value, right? Like if because the radio wave, the light's going to go much slower in a denser medium than it is in a vacuum. And so you can think something's way further than it really is if it's in a more dense medium than you think it is. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
Now, if the values always perfectly match, that would be a stronger argument for you guys, but they don't. Like when I looked into it deeper, they don't. And there's actually like a surprising shortage of reliable tests, certainly with the lasers, quote unquote. But yeah, anyway, I hope that makes sense. Like if it's more dense, the light's going to go a different speed. Like even though they say the speed of light is constant, well, like it's constant in a vacuum. Like it changes in relation to medium, because they'll say like in water, it travels a greater distance. So the speed didn't change, but the time changed because it had to go a greater distance. So basically to us, it slowed down or whatever, because they have to say that. I would say speed. No, like light just slows down, but whatever. Does that make sense?
Okay, speaking of that, I think that's a good segue to my second question, which is about the time dilation synchronization they claim that they have to do on GPS navigation satellites. Do you just toss that out? You think they're lying? Or what's your answer? Why do they have to synchronize the clocks and take into account time dilation for the orbiting satellites?
Yeah, I'll answer this, but I wish that some of the boys from Either Cause was here, because this is like their dream question. They love it. But so when you look into it, you have to figure out how atomic clocks work. The way atomic clocks work is they will use their terminology, right? So the most accurate one is a cesium atom clock. So they use what they call cesium atoms, and they have like a vibrational rate, and that's how they quantify a second. Is that they call it clicks, and it's like 9,180,000,000 clicks a second or whatever. And that's how they get a second. So that's like how precise it is. Pretty mind-blowing, right? It's like oscillatory. It's oscillating. It's vibrating. Anyway,
yeah.
And then what they do is they run it through these magnetic fields, and they separate them into two groups because they change the quote-unquote spin of them in different directions. There's like two groups. They separate them with magnetic fields, and they use these to get a time. And then what they do is it monitors like the vibrational rate, and it sends out microwaves to tune it back in, right? Because if you didn't do that, it wouldn't be accurate. So they're actually constantly kind of like the way that the technology is built, it's constantly cooking the books, right? Because it sends out these microwaves, and of course the microwave like overpowers it, and it like corrects the resonance. It puts it in line with the frequency of the microwave. So like constantly making sure it stays in a certain way, which if we were going to talk about like, we're going to figure out what's going on in terms of time dilation, we shouldn't be messing with that, right? But anyway, so the way the atomic clocks work in and of themselves are typically not understood. Most people don't know all that. But anyway, now we get to, that means relativity predicts that there will be a certain amount of time dilation. And what they actually have found, according to the GPS manuals, is that it's anisotropic, meaning that it has a preferred direction. And specifically that the direction that the satellite is moving. So the time dilation correction actually has to account for the velocity of the satellite and the direction that it's going. And
because it's
and-
basically the Doppler effect, right?
yeah, but that's a problem for relativity, right? Relativity says that the speed of light will remain constant regardless of how fast the satellite's moving, regardless of how fast anything's moving. That the speed of light itself won't change, but what they're doing is they're getting different durations, like different durations of signal, and so they have to make corrections to it to make it work. And this is where you get into stuff like the main, like the international GPS manual will tell you that you have to make a east to west correction. Like it'll go faster one direction than the other. And then you get into Ron Hatch, who had to come in and create a correction for it because the relativity's prediction didn't work. And so they came up with a new prediction and basically uses like an etheric model where you actually do account for the velocity in really simple terms. Like the etheric model would say that if something's moving, it's c plus v. So it's like the rate of light plus the velocity of whatever you're in, c plus v. Whereas relativity would predict it's just c. But to actually use the GPS properly, they have to do c plus v. That's a lot of information, but then here's the most concise way to go to it. Supposedly they verified time dilation in GPS satellites or in atomic clocks. It's called I always forget the name. It's like heating and Kathleen or Kathleen heating or something. Does anyone remember by chance? Atomic clock. I'll find it. It's like okay, Haffel and Keating. So this is 1971. This super famous test, and it's supposedly what people will tell you, what Wikipedia will tell you, is that it proved and verified Einstein's prediction of time dilation in the atomic clock. So they took these clocks, they synchronized them, they put them on a plane, and they flew them at different heights, at different speeds, in different directions, and they monitor the clock, right? Because Einstein's prediction of time dilation was going to change based on which direction they were flying. And what they saw actually was that the time measured, it sped up and slowed down in both directions. Wikipedia will literally tell you that it proved relativity. And when you go look at the actual paper and their charts, it shows that there were errors both in the negative and positive direction in both the east and west direction. So it's not only didn't verify Einstein, it specifically was a problem for relativity, you know? And so to me, that's very interesting. But anyway, and I can give you that. I can show you the charts. The actual charts show you that it goes positive and negative, meaning slower and faster in both directions. It shouldn't have done that. It should have slowed down in one direction, right? And it didn't. So yeah, and I'll just throw this out here. This is what we always find. This is why flat earthers are so kind of dug into their position, because it's like, if I look it up in the mainstream, it's going to tell me that test by Haffel and Keating proved time dilation and that relativity was true. You go read the paper, you look at the charts, it says that's not the case. Even their writing admits it wasn't the case. It went faster and slower in both directions. It should have only went slower in one direction. It went faster and slower and in both directions, right? Okay, so that's a major problem for them. And then what they'll tell you, GPS has to account for relativistic time dilation to work, kind of like you said, right? That's what all the mainstream will say. When you actually look into it, no, they had to bring Ron Hatch in to fix the GPS. This guy won a Nobel Prize, or he won all kinds of GPS awards. He was the GPS guy, right? They brought Ron Hatch in to fix it. He wrote an entire paper talking about how GPS actually falsified relativity, and in order to make the correction that everyone now uses, he had to use c plus v and go against relativity. But they'll tell you that satellites prove relativity. And I'm going to list a couple more just to see. This is a reoccurring theme, and this is this is like Grabler propaganda. This is what they do. So that if you go over to, they'll say that Mercury's perihelion shift proved relativity. Actually, because Newtonian's orbit doesn't really work with it, because Mercury's a little different. But it was actually observed 40 years beforehand, and he tried to make it work, but couldn't make it work. And the math doesn't work, and then you have to add an additional planet or change the size of the sun or the charge of the sun, and it still doesn't work. It's called the Mercury perihelion shift problem. They use the Kerr metric and a few other variations of that. They use an imaginary mass and a massless path and all this crazy stuff to try to make the math work. So that's another lie. They'll tell you that relativity was proven by its ability to predict the perihelion shift of Mercury, but actually it wasn't. And then I'll give you one more example. One of the most famous ones, because if you look up proof of relativity, you're going to get all this, is the 1919 Arthur Eddington experiment, where they supposedly relativity predicted that you would see a star from behind the sun during the eclipse because the the gravitational field of the sun was actually going to bend the light around where you could see the star, even though the star was behind it. And it's called gravitational lensing. And so the relativistic prediction was that you'd see the star because it would be close enough that it'd bend around it. And then Eddington, who had like I want to say like 30 plates, he didn't observe it in any of his plates except allegedly 3 of them. And coincidentally, all 3 of them got destroyed, so we could never see it. And so the mainstream will tell you that they went and proved it and they saw it. But actually, the guy who did it, it's called the Eddington experiment. He said, no, this is a major problem for relativity. Almost all the plates didn't see it. And then the only ones that supposedly did match relativity, and even those, they admit they had to make a correction to claim it did match it, they got destroyed. So you see how like that just seems weird, right? Like if relativity is real, like you wouldn't have to misrepresent all these tests. But anyway, Arthur Eddington himself said this is a major problem for relativity. It didn't match the prediction. Wikipedia will tell you that it proved it. You know, it's the same with the atomic clocks. Wikipedia will tell you that it proved it, but didn't. That was a lot of information, but dude, it took us a long time to find all this stuff. So you're getting a crash course. You should obviously not just trust what I'm saying, but I think you can understand why people would be pretty skeptical when you see that happening over and over.
Yeah, personally, before I go on to the next question, I'll grant you that I'm skeptical of the relativity concept. I think that there's something more to be discovered there, and I think a lot of times it could be that we're stumbling upon places where it just doesn't add up like they thought because we have an incomplete notion, or the math was bullshit, or there's another phenomenon that's real, but it's not exactly that thing that they're saying. In fact, could I say, have you seen the thing with Terrence Howard? Is that what his name is?
Yeah,
the guy that
I
went on
saw
Joe Rogan recently.
What
do you think about all that?
Saw a
Did you give
decent amount of it. I think I didn't see all of it, but I saw a decent amount and I saw a bunch of clips. Yeah, I think a lot of what he's saying has merit. I think he's also like really wrong about some of the stuff, right? But like when he brought up the periodic element charts, like Walter Russell's periodic chart, like that's totally legit. And Walter Russell predicted elements before they were discovered by using his chart.
Right.
Which is insane. Like it should have immediately been updated across the board. He predicted them before they existed because he just used the frequency and the vibration. So that part's true. It's cool that he got that word out to millions of people. So I like that.
The reason I ask is specifically there's a lot of overlap between what he's saying and what you're saying. But he's saying, like, for example, that there's no gravity and there's no relativity. There's no need for any of that. But he offers a different hypothesis, which sounds a lot like yours, which is that it's basically just electricity.
But that's like the draft of electricity.
Right, it's electric draft, and he's saying that explains everything. But then he's making models based on that shows it's all spheres. Like he's he comes up with a spherical universe.
Yeah, but like when I did hear that clip too, and his the way he got to that conclusion was he was saying that there's no such thing as straight lines, which I actually agree with in a different way, which is that there's no such thing as being at rest, so everything's vibrating. So technically, like, would a line really be straight if it's vibrating the whole way?
Yeah, it's all waves.
Yeah, exactly. So everything is waving, and then sacred geometry is the key. So this is the question. I'll just cut to the chase real fast. Like either he's controlled op, or we would have a very interesting conversation. Do something like either he just organically came to where he is, and then I think that I would maybe blow his mind with some stuff because he's going to see the sacred geometry in the geocentric model. All the planets move in that same exact sacred geometry from a geocentric model. And in the heliocentric model, it's just circles. So, but anyway, also I am skeptical, but I would say I don't think that the CIA puts out scientific misinformation in the form of actors. You know what I'm saying? So you can see that obviously our community is very skeptical when they start coming out with some of the truth. It's like, is it damage control? But I guess my overall assessment would be that I think it's a net positive regardless. He said that there was an ether. He brought up Michelson-Morley. That's good, but he also...
That's my next question's about that.
Yeah, he didn't say the full story about Michelson-Morley, though, right? He didn't say the stationary part. And like that isn't just a flat earther talking point. That's what happened, right? That's what Einstein said. That's what Albert Michelson said. Edward Morley said. That's what everyone that did the test knew about the test. That's just what happened, right? Was that That's what the autobiography of Einstein says, right? It says, like, obviously the first option was that the Earth's not moving, and no one considered that an option because that would mean having to get rid of the Copernican theory. So that was actually very frustrating for me to hear him bring up the ether and then bring up Michelson-Morley, but then like leave out the whole part of it, which is if you
Well, he
bring the
basically,
ether back-
my takeaway was that he said that it seems like we just have a non-stationary ether.
Yeah, that's right. But that doesn't. Now they wanted to do that back then, right? Which like so there was like to have the ether moving with the Earth, basically. And this is this is why the paper says.
That's kind of my question. What's the problem with that? Why couldn't it be that?
Yeah, but real fast, this is why the paper says it falsified the stationary ether, and that's why the anti-flatters get on my nerves so much, because it doesn't say falsified ether, it says falsified stationary ether, which it did.
Right.
It did do that, and we completely agree, right? Because there was a little bit of a drift measured, so it can't be stationary.
Right.
But as to why, because the ether would have to be like tilted and wobbling, and then spinning, and then revolving, and then they didn't even know about some of these motions, and they didn't know about the fact that the Earth has to be flying through the galaxy, or that the galaxy was going like 1.2 million miles per hour. So the ether would have to be able to simultaneously move all those different vectors, which is it fundamentally can't be doing that if it's a medium, right? If it's a medium that we're in, it can't be moving all of those vectors and sustaining EM. And so they put that
Why
idea.
not?
Well, because like just think about it logically. How can you have like an all-encompassing medium that's sustaining the electromagnetic waves that's moving all of those different vectors at the same time? Because there's only one place it can
But
be.
if it's terrestrially generated, like if the ether, like we're doing a terrestrial experiment with Michelson-Morley, meaning that it's on Earth, so that would just mean that we haven't been able to find a stationary ether on Earth. So on Earth, the ether's moving with the Earth would be the.
Well, but that's the problem, right? Like, they were trying to detect the orbit terrestrially, right? And then they didn't even know about us moving through the galaxy and all this stuff. So that means like if there's a medium that sustains light or carries light, as the Earth is
They were trying to detect the orbit with Michelson-Morley.
Yeah.
I thought they were already assuming the orbit, and they were trying to detect a stationary ether.
Well, specifically, they were trying to use the Earth's orbit by measuring its motion to show if the velocity of light was constant. So like they were using
in relation to a stationary ether.
Yeah. But they weren't like trying to measure the ether. They were trying to see if the speed of light changed based on motion within the ether. So they assumed they assumed the ether, they assumed the motion. That's why they did it. It was actually like a brilliant idea, because they're like, well, in their mind, they were like, I know the Earth's orbiting, so this is a reliable motion we can use. Right?
So it cancels either one. Either the Earth is stationary, or the ether is not stationary. Those are the only two options.
Well, the ether is for sure not stationary regardless, because that's why their conclusion was correct. And that's why I think they knew more than people think they did, because Einstein came in and said that it was just an error, because it did detect something, right? It did have an interference pattern. It detected a fringe shift. Einstein came in and said, oh, no, it just must be an instrumental error, because if it's not an error, then my theory is wrong and I have no explanation. But, dude, Albert Michelson denied that vehemently. He said it's not an error because it's over 10 times more precise than it needs to be. We know the error margin, and this is way bigger than the error margin, and we've tested the error margin extensively. So we are detecting something, and that's why he spent like the next 30 years trying to figure it out, and he couldn't. And, then you get to Michelson-Gell-Pearson in like 25 or whatever. So anyway, long story short, like there was a drift measured. Now, then you go to Michelson-Gell-Pearson, and you can detect the sidereal rotation, right? The rate that the stars spin in the sky. So they had a prediction for Michelson-Morley about the orbit, and then they didn't get it. They got like 1/6 the value, so it couldn't have been the orbit that was causing it. And so that's what flipped all of physics upside down. You get to Michelson-Gell-Pearson, they had a prediction for the rotation of the Earth, and it perfectly matched, like within 98% accuracy every single time, the rate at which they thought the Earth was rotating, right? So we were able to use the same thing, interferometry, assuming an ether, to detect the rotation of the Earth, but not the orbit. Now, if you step back and you combine those two, what that means is there's only one viable option to explain it. It's that the Earth isn't moving and there is a rotation, and it's that the sky is rotating around us. So if you don't have an orbit and you do have a rotation, but it's just the sky, then that can explain both tests perfectly. Stationary Earth, drift within the ether based on the vortex rotation. And that's called the 𝐚𝐭'𝐬 effect. And then, of course, 𝐚𝐭'𝐬, who discovered that, he said it was a vortex in the ether. So that's a lot. That's obviously like a crash course in like a huge subject. But to me, the world is supposed to know that before they even graduate high school, and like no one knows it. So like watching Terrence Howard get in front of millions was like bittersweet in that sense. It's like people need to know what really happened. I don't know if he does or doesn't know, but yeah, I've seen them try to propose the idea that the ether moves with the Earth. I've read like a few papers back in the day, and they themselves were debunking it. They were like, but look here, how is it going to simultaneously move in multiple vectors but then be able to sustain the light like as a medium? And it can't, right? Like logically. And then I'll stop ranting, this is a lot, but I have in a speech, I guess, or like a lecture from, I think it is a Stanford professor, but I'm not sure what school it is. And he talks about Michelson-Morley, and he said, actually, Michelson-Morley should have also detected the 500,000 mile per hour vector of us going through the galaxy with the sun and our galaxy going 1.2 million miles per hour. They just didn't even know about those things at the time. So really, Michelson-Morley should have detected that as well. So what you would have had to do is you had to account for that motion through the universe, that motion through the galaxy, that motion around the sun, and you would have had to add them up like compounding vectors. And then you would have had to got the total.
If that's all moving through a stationary ether, right?
Yeah. I mean, like technically,
that's what you're saying. Yeah. So if it's stationary relative to all motion, then there's all of those different motions to take into account. The galaxy moving and all that. Yeah, it'd be like
they didn't even know about it.
Fast.
Yeah. So this is the reason that the ether's been thrown out, right? There's not like some grand conspiracy of malevolence. It's not like these scientists wake up every day and they're like, we got to figure out a way to make sure no one knows about the ether. Like in their mind, there literally can't be an ether. You know what I'm saying? Like, there just can't be one because we know that the Earth is doing all this motion. And see, Terrence Howard, he didn't explain that. Like I said, I haven't seen the whole thing, but I saw the ether part. Unless he talks about it again later, he doesn't explain that at all. And this is the same thing with, have you seen the guys going viral with the Malaysian flight videos?
I haven't seen that, but I listened to the whole Joe Rogan thing, and he did go into the ether a little bit. He basically is postulating that it's a like a result of the arrangement of everything according to, like, if you open the flower of life correctly, he says there's a angle of incidence 120 degrees. He says it a million times.
I saw that part.
Gets to the way he talks about it. But then he's saying like the ether that Michelson and Morley were looking for is actually like a constant emanation of like whatever the field that it's, the local field that it's in, or something like that. So we're within the vicinity of this local field in the terrestrial environment.
Yeah, I don't know.
So he's saying it's basically just moved, like, so that it takes into account all the rotation and the wobble, and so it's basically like relative to the Earth's.
Well, look, this is the problem. This is the problem with that. Michelson-Gale-Pearson detects the rotation. We use the same thing for ring laser gyros. So if the ether is just moving with it, then why are we detecting the rotation, right? So it would have to somehow not be moving with the rotation of the Earth, but then moving with all the other motions. Because we detect the rotation as if the Earth were or as if the ether was stationary, like perfectly. It matches predictions perfectly. Now they're assuming it's the rotation of the Earth, right? But the way we got that was we see how fast the sky spins. It's called sidereal rotation. So like on the globe, the stars look like they spin around us because we're spinning. So like we got 15 degrees per hour roughly, right? And
wait a minute. I'm sorry to pause you there. I want to make sure I got you straight. So you're saying that interferometry, they're able to detect the rotation, but not the orbit.
Exactly.
Is that it?
Yep. And that's called, so you have Michelson-Morley, that's the orbit. And then you have Michelson-Gale-Pearson, and that's the rotation in like 1925. So like the idea of like, I don't know exactly what Terrence said. I'll have to watch it, but like the idea that the ether is moving with the Earth can't work because we can detect the rotation, right? And like perfectly. You know, like they made a prediction they were within 98% accuracy each time, and that's because like this ideal rotation isn't like exactly constant, which is also a problem for the globe, right? Because if you think it's
far out. I was unaware. What's the name of that second one?
𝐤𝐻𝐿
Pearson.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is what's so funny. Whenever the sidereal rotation changes, they have to say that the Earth is changing how fast it rotates, and they do. Like you can go look it up. Look up like the shortest day ever recorded, like 2 years ago. They'll say the Earth sped up. It's like what, or maybe not, right? Maybe the sky is, but. So yeah, I don't know. I did watch a bunch of it. He talks about sacred geometry. He says basically the negative space between the circles that are overlapping is what he's using to formulate all these other shapes, and he thinks that's how you find like the elements, and that is it's fascinating. Right, I saw that part where because I started watching it the whole thing, but I only got like 45 minutes in or something.
Yeah, check it out. I'd like to hear your debunk of anything he was wrong on. And if you'll entertain one more question, then I'll back off. If nobody else has another question they're anxiously waiting to ask, I have the last one.
Okay.
You've been humoring me, and I appreciate it. I got schooled. I never heard of Michelson-Gale Pearson yet, so now I got something to learn about. That rules. Schooled. Glober schooled. I got schooled. Gale Pearson. Based. Okay, I'm going to drop it in the side chat, the live chat. Is that what we're calling it? Live stream stage side chat. I got a link. I've heard you say that the South Pole, the Antarctica 24-hour sun videos have been debunked. But I've only seen one get debunked. But what about this one? Is this one debunked too? Do you know about this one? It's 8K, 360 VR, shot with a 360 camera. You can see the sun in the sky for a full rotation. It never sets. At the base in Antarctica. What's your answer?
Where'd you say you put it?
Video? It's in the side chat of the live stream that we're in. I'll put it in the I'll put it in the audience text too if you want. Easier for everybody to find.
I got it. Let me also show it.
And so this is a 360 video where you can even like move it around. You can
I think I have seen it. I'm just going to show the audience. Okay. All right, cool. And then am I sharing with? No, I'm not sharing with you guys. Let me share with.
Maybe you have a debunk on this one. I'm looking for it. Maybe you guys can school me again.
Change.
I just don't know about this one.
Back. No. Back. All right. All right. Let's watch it. Okay. Yeah. So this one you technically can allegedly see it. I haven't like fully broke this down. We did pull it up on Globebusters though. Because I pointed out this is the one they claim is like the home run or whatever. So obviously
it's only a minute and a half long.
Yeah, if you look at the sun right here, like that looks pretty crazy. But I guess you could say it's.
You can also look at the shadows. They do perfect circles around all the objects on the ground.
Yeah, that's something. Somebody else was claiming they saw the shadows not match. I don't know though. Like right here, no. And then yeah, obviously this part here, just where it's stitched. Somewhere. Like right there, yeah. That's obviously like 360. See the line there?
Right. Is that where the two lenses?
Yeah, I guess so. Right? I guess so. Yeah. But yeah, so like I haven't looked at this one enough to know how it was faked or if it was faked or anything like that. I think 100% that this can be faked, but I'm not going to claim I know it's faked. I think pretty much our position is what our position is at this point is that there were things that were shown to us as if it were 24/7 sun, and it was faked. There's been the two most famous ones. You'll see this one has 22,000 views, 9,000 subs. The two most famous ones shown to us, and this is obviously not in 8K, this is terrible quality, right? But the two most famous ones shown to us were faked. And so at this point, we're like, well, we know they can be faked. And the fact that they're faking it, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, I can pretty much speak for every flat earther. we're not going to accept like some video that could be fake at this point. Just a second. But as to this one, I don't know. I need a drink. I don't know if it is or how it would be or anything like that. The other part that's really sketchy is there are 24-hour cameras that the government has. They have a research facility in Antarctica, and they have all these different cameras that are 24 hours. And when you go to their website to look at it, it cuts out like 8 hours every day. And so it's like really weird, right? Because on a flat Earth, you would expect the sun to come up, and then you expect the sun to set, right? But on a globe, it should go 360 like this, right? This right here is allegedly showing. And so when we go look at the government videos, they like, because it's supposedly like constantly being recorded, right? Like basically live. And it always cuts out like 8 hours. So when you look at it, it shows the shadow go from one side, loop around, and then fall down, just like you would expect on a flat Earth. So we've called them and tried to figure it out. And they said they don't have the bandwidth to do it. And they were like, okay, well, send it the next day. You know, something about satellites and bandwidth or something. I don't know. So I'm saying all that not to divert from this video. I'm saying that to say you can understand our skepticism. It's not like we're just like really thirsty and desperately trying to avoid it. It's like, look at like, what is the sun doing right there? Like, what is that?
Can I throw in my theory about this one?
Yeah, sure.
It's like what it's doing is like a time lapse video. So
but look at that. It looks crazy. That looks crazy, bro.
Well,
yeah,
so
it's pretty low on the horizon.
In this video, like the sun looks like it's got like it's like almost how it looks when you have a solar. I think it's lacking a lot of rays. You know, like we looked through this with eggshells and he pulled up another 360 video and the sun had way more rays. So it's not because of it's a 360 camera. It's clearly like it's way too round. You know what I mean? Like there's no rays coming out of it.
I don't get what you're saying. You're saying this is a fake video? Fake sun?
I'm saying that I've never seen the sun look like that before.
Well, I mean, Big Tech, do you agree that stuff like this can technically be faked?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose. I mean, like you could be fake, dude. You could be AI.
Okay, okay, but like, so what happened was when we and by the way, I'm not the kind of guy that would just be like, oh, it could be faked and just completely ignore it. Like I've looked at all of them. The fact that there's like this one supposedly that like the sun looks really weird to me. Like it just like even right here at the very beginning of the video, if you go to the very beginning right here, like the sun looks like watch. It's about to get huge. I guess like watch this. Like what is this? What is this? That's wild. I mean, I get it. You're gonna say it's the clouds. I get it. But it's like, look at that, bro. That's crazy. Like I've never
like, but what does the sun look like if you just do?
I've never seen this. I've never seen the sun do this in my life, bro.
But what's your point? That like they're faking a video so they made the sun look weird in their fake video?
No, I think if it's easier to fake if you can have portions of like good portions of it being blocked out.
I have a question.
But what about the shadows? I mean, just like it just looks pretty. It looks pretty real to me. It just looks real.
It looks good. It doesn't look real.
But the follow-up question is like, well, why don't you just go here? I mean, I saw you like shooting at Elon. Hey, send me to space. Wouldn't it be easier? Like, couldn't you go to the space? Like you yourself?
I could go to the one.
Just go check it out.
Yeah, it's like 40K. But I would go, and I was actually
do the fundraiser. Let's send Witsit. Go to Antarctica, check it out himself, and he'll watch the 24-hour sun, and then he'll have to.
I would want someone to go with me, because you may think this sounds crazy, but it's not off the table for me that some accident would happen.
Oh yeah.
So like if at least
you don't make it home.
Yeah, if like multiple people with me, I think it's less likely that they're like Austin slipped on ice, and
Yeah, they both slipped on ice, got eaten by a
exactly
leopard seal.
And like, cause dude, I'm saying,
look at those.
Like, that's a legitimate concern when the government has hit Antarctica the way they have, and then they have 24-hour cameras, and none of them show a 24-hour sun. Like,
and it says at the end who this was filmed by. It might not be hard to get a hold of that guy and like get him on for an interview. At the very end, it says filmed by Anthony Powell. Maybe get a hold of Anthony Powell.
That's not a bad idea.
I'm
I'm having a former NASA employee who was stationed in Antarctica for 6 months. He's supposed to be coming on my show.
Yeah, sweet. Get the astronauts, get the Antarctica liars. But if he says he's filmed that thing, maybe you can make him see it.
I took a screenshot. Well, let me ask you a question. If you went down there and you didn't see the sun for 24 hours, do you agree it would debunk the globe?
Dude, I'll go with you. I'll go as the skeptic. You go as and we'll do a debate under a 24-hour sun. We'll talk about it. I'm down. I'll help you do the fundraiser. I would love to go into Antarctica, even if we die. I would risk my life going.
A family, man. But like, I do want to go. I've been saying for a long time I want to go. But like, my plan to go was to keep it under wraps. Like, not like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think we should go. I think we should go for sure.
Dude, I'm down to go, dude.
We actually really could. Honestly, it's not that hard.
Yeah, so like obviously,
so we need $100,000. Big deal.
Yeah, because like you don't want to go. Obviously, you don't want to just go on any guided tour that takes you to the edge. You can't even see the 24-hour sun there.
No, we want to go to that base at the right day when there should be 24-hour sun, and then we'll hang out. We'll live stream the whole thing.
I don't know if you can go to this one, but there's one that where you should see it. Like there's one that is open to tourists that you should see it. But you know what's so funny, bro? We were already looking into all of it. We're looking into all the details. It's like super complicated. Like you have to have very specific things and backups, and it's like you don't just get to just go. You know, it's like a whole thing. But we were looking into all the rules and all the stuff that you have to bring, and we were thinking, dude, we need to like really call and ask them about this. But what if they have some type of rule that you're not allowed to leave your tent at night, right? Because that sounds crazy, but Antarctica is pretty dangerous, right? So
yeah, if we get down there and they block us from looking at the sun,
yeah, but see, and
you have to go inside with no windows for 8 hours.
Yeah, or what? But I think there will be daylight. But what sucks is like that wouldn't like obviously all Globers like that wouldn't be evidence of anything, right? Like so we would just be screwed. So we would need to know the specifics. But I'm 100% down. I know Jaren's down, Dave's down. Like all these claims that were like common and stuff, like we think that they're like so funny because obviously.
Well, dude, if you and I were both going, we could raise money from both sides. The flat earthers who want to prove that it's true and the debunkers, everybody could donate. And we're going to get a final answer one way or the other. This is a definitive test. We both agree that if we go down there and we see the sun for 24 full hours, it could only mean one thing. And
what I'm asking you is do you agree that if we don't see the sun's not in the sky for 24 hours doing a 360 around us, that it debunks the globe?
Yeah. I think if we got there and didn't see what we expect, that would poke a sinking the ship size hole.
Yeah.
In the globe theory.
Hey guys, Trips here. Do y'all mind if I chime in real quick?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Hey, okay. So on this deal, I have a theory that you probably wouldn't even get there because, you know, if they are protecting this information, like, you know, no way in hell a civilian's going to go film a 24-hour sun. They're going to know who you are.
Well, that'd be a spicy story too. We raised the money. It's a public thing. We did a GoFundMe and we were on our way and they blocked us.
Shut down.
Like that would be incredible.
I'd be really interested to see what happened as you go through the process. And they're like, okay, who are you? Why are you coming? Because I guarantee you they're going to vet the shit out of people who are trying to sniff around down there and be like, what's your intent? What are you bringing? And they'd be like, oh, no cameras. It'd be interesting to find out. That's just
well, you guys know about the final experiment, right? So I do not. There's this guy that was doing this very thing. Let me show the audience. So obviously this has been brought up many times and people have even raised money, and one guy literally took off with the money. Okay. Stole the money. And then there's another guy that's a pilot, and he said that
we could do that too, dude. We could just take the money and just
never. So he said there's this one guy who said he was like a pilot, and he was gonna either fly us or help us use his airliner and charter a plane to fly directly over the South Pole and circumnavigate and all that stuff. And made this whole video, got millions of views. Everyone's like, "See, the flat earthers are coming. They know that." Blah blah blah. We reached out to him and said, "Let's do it." and immediately started backtracking. And he raised a fundraiser to make it look like he was raising money, and we're just scared and wouldn't raise the money. He's like, I'm not flying. I'm not tearing you the airliner. I'm not helping you charter a flight. You'll have to find your own airliner for someone that will do it. But I need to be paid this much money, and then I'll ride on the plane. All this weird stuff. And we're like, so you're just lying to get clicks. So then this guy did it.
Yeah, I remember this guy now. I remember this guy because I was sending my buddy videos about like all the flights, like trying to find a flight over Antarctica. I was like, you can't, motherfucker, and
He's
like,
bald.
gotcha.
I don't
And
trust
he's like,
bald.
oh yeah, there's this.
Well, the guy that's doing this isn't
do it,
bald.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so this is a preacher. So but it's all been so sketchy. He emailed us and stuff. This has been anonymous this whole time here, right? Like no one knows who's behind it. And they're like, they have revealed the location, right? And they have all of us saying like, yeah, the 24-hour sun 360 would be a problem for the globe. And none of us think you'll see it. And how convenient that like you're not allowed to really go there. And that all the videos are being faked, blah, blah, blah. And so then there's some clips, like I'm in this clip, right? Same thing. And this is where they really reveal what the experiment is. So the location and then the experiment, which I called David immediately, said it's just going to be 24-hour sun. What else could it be? Then he reveals who he is, and it's this guy. It's a preacher. And then we find out, like, he's been working with Mattoon this whole time, lying to everyone, pretending he didn't know. Mattoon and FTFE have been knowing him and working with him, but lying to everyone and lying to us that they didn't know him and trying to set us up to do all this weird stuff. And then lied to another, like, basically preacher on a live stream. Like, he's a flat earther, lied to him. And then he's been like, he got in all this trouble for some really sketchy stuff recently. And so long story short, it's like super sketchy, right? It's like all kinds of lies involved. And I'm like, you have to understand our perspective is like, we think you would never see the 24-hour sun. We think that if anything, you'd see the sunset. We also think that if that's the case, would they really let us go see the sunset? And then, so it's like a whole big risk thing. It's like a perfect cover story because Antarctica is so dangerous. So if something happens, like, is it really going to sound that crazy? Like, no. If a plane crashes in Antarctica, of course it does. It's Antarctica. That's why people don't go, right? So
yeah, we should go on a ship.
Yeah, I'm not. All that to say, like, I'm down to do it, but not with anything that's sketchy. No one lying, right. No one being deceptive, because like money's been stolen, and I have like my second baby's about to be born. Like I'm not playing any weird games with people that are lying. So
I got 2 of them myself. I think you and I are actually good candidates. We're both public people. I mean, I've been on the internet for a couple of years for things that are unrelated to flat Earth. I'm not just a flat Earth grifter or something like, or a debunking grifter or something. I'm just skeptical. So we have a skeptic. We'd have both sides represented.
No, I think it's cool.
I'm adventurous. I've been around the world.
And like they said you can bring cameras. We looked into it. There's Jaren keeps showing what the base is, whatever it is. You can bring cameras. The main one, I forgot what it's called. Does anyone in the chat know the base that this was supposed to go to and that Jaren's been showing on a stream, and I can show it to you. It's definitely like the best place to go. See if the chat knows, but yeah, like then we saw it's like it has all these tents laid out, right? Like you sleep in your tent. And this trip was supposed to be a 3-day trip. They said they'd pay for one of the flat earthers, so they're basically wanting me to go to pay for it, and then wanted me to go with like some anti-flat earther on a flight after they've been caught lying like 10 times. And I'm like, this is super sketchy. I'll go with like my homie, right? Like I'll go with Jaren or something, and we can both be there. We can both have cameras or whatever. But so then I was thinking, well, do I try to do it discreetly because of what the other guy said? Like, do I try to, but no, because I'll still have to submit my name to them, and it's not like I can really go there like James Bond or something, right? So anyway, long story short, like there's a lot to it, but dude, if the Earth's a globe, I would love to know. See, people think that I wouldn't. I would love to know, because like,
well, then you'd just be on level 2 of the figuring out the mysteries, because you'd still have all these questions that need answering. You'd be like, okay, well, it's not flat. Well, then what the hell's going on? Is it a globe, but everything's going around the globe? It's still
like I would be
geocentric.
For sure,
geocentric globe.
Like geocentric ether. That's what I'm saying. Like people, you see it, but most people think I would like freak out. I wouldn't freak out. I would come out and say it immediately. And then be like, okay, now we're closer to, now it's okay if it's a globe, it's not seemingly not moving and there's an ether, so let's figure out what's going on. But I just don't see it. I've gone out onto the Earth and seen stuff from really, really far away consistently, and we shoot radio waves tens of thousands of miles. And every time I look into anything, the globe has just been debunked, but then comes up with some made-up story that no one can falsify that conveniently saves the globe again. And like, yeah, it just isn't a globe. Like as far as I can tell, lie detector test, no hesitation. Gun to my head. Geocentrism, almost no hesitation. Flat Earth, just a slight hesitation. That's the honest truth. Gun to my head, bro. And so that's pretty intense, But yeah, long story short, I would obviously I would.
Yeah, I don't have the impression that you might. I said it to you pretty frankly before. I don't think that you're just bullshitting about what you think is real, but I think it's pretty common for people to be able to talk themselves into things that are erroneous and really believe them. So I don't think that you're
sure.
Like that's just my impression. For me, that's my opinion of what. If gun to my head, what I think's going on. I think Witsit's an honest guy, but I think he's making some honest mistakes. That's what I think, and I could be wrong about that. But I don't think that you're just an outright liar. I think that people are just wrong a lot. That's very human to just be totally wrong about something and really think you're right. People do it all the time. So doesn't make you a bad person or a dishonest jerk or anything like that. So I don't. Even if you were totally wrong and we disagreed forever and we fought about it, I wouldn't have to hate you for that. I don't hate people for being wrong. But there are some people who know that they're lying. And those are the guys who I can't stand them.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, I see that on the globe more than anything. Like, but the way that the globe side views it, like, well, the ends justify the means. And I know the Earth is a globe and I know flat Earth is wrong. So if I have to occasionally lie or be deceptive or misrepresent them, it's fine, like it's justified. Like these flat Earth debunkers, that's what they do. And I tried to tell them, bro, if you're being honest, you think flat Earth is like dangerous. Like the way that you go about it makes more flat earthers than I ever could. Because if someone looks into it and they're like, how come all the famous people that are propped up to debunk flat Earth lie? That's weird. So, but yeah, I think we agree on that. What's up?
For me, I've loved this conversation and kind of being a fly on the wall. I'm kind of newer here in this community, but I have been following the flat Earth. I hate calling it flat Earth. I really fucking do, and I'm really now at the point where I'm talking to friends and family, without trying to like come off as some fucking crazy person who's lost my mind.
Try to keep the F-bombs to a minimum, please. It's all good, but just
pardon me. I didn't mean to go there. Excuse me. But yeah, you know what I'm saying. So I've really appreciated the honest dialogue back and forth, and it's nice because some of these debates I've watched, it's like some of these guys just go so unhinged, and it's like, man, this is not constructive. And like the conversation back and forth between Witsit, between you and the other gentleman,
Big Tech.
it's big tech. Like this has been a very healthy dialogue, and I really appreciate the conversation a lot.
Cool, man. Thanks. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, like I think Big Tech believes what he thinks, and that's all I like. As long as someone's not lying, then I don't care. Like you're cool with me. Like I don't care if we disagree. I usually like talking to people I disagree with. It's just like lying. I don't like lying. It gets on my nerves. And something else I don't like is like I give people a lot of leeway with this though, because their initial response is to be like really. It sounds so stupid that they're very dismissive, and then they're like and then if they can tell you're smart, they're like, you must be lying, and then they get really aggressive and they kind of take a bunch of stuff. And I'm cool. I will completely wipe the slate clean because I get that it's like a visceral initial reaction or whatever. But like the part that is really annoying is how there's this huge group of people that are super arrogant about this and super condescending and very dismissive. And like when it comes to flat Earth, you can say and do whatever to them, and it's okay. But they're the ones that don't even know a fraction of the stuff that the flat earthers do. You know what I'm saying? Like the flat earthers know way more, and then the flat earthers had to like get fired.
Yeah, that reminds me. Sorry to interrupt. I was going to say I appreciated that you brought up on that debate you did the other day about heliocentrism. You said that don't you know that Dunning-Kruger works both ways, and that's true. And there's also another thing it's not exactly Dunning-Kruger, where it's like Dunning-Kruger is like the dumber you are, the more you think you're right. You think you know more than you do because of how ignorant you are. sort of essentially, and vice versa. The smarter you are, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know, and the more you might doubt yourself and have insecurity
Exactly.
in your position based on how much you actually do know. But there's another thing too, where sometimes the cleverest people, like people with high, I don't know if you call it IQ or whatever, but high reasoning faculty, they're really, really good at making arguments. Like I talked to some, like, call them internet autists or whatever like that. They are absolutely convinced of the most cockamamie type of stuff many times because they're so good at reasoning, and they have reasoned themselves into an erroneous position that they will never leave because they can argue it so well. Like nobody can battle them at this situation that they've got themselves into, an unassailable position of hardcore logic, defending something that's incorrect. And you could have two different people that are just as equally smart and really good at logic, and they'll fight all day long, and they'll both have opposing positions. So being perfect and like impeccable with your logic and having high reasoning faculty does not preclude you from being totally incorrect. In fact, sometimes it just makes you harden into an incorrect position. So it's really, really tricky. We can talk ourselves into linguistically, or we can wordsmith ourselves into all sorts of falseness because we're so freaking clever. But yeah, that's just kind of how it
Would
goes.
you
It's
say
been
the
my
same
experience.
can go would you say that goes both ways for like globe people who are just so convinced that they just talk
Yeah, it's both
themselves?
sides. Sure.
Yeah,
Some people, they just like, they're
for sure.
assuming like, oh, I know so many things. I know about this and that and that, and I've watched every single Carl Sagan thing and I memorized it all. And it's like, okay, well, and now they're convinced. Like you can never dig them out of that knowledge pit that they dug themselves into.
Don't think about this though. Don't you think though? Like I actually agree with what you're saying, but actually this is why I check myself all the time. I step back and be like, because I have an aptitude for debating, so it's like I always step back and be like, could I be wrong? I genuinely try to always think about that. But now when I just like think about the heliocentric model, I get sick to my stomach. Like it doesn't resonate with me at all. I don't feel truth at all. I just think it sounds insane. That's the genuine truth. But one thing that is important about this is that the group that's over here, they had to be able to swallow their pride and change their mind. In fact, a lot of flat earthers were like space junkies. A lot of them.
Yeah.
In fact, more than you would think, because that's the group that it was already would like look into all this kind of nerdy stuff, you know, and that's kind of required to figure out flat Earth or geocentrism. So there's tons of people here that were like grew up as complete space junkies and like absolutely did not want the Earth to be flat, and they had to do it. There's another part of it too. It's like to be a flat earther, it comes with like major societal consequences. Like it's not a good thing at all. Like trust me, you're not gonna go pick up a bunch of girls telling them that you're a flat earther. You're not gonna get like a great job when you're like, oh, by the way, I think the Earth is flat, right? Like you're gonna get ostracized
unless you meet another flat earther at that interview, and your boss is like, "Yo, this guy's just like me."
Maybe,
We can't
yeah,
have
it could give you a
but
rare
usually not.
advantage.
You're right.
So it's like
Yeah.
it's like I know lots of people, even some pretty prominent people that are flat earthers.
You go to
that-
the yoga studio and you meet some of these crystal girls and stuff, and tell them that you're into
Yeah,
flat earth. They
maybe,
might
yeah.
be like, "Whoa, let's
Maybe,
go! I'm gonna go on a
maybe.
date." You never
And
know.
girls is a little different. I think that if you have confidence and you can be funny and stuff, like you can, it doesn't matter. But
Yeah. They're like, "Ooh, tell me more. You know some crazy stuff.
yeah,
You
like
seem cool."
girls are more likely to follow, frankly. But like, I guess what I'm saying is, you had to be strong to do it. Certainly to publicly say it. Like that part really can't be disputed. Like just go look at any post I make, and I've started blocking people, but like the stuff that's said to me is insane. Like I don't really care. I'm just saying that it's like it's actually different than any other subject. Like almost no other subject gets what flat Earth does. So in that sense, you have to at least admit there's a lot of flat earthers, certainly some that haven't even come out publicly, that like would love to just be able to put this behind them and be like, oh, I'm convinced it's a globe again. It just doesn't happen. So I think there's a major variable in this. There are flat earthers that heard about flat Earth and fought it for 2 years. Like Eddie Bravo says that from what he's seen, the average is 6 months. It takes like 6 months of someone really looking into it before they can like admit it. And there's something to that, and that's weird, right? If there's a globe, the more you look into it, the more you should be convinced it's a globe. But like the opposite happens. The more you learn about it, the less you're convinced. Now this is generalized, but Yeah, I like.
It was 2 years for me personally, just from
Yeah.
my own testimony. I started going down the rabbit hole, and then I was like, "Dude, you are out of your mind." And I kind of started talking myself back out of it when I started talking to people, and they were like, "Bro, dude." But then I couldn't shake it. And something inside of me my entire life, like it just never, like you said, resonated. I always, like, from the time I was a little kid, like, "Oh, you mean I can dig a hole to China, or they're upside down and I'm right side up?" I was like, "That doesn't make any sense to me, ever." And so finally, after, and I'm a truth seeker. That's what brought me here. I'm always in search of I just want to know. It's like they say, what about the truth? It's like a lion. If you set it free, it will defend itself. So I know what's out there in the wild defending itself, and I'm just looking for it, and I have been my entire life. And that's how I got here. And it did take me about 2 years of honest to God, just research and listening, and I'm like, it's not a ball. We're not on a magical spinning space ball. We're just not, and that's where I'm at. And I don't know. I don't have the answers. I'm not claiming to. I'm just saying that's where I'm at personally.
Yeah, the reason is because it's the preponderance of evidence. Like, everyone's a flat earther because of the preponderance of evidence, meaning like all of it holistically. And globe earthers are like, if they hear one thing, like the stars in the south move the other way, even though that literally is what's expected, but they're like, okay, Earth's a globe, right? It's a totally different approach. So the reason it's going to be really hard to just get a flat earther to flip over, it's like, well, I still have lots of stuff that need answers. Like there are lots of stuff, and then you look into it, like when the mainstream lied repeatedly to convince people it was a globe. Then you look into the history of it, and it's like the Jesuits and the Catholic Church push all this propaganda to convince everyone the Earth is a spinning globe. And like, flat earthers know all that. They know that the people that proposed heliocentrism were esoteric sun worshippers. Literally, like they were occultists that believed the sun was a god, and adopted the central fire idea from like Egyptians and ancient esoteric beliefs, and were sun worshippers. And Kepler, from Kepler's laws of how the planets move, worshipped the sun basically, and like said that the sun was singing a heavenly song, that made all the other planets move around it, like a celestial heavenly song, as like a deity basically. And then, long story short, like, that's super weird and super creepy. That isn't that's not science, that's weird. And then you look into NASA, and it's like, oh well, they help program their computers with Sanskrit. They name all their missions after different gods. Like, it's all very weird and occultish, and the average person doesn't know any of that. The average person's never watched The Principle. The average person's never watched heliosorcery. They've never, so like, a flat earther, it's not like you can just Men in Black gun them or pin them. It's not like they're just gonna forget everything. It's like, nah, we see it, and that's why it takes people 6 months or a year or whatever, because eventually they just can't deny it. That's literally like every flat earther here's experience. Like, I would venture to say every flat earther here, it's just like that every day you wake up, it's something new, and you're like, okay, look, oh, like, this is what happens, bro. I'll stop. It's been a long show, but I'll tell you, this is what actually happens. In our group, say in ether cosmology, okay? So I always get the best globe evidence. Someone brings it to me, Glober brings it to me because they think they can stump me or whatever. It's like this game to them. And when I hear it, I'm like, I get excited. I'm like, whoa, dude, this actually sounds like good evidence for the globe. And then what we do is we look into it, or say like relativity or whatever. Every time we look into it, at the bottom of the rabbit hole, it either refutes the globe, or it is just like blatantly lied about to claim as proof. Every time, every single time. And it's like, when you experience that reoccurring thing, it would be like trying to convince someone that like Jewish supremacy is not a thing or something, right? Or whatever. Like, and to keep it just there without any details, the very small ideology that isn't popular or whatever, like, to be YouTube friendly, but it's like you're not going to convince someone to not know what they know, to unsee what they see, to not know about like 5 years of research. Like, it's just not going to happen. And when you first hear some other conspiracies, they sound crazy, then you keep researching it, and you're like, dang it. So anyway, I think you guys get it.
I have to ask you something. Are you familiar with the Solomon Asch conformity experiment?
No. Solomon
Oh my God.
Asch conformity.
Yes, here. I'll link it for you, man, because you will. I'm surprised. But I think you'll really enjoy this. It's basically about like human psychology and how groupthink, and basically you can peer pressure people. Like if the whole group is like saying like A, and this person's isolated and saying B, eventually they're going to come over and say A because they want to be in the group. It's really interesting.
Yeah, that is actually. It's kind of what it's
put-
absolutely a phenomenon in human psychology. That's the tricky part, is once you get human psychology involved, it gets really wild. And based on what you just said about the the Jewish thing or whatever, some people, what I perceive from the flat earth thing is it's like analogous to, like, you find out that there's something fishy going on, but what I see is, like, I know a lot of people that are investigating that, and there's a lot of different theories, and sometimes you get to this kooky realm where it's like they're demons and they're being influenced by Satan. And
I get
they
you.
have,
I
like,
get you. Yeah.
And it's like, no. It's actually there's something very practical going on.
You
It's
think
really
if flat
just
Earth
more
is like a step too far? Like it's
right. Yeah.
It's where you go off
Sometimes,
the deep end. Yeah, I get it.
right. There's an off the
Yeah.
deep end level.
And I've thought
to it.
about this though. I thought about that as well. It just, to me, I think that's what it is. I think that's what
Yeah, I
it
think there
is.
is something going on. I think there's more than meets the eye happening, and we are discovering some interesting things. And maybe it's just the flat earthers who are discovering it for us, and questions are being asked that otherwise wouldn't be asked, and that's great. But sometimes we're leaping to conclusions over a lot of the blanks that we're not filling in. And the conclusions we're leaping to might be erroneous. There might be good investigations that need to take place into, like, well, is relativity really real? Is that a scam? Like, what do we actually know about gravity? Is there even this big G gravity thing? Is that just kind of like hocus pocus? Like, these are actually really good questions. But I've debunked gravity, therefore Earth flat. It's like, wait a minute, whoa. Like, that's what it seems like sometimes to me.
But I think what it really is, it's like, okay, this is crazy. We're seeing really, really, really far. And then the claim is that, like, the light's bending and we're not really seeing that far. And it's like, in theory, could something like that happen? Sure, right? But when you go out and you see like a lighthouse from 40 miles away, or like you see like mountains from 120 miles away, like when you do it yourself, you're like, this is crazy, right? Like, that you're seeing the mountains, bro. Like you're looking at them, that you're seeing them, right? Like almost every flat earther went out and like looked at stuff. So that's what gets it started. And then you're like, but wait, then you start hearing all the arguments. It's like, what? Wait, what about relativity, right? And like, because you're like, oh well, it's like, if it's flat, is it moving? Well, it's not moving, right? And then you go look into stuff like Michelson-Morley, then you'll hear someone say like relativity and gravity is true, which means the Earth can't be flat because everything would implode in on itself and blah blah blah. So then you look into gravity and you find out, no, this is completely bunk. This is all lies, and because they need the heliocentric model, they prompt all this up. Like that's usually how it goes, right? Like it's like, as a flat earther, you're supposed to know everything, apparently, and so you get all these alleged evidences of the globe. You have to research them, and you find out that they're all lies. It definitely doesn't go the other way. It's not like someone finds out relativity is not true and they think the Earth's flat. It's like someone finds out we're seeing way, way too far, and then all this other stuff has to be explained. Well, then if the Earth wasn't a sphere, what about that? Like, how would that work? How would that make sense? Well, what about this evidence? And just coincidentally, every time you get to the bottom of it, every single time that you get to the bottom of it, it's like complete scientism, pseudoscience, BS, propaganda, lied about, or the evidence actually like refutes the globe, but was twisted and hidden, and like, go ahead.
Imported Nazi
bends in a way that
scientists,
makes it look like flat.
That's the best sales pitch. Q up, what's up?
I'm just saying that light always bends in a way that makes it look like the Earth is flat, but it's not. It's a globe.
Yeah. Like, why are the mountains not up in the sky? If you guys are telling me that mountains like just get lifted up over the curve, why do they always stop right where they would if it was flat? Dude, when you go look at it, you just know, like, dude, it's there. And then you're like, well, how could they pull something off this big, And then you think about it, you're like, well, it's really not that hard. You just have like a couple federal governments. That's it. That's all it is. It's just federal governments. People are like, no, SpaceX is private. No, it's not. It gets hundreds of millions from the government. They work directly with the government. The government has full access to all of their computers. Like, Elon straight up admitted that, like, they would never have gotten to space if it wasn't for NASA. NASA basically runs it. You know what I'm saying? So it's just all it's very crazy.
What do you think about there's I don't mean to get into politics here, but Elon visited the Oval Office when Trump was still in there, and there's a picture of him, and Trump's sitting there with like a big shit-eating grin, and Elon's kind of just standing there, arms to the side, like doesn't look very enthusiastic. And Trump put out a tweet. He's like, "Oh, here's Elon Musk begging for more tax dollars, for his rocket ships to nowhere." And I was like, "Whoa." Is he telling us like, "Hey, yeah, I know exactly the fucking game here, and these rocket ships are literally going nowhere. That's why they go up and then arc and come back down." Like
That's pretty crazy. I've never heard of that. Just try to keep an eye on the weak words. I call them weak words. And I need 20
Family-friendly show.
I need push-ups for each.
Was I dropping? I'm sorry.
It's all
Out of
good.
mouth. I apologize.
It's all good. But you know what'll help with that if you make yourself do 20 push-ups every time.
Yes, sir.
It's like an inside joke. Everyone knows that I'm like, all right, you're at 40, by the way. It's funny, but nah, I call them weak words. So I got to get strong. Do some push-ups. What's up, you up?
Your robot polisher, Witsit, word salad video is freaking hilarious.
Yeah. Robot polisher is great. Yeah, so we can wrap this up. It's a lot of meta, but like it's like pretty simple, right? Like we just suspended belief, and I will say there's lots of things that would sound crazy, right? You can fall down the rabbit hole of germ theory. You can fall down the rabbit hole of what they give babies when they're born. And when you first hear those things, that sounds crazy. There's one side that does really, really diligent, time-consuming research and digs all the way into the crevice of every little part of it. And after extensive research, they're like, wait, this is all BS, right? Like this whole germ theory thing was set up by the same people that started putting out petroleum-based medicine to cure the same things that they were supposedly finding and discovering. You look at all the tests that supposedly proved it, it's all lies. It's all literally all lies. And then all the stuff that was naturally being eradicated, they hijacked that, claimed that it was because of some medicine, right? We'll just say, and it's all lies. And anyway, what I'm saying is like, that's just how the world is. Sometimes the truth is way crazier than you think it is. Like if someone had told me 5 years ago that germ theory was a lie, I would have been like, what are you talking about? It's the dumbest thing. Like, what does that even mean? Like, what's that even mean? And it is a lie. And if someone had told me that atoms didn't exist and that the electron wasn't real, I'd be like, okay, dude, cool story. Like, don't leave the house without a helmet on, But, like, that's the case. Like, electrons aren't little physical particles of matter. That's not true. And so, the world that we live in is crazy. And we're on the brink of, like, this major shift. And we need more people to get it together. We need more people to figure it out before they swoop in and like they're gonna swoop in and do something crazy. Anyway, last thing I'll say. So I was talking about there was like this guy who came out with the Malaysian air flights. What he did was showed videos of the Malaysian air flight, and there's like these UFO orbs that fly around it for a second, and then the whole plane like disappears and goes into like
I've seen that.
It's like black hole or something. And people say like it's fake. Some say it's not. They can't prove it's fake. Whatever. And he's talking a lot about the ether. And he's talking about how Tesla was right. There's an ether and all that stuff. Same thing Terrence is doing. Like, they're not pointing out that means the Earth's not moving. They're not pointing out what it really means. And that's weird. It makes me think we may be getting to that point where they realize, okay, the lies have fallen apart. And, the best way to lead opposition is to control it. They come in with these new cover stories. Oh, well, actually, Electric Universe may have been right. Oh, well, there is an ether, but it's like a space-time relativistic ether. Like, and they come up like they keep the planets, but it's like it's an electric universe or whatever. We may be about to get there, and if that's what's about to happen, then we need to figure stuff out, right? We need to get more people on the same page before it happens. They pull out the UFO or the alien deception, like none of us are gonna fall for that, but a lot of people are going to fall for it. So anyway, that's how I feel. I'm just ranting all over the place. I'm pretty tired. All right, let's just wrap this up though. Let me recap. The whole point was just like whatever you believe, it's important to always be able to suspend belief, always be open to like being wrong, right? And if you can't even entertain the idea that you could be wrong or entertain other ideas, then like you're in a weird emotional state. And when it comes to this, is like, what do you experience if you were to like, the pin and Men in Black, if they walked up to you and they flashed you with it, and you woke up and you walked outside tomorrow, what would you think about the Earth? Right? What would you think? You would think, okay, there's a big bright light in the sky, and it gets warm. It rises in the morning, gets warmer and warmer over top of me. Then it moves away, it gets cooler. There's the moon. There's the light for night. Blah blah blah. You're like, you would never, you wouldn't even think like, oh, the Earth's not moving. You would just know that. It would never even be a thing that pops in your mind at all. The idea that it could be moving. If you felt it earthquake, you'd be like, oh, well, the Earth's moving because it's normally not moving. And if you went out to the ocean and you looked out, like I went the other day, I saw like just huge body of water, just so evidently flat. You would never think anything other than like that horizon's horizontal, the Earth's flat, there's stationary stuff, and the sky moves. That's what you would think. It doesn't mean it's true. Sometimes our senses aren't as good as aren't as good enough to know exactly what's going on, but that means that that's our default position. What is the reason that we think that's not the case? There's a power structure that's fed us information and propaganda, the same power structure that's lied to us about almost everything else, that has told us that actually all of that isn't true. It's the opposite of the truth. And certain federal government agencies have claimed to go to space and prove it. Now, just because they lie about other stuff doesn't mean that they lied about this, right? You can't assume everything that this education system or these propaganda institutions or that the government says is a lie because we've caught them lying about so much that everything they say is a lie. That's ridiculous, right? They obviously don't lie about everything, literally, but they lie about a lot. And so if that's like our evidence is like that to go against all of our experience, that's not going to cut it. Because people ask like, why would they lie? Are you kidding me, dude? Like they laugh at you. They're like a powerful group of people that are like the slaves. The slaves think that they're on a spinning ball and that the universe is huge and empty. And they're like, we obviously know we use plane geometry for the Earth, spherical geometry for the sky. We know the stuff in the sky is super close to us. We utilize the energies and the cycles to make all kinds of major power moves. We know it's a very intricate clock and we know how to read it. And then the slaves don't even know how to read it. We gave them some made up confusing stories so they don't even know what the sky is, how important it is, what's really going on. They think everything's the opposite of the truth. They think they have to come ask us for every answer. So they're like little stumbling children. They need us to come tell them what to think about every part of their life. Hey, daddy authority, what's really going on? Because I can't figure it out myself. And then they like, yo, you're insignificant. You came from monkeys, son, and you came from a rock that turned into a fish and then jumped out the water because the water was whack and grew some feet, and your ancestors are strawberry or whatever. So it's like, if that's the case, right, and then they drew a circle around you and said, stay in your playpen, be a good slave, that's huge, man. Just the mere possibility of something that big being the case is worth thorough, honest investigation. And when the mainstream comes out to show us that it's not the case, they have to lie every time. You, as a truther or someone who should be interested in truth, should automatically be like, you know what? I'm able to now suspend belief. I'm going to put NASA over there. I'm going to put the globe over there. I'm just going to suspend belief. I'm not going to say I know it's not true. I'm just going to stop blindly believing in it. I'm going to set it over there, suspend belief, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to inform myself and learn exactly what it is, right? And see if it's legit. I'm going to go back to the default and then go towards the globe and see if I can prove the globe. I know that was like a very extensive way of putting that, but I hope that people can do that. If you can do that, then we're all on the same page. I'm just saying a lot of people did that and do not believe in it. They think that that's for sure not real anymore. And that should make you think, well, would that happen to me if I did it? If you have to prevent yourself from even doing it, then like something else is going on. It's like trauma-based mind control, Stockholm syndrome, whatever. You should have no problem doing it. Like, who cares? I think that's the last thing I'll say. I think that typically it's fear of being like ridiculed and ostracized. You know, or you go see flyers, you see how they're treated. You're like, I would never want to be that person. I would never want to be in that position. Like that's weak, bro. Like, no, it's okay. What you find out is that it's fine, and all those people end up coming back around to you because they figure out years later, and then they're like, sorry, bro, I didn't really get it. So, okay, preaching over. If anyone on the panel has something they want to say before we get out of here, bro, I'll just go around, let you guys kind of say some final words. This was a bit of a different. I hope that the lower room is also open in case people didn't want to.
Yeah, I would say before I go, thanks for letting me join in for so long, and I hope that I enjoy getting to talk this big tech, and I hope that I can be like a friend of the community, friend of the show who disagrees and stay on a friendly level. That's what I'm trying to do. So I appreciate the cordiality and just it was a nice talk.
Thanks. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, same here, man. Same here. What's up, Q up?
No, I was gonna say, why do you firmly think you're gonna keep disagreeing with us? You should keep an open mind and check out what we're saying.
I'm going to disagree as long as I can. I think that's a more fun position. You guys are going to drag me kicking and screaming out of my position. But when I can't disagree with you anymore, then I'll have to concede. You guys are just going to beat me. You're going to beat me. I'm going to try to beat you, and you're going to try to beat me. But if your kung fu is stronger than mine, you will win.
There it is. Cool. No, yeah, I think it's I think it's cool as long as everyone just would want to. Like, I'm pretty sure that if I asked you, like, I think I have, but like, if the Earth actually were like not this spinning globe in a solar system, like, would you want to know that? Not. I think the answer is yes, right? So.
Yeah, for sure, yes. And for me, like you've mentioned the 6-month period. I think stumbled on flat Earth. If I remember right, it was while Trump was still running for president. So I think it was in 2015, like early YouTube flat Earth days. And I went down the rabbit hole, saw everything they had to say, even like giant trees and like a lot of different parts of this whole like they're lying to us about the world that we're on, ancient Earth, mud flood, Tartaria. I've been through all of that stuff. I've really looked into it, and I'm a guy who loves that kind of stuff. So I immersed myself. And for me, somehow I found my way through the 6-month period, and here we are, like almost 10 years later, and I still think it's a globe.
Well, the Tartarian thing is completely like connected. So if you think there was a reset, it matches when we got all the fake science, when we got the same fake history started up.
Right. Yeah, I got that. Yeah, there's a lot of weird things going on. One of my favorite videos, you might have seen it, is like, how did Back to the Future predicted 9/11? Have you seen that one? That's one of my favorites. I still don't really get it. Do you know about that one?
Yeah, a lot of stuff predicted it.
But specifically Back to the Future, because that was one of my favorite films when I was a kid. They study that film in film school because they consider it one of the most perfect movies ever made, like the characters and the story structure and everything. And it just happens to do with time travel. So it's around a particular date, has to do with a tower, a clock tower, and a striking of the tower. And like, there's so many things about it. And there's literally a bunch of 9/11 symbolism all in the movie.
And on the clock.
And on the clock and the Twin Pines Mall. And like, there's a million things in Back to the Future that are just about a cataclysmic event in time that changes everything. And then we get 9/11 happening. And man, that's like one of my favorite ones. I still really don't know what to think about that. It's still kind of a mind bender.
Yeah,
there's a lot of weird things about reality, man. There's weird things going on. I don't know.
Yeah, it was just all planned. Like, you can go all the way back to when they first built them, and it's 9/11 on the watch of the I guess it's like a Rockefeller that's on the front of the magazine talking about building the towers, and they collapsed 33 years later. Like, I think it was just like a cultic ritual.
I low-key believe that there's something to be discovered about time itself. I think time and this concept of relativity and space-time, I think there's some sort of like shucking and jiving that they're doing with relativity there.
Oh, you know it has a flat Earth clock in that movie, in the opening scene?
There is?
Yeah. There's a flat Earth clock. Yeah. There's a flat Earth clock, bro.
No, I think there's something to be discovered about time. And you said that solipsism is garbage.
Yeah.
And I'm not exactly that, but I think there's something to the actual subjective experience of the world, and we are having a collective but also subjective experience of manifestation of the world that we're in. There's something very
I think there's something
odd.
to that. There's something to a very complex interplay of experience, and even like potential manifestation.
Like, I don't even know if we're all in the same world. Like, I don't. Witsit, you might be the center of the universe. Like, it might be a Witsit centric universe. I don't know. And me too. And maybe each of us is. Like, I don't know. Who freaking knows? But time is weird. Space is weird. The fact that everything exists at all is weird. And the way that our minds and these numbers work out. And yeah, there's a lot going on.
This place was designed.
Yeah.
All right, I gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
You're good. You're good. Interesting. Like, I would say this place is designed. It's like this like crazy. I wouldn't say video game, but kind of like that. Q, are you trying to say something before we get out of here?
No, we're gonna go into too many rabbit holes with that.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Trips, are you trying to say anything?
Well, I'll just say I really appreciate the platform and the space and the conversation. I've kind of been following for a while, and I love your approach, and I think you take a very honest approach, and I think that's good for helping people to just take a pause and go, maybe I should think about this a little more, because it does matter, and that's something that I hear a lot. Well, like, what difference is it going to make? Well, it's going to make a giant difference. I mean, it's like we'll have to rewrite basically everything. If this truth community, what we're unraveling, what we think we've unraveled, if it all connects, then yeah, it makes a big difference to me. And that's why I'm here and involved and listening and trying to participate. And just add another voice to the conversation. And Big Tech, to your point about Back to the Future, I love that trilogy. There's a quote often misattributed to Orwell that I think is very relative to those movies, and it's, "He who controls the past controls the future. He who controls the present controls the past." So I'll just leave y'all with that.
That's a good one.
Epic. Yeah.
Big Tech, you want to plug your stuff?
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I stream on kick.com/bigtech. I'm on Twitter. I'm at bigtech404. And those are the best places to find me. You can also find my channels on Odyssey and Rumble, but Kick is my main platform. Kick.com/bigtech. Thanks.
Nice. All right, cool. Thank you guys for jumping on, man. Good convo, more meta, but it was good vibes. It is super late, and I'm supposed to get up and work out really early. But yeah, thank you guys for jumping on and being cool, being cordial. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. It was much more of like a meta, not all the way into the weeds, but I think it's good. I know there's some new people to the channel, so cool. So shout out to you guys on Discord. I'm gonna go ahead and pop out of here just so that nothing spills over, and I'll do the closing on the stream. But much love, thanks for kicking it, and we will catch up with you next week. So peace out to the Discord. Then let me pop out over here. All right, I know that was really long. We were just talking about all kinds of stuff, but hopefully you guys enjoyed it. It doesn't always have to be like this real battle type of thing. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I am kind of tired. I lost track of time, and it just hit me really hard that I'm super tired. So you can see it in my eyes even that I'm tired. But okay, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I don't think I really saw that many donations. Okay. Did you watch JRE and Terrence Howard? I think you heard us talk about it, I'm sure, but I haven't watched it all. Everyone's wanted me to watch it and respond to it. Maybe we'll do a video where I kind of talk about it or put some clips together and we watch it and react. But thank you for the $10 tip. Thank you for all you're doing. The truth will prevail. Thank you for the $10 tip. KRM, much love. And then bobwins.com, better late than never, bro. $100 tip, very generous, man. Thank you so much. Bobwins.com. Thank you so much for the support, bro. That was very generous. And yeah, better late than never. What you said. I probably shouldn't do like just real long drawn out shows like this, but I'm gonna have like a bunch more like subject specific pointed streams in the schedule here soon. We got lots more appearances and stuff coming up, so stay tuned to that. I'm trying to get the Misfits private stream It's been like really kind of hectic at the house, like timing and jobs and everything going on. It's just been like a lot. But I think we're gonna get it all under wraps here pretty soon. So I'm gonna make sure to really hook up the Miss with some private stuff here in the next few days. And then I'm gonna let everyone vote and see if they want to keep us there, or if they want to move to something else, if they do or don't like it, and do some more research on the different options for that. But cool stuff. All right, so I love you guys. Oh, shout out to Melodome and all you guys for helping us out and for doing the trivia. That was incredibly awesome, man. We thank you so much. We may do some type of a thank you video. But that was epic. So shout out to Jaren, Dave, and Melodome, and Andrew, and everybody that helped support and rally around us. That's really cool, and I appreciate you guys so much. I'm really tired, so let me see. Is there anything on Rockfin? Oh, there is stuff on Rockfin. One Neo, congratulations with your baby's brother. Much love. Keep crushing. Thank you so much for the kind words. And yeah, man, bless. Sally Doric, I wish I could adopt you. Much love. What? Thank you for the $10. Hubble's Horror, greatly appreciating your hard work. Austin, thank you so much for the $20 on Rockfin and the support. Hey man, would you have a chill chat with Eric Dubay? He's a good dude. That's J-Pilled issues he has between others shouldn't get in the way of a great chat. Shout out to Big Tech in the chat. I don't know if you know this, Austin. Big Tech and Adam Green are homeboys. You three are over 6 foot. If Keemstar does an E-Celeb basketball game, y'all should step up and own. That's pretty funny. Yeah, I did know that, and I think that's... Well, no, actually, came on my show one time, but yeah, I did know that. And would I be down to talk to Eric Dubay? Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, in theory, I don't know why not. Yeah, I have no problem with Eric Dubay. I thank you for the $5. And then Will Davis, $50. Thank you, Austin. Your work is awesome. Congratulations with your new edition. Thank you so much, and that's a generous tip. I greatly appreciate you, man. So thank you for the support, and thank you for the kind words when it comes to the baby. Cool stuff. All right. And I will announce the name soon. We picked a name a while back, but we did it as like a placeholder. We hadn't decided for sure, but I'll let you guys know the name of the baby here soon. People were asking me to put together like a baby registry as well. So, I mean, we'll do that. And if anyone wants to help, they can. If they don't want to, they don't have to. But a bunch of people were asking for that. They said that we would rather help get you certain stuff off a registry or whatever. So, cool. All right. I love you guys. So you can speak truth unequivocally. You can go to witsitgets.com. I think I'm going to try to get a bunch of updates there here soon. A lot of stuff in the works, but it's not worth even announcing yet. So, yeah, cool stuff. All right, I'll try to make it to where eventually there'll be a calendar on there for my stuff coming up. And obviously, trying to keep up with the Misfits calendar. Supposed to get like the first heads up on all the events. So consider signing up, and I'll catch up with you guys later. So seek and speak truth unequivocally. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. So don't really matter what other people think. Don't care what other people think is what it is. You know the saying that like a prophet's not accepted in his own village, and revile or rejoice when they revile you for his name's sake, for they did that to all the prophets before you. This is what it is. Like, just kind of expect that. Like, if you're genuine and pure in pursuit of truth, and you're going to be bold and you're going to speak it, there's going to be people that are uncomfortable with that truth, or emotional, or not in the right place, that are going to attack you with bad intention, even if you have good intention. And it's okay, man. Like truth prevails. You win in the end. Like, I think you get like rewarded after this physical life anyway. But like, even in this physical life, it always is better to be that way. So, all right, cool. I love you guys, and just don't forget that what's true is rarely popular, and what's popular is rarely true. Peace.
Sign up, become a misfit. Those who don't fit. Society gives us a skip. We ain't about that mainstream. There what's popular ain't true. What's true ain't popular. Flip. Miss what's in the house. We come through it with some sharp. We cut right through. We don't follow trends. We got our own groove. Breaking the mold, making the move. We ain't about that fake facade and switch. We stand proud in our eyes. We see through the tricks and love to defy society standards. We're gonna fly. Hey, yeah, yeah, yeah. face the side.